Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question hash 1. That is, why do you want to pursue your career in the field of software testing? If I have to answer this question, I'll start answering like this. I have good observation and investigation skills. I can say this that I have good observation and investigation skills because I love solving lot of puzzles. So I know that I have good observation and investigation skills. This particular observation and investigation skills of mine I can use during software testing so that I can find defects. Okay, this observation and investigation skills I can use for finding defects during software testing. This is one of the reasons. Next reason is I can say that I have a lot of patience. Okay, so how can I know that I have a lot of patience? Because people around me often say that I have a lot of patience. Okay. So with this patience, I can use this skill of mine, that is patience skill of mine, to find most of the defects. Because during software testing, without patience, we cannot find some defects. Okay. We have to spend a lot of time on the application without getting bored sometimes. Okay. So with this skill of mine, having a lot of patience, I can continue testing until I find most of the defects in the application. Okay. So that's another reason I can provide. First reason is I have good observation and investigation skills. Second reason I can provide is have a lot of patience. And third thing I'll say I love challenges. Okay. So as I know, testing is a challenging task because we need to find most of the bugs in stipulated time, guys. Okay. So they'll not give you the entire, right. Lot of time they will not give you find for finding the or testing the application. Okay. In the stipulated time, that is maybe in a week or 2 weeks, we have to complete our testing. So if you are a kind of person, if you love challenges, you can take testing as a challenge where in that given time you can find the most of the defects. That's why I feel testing is challenging and I love challenges. So that's another reason why I want to pursue my career in the field of software testing. Okay, that's another reason. Then you see, not only the skills of mine, guys, but also as a person, I know that testing has very good demand in the market. Okay, testing has good demand in the market. Just having the skills but choosing a job which doesn't have demand in the market doesn't make sense, right? I have the skills to perform software testing in a better way and find most of the defects and all. And at same time, guys, testing has demand in the market. Okay, it's a win-win situation for me. So since testing has a lot of demand in the market and I have the skills for doing this particular software testing, I feel this particular software testing career is for me. Okay. Next, I get a kind of satisfaction. Okay. When I perform testing, I kind of get a satisfaction because you see, ultimately, I am improving the quality of the software, right? By finding the defects in the software, what I am doing, guys, indirectly, I am contributing to the quality of the software, which gives me a lot of satisfaction. Okay. This is another reason you can give. And I love gaining vast knowledge on various topics. You see, if you go to any other jobs or something, right, you will not get vast knowledge on different topics. Okay. Here in software testing, guys, we have to work on different applications. Sometimes we need to work on education domain, some banking domain, some insurance domain. Okay. Sometimes we need to perform performance testing. We have to perform security testing. A lot of things. Okay. A lot of various things we have to know, guys. Okay. So we have to gain lot of knowledge on different things to be a good tester. So that's what I like in software testing. I love gaining vast knowledge on various topics or stuff. That's why I feel that software testing is my career choice. Okay, that's why I want to pursue my career in the software testing field. So just to wrap up, guys, I'll simply say that I have good observation and investigation skills. I have a lot of patience. I love challenges and testing has good demand in the market. I get a kind of satisfaction when I perform testing, and also I love gaining vast knowledge on various stuff, and testing actually contributes that. These are the reasons that you can give if this question comes in the interview for you. Okay, so if you give this kind of positive answers, right? No, it will be good. Fine. If I have to answer this question, I generally give like this, guys. Okay, it's up to you how you give. So with this, guys, I'm done answering the software testing interview question hash 1 in this session. So see you in the next session where I'm going to answer another interview question for you from software testing. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question #2. That is, please explain your nature, habits, or likes that you think you are the right candidate for software testing. This kind of question, if I get in the interview, I'll answer like this. Okay, this is my answer, guys. Okay, it's not your answer. Maybe you can think of the similar lines in your case. Okay, so if I have to answer this question, I'll be answering like this, guys. I have good observation and investigation skills, which I came to know while solving a lot of puzzles. Okay, because I love solving a lot of puzzles, and because of that I have come to know that I have good observation and investigation skills. And how these skills are going to help in software testing? With this good observation and investigation skills, I can find defects which are hiding in the software as part of software testing process. Okay, so this is how I can use my skills in software testing. That's one of the skill, guys. Similarly, I'll add one more line saying I have a lot of patience. Okay, people around me often say that I have a lot of patience, and I can use this patience in software testing field to find more defects. Okay, so that I can spend a lot of time with this patience, guys. I can spend a lot of time on the software, and I can investigate and find more defects, because this process takes a lot of patience. So next one, I'll say I love challenges. Okay, testing, that is software testing, is challenging, right? Because you see, in the stipulated time, that means in a given time, that is sometimes 1 week, 2 weeks of time will be given, and in that given time you need to finish up your testing. You have to find most of the bugs in the stipulated time. That's kind of challenge, guys. Okay, since I love challenges, I feel that, okay, I feel that I can feel software testing as a challenging thing, and I can find the required bugs in the stipulated time. Okay, so that's how I can answer the third one. And fourth one, I can say I love doing some R&D and gaining knowledge across various stuff. Okay, so I keep on doing R&D on not just one topic, guys. Multiple topics I love to. Okay, whatever the topic that is given, it may be programming, it can be some domain knowledge or whatever it is. Okay, some networking concepts, or regarding IoT or AI or any technology, any domain, anything it can be, guys. I keep on doing R&D, guys. I just want to know more about different areas and stuff. And software testing is a field where the same thing is important, where you know your application need to be tested across different domains. Sometimes you may get an application related to banking domain. Sometimes you may get an application related to finance domain. Sometimes you may get an application which is related to IoT, or sometimes you may get a mobile application. Sometimes you get a desktop application. You see, because of this process, guys, you have to learn a lot of things. Okay, you need to gain a lot of vast knowledge. You have to gain on a lot of different stuff. Okay, that's what I like, and software testing will make that possible. So I'm kind of aligned to software testing. Okay, so this kind of answers you have to give, guys. So when a question comes like, please explain your nature, habits, or likes that you think you are the right candidate for software testing. Okay, this kind of nature, habits, of likes of mine are aligned to the software testing, and then I feel that I'm the right candidate for software testing. Okay, so I'm done answering this question. Now in the next session, I'll be answering another question on software testing for you. So that's all, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question as 3. That is, why should we perform software testing? Let me answer this question. There are several reasons why software testers have to perform software testing. Let me list down all these reasons one by one for you. Here, the first reason why software testers have to perform software testing is to check whether the developed software, okay, the developers will develop a software. That particular developed software is according to the client requirements or not. Okay, this is the first reason why software testers will perform testing. Check whether the developed software developed by the developers is according to the client requirements or not. The second reason is to detect or identify, okay, to detect or identify defects in the software. Some functionalities of the software may not work. To identify such kind of defects, software testers have to perform testing. So here there is one interesting thing, that is why a software tester has to identify defects. Why developers cannot identify the defects? The reason here is the one who creates the software or one who develops the software may be in an assumption that they are not doing the mistake. Okay, so everyone makes mistakes and they cannot find their own mistakes by themselves because they believe that whatever they have written, the code that has been written for developing the code is 100% correct. They will believe. That's the reason, guys. Developers cannot find defects by themselves. There comes software testers who will test the software with an intention of identifying the defects which developers cannot identify. Okay, fine. This is the reason, guys. To identify the defects in the software, software testers will perform software testing. That is the second reason. Third reason is to improve quality of the software. We perform software testing. Software testers will perform software testing to improve the quality of the software. How? So when software testers perform testing, they will identify the defects and not only identify the defects, they will report this particular defects to the developers. And once the developers fix the defects, again, the software testers have to reconfirm whether those particular defects are fixed or not by developers. By doing this process, ultimately, the quality of the software will rise because the number of defects or problems in the software will get reduced. So software testing is performed to improve the quality of the software. That is the third reason. Fourth reason I can give you here is to make sure whether the developed software is as per user needs or not. You see, the software that is developed may be 100% according to the maybe developed according to the 100% given client requirements. It may be exactly matching, but whether the real users, okay, whether the real users can use the software or not is something very important, guys. Okay, according to the client requirements is one thing, but whether the developed software is according to the user needs or not, whether it is solving the needs of the user or not, that point of way also the software testing need to be performed. Okay, so this is another reason why software testing need to be performed, to see whether the developed software can be used by the real users in real time or not. Okay, before releasing the software into the market, we have to check this. That's why software testing is performed. Now another reason, okay, another reason why software testing need to be performed. Another reason we have here is ease of use. Okay, ease of use is another reason, guys. So it's not only about the working of the software or whether the software is developed according to the client requirements and as per the user needs and kind of is good, but if the given or developed software is easy for the users to use or not. If it is very difficult, users will not use it, right? If the software is very complex and they cannot use it, they will not use it. The real end users cannot use it. Okay, so we have to check whether the developed software is easy for general use of the users or not. Okay, and not only this much, guys, one more thing is also there. A lot of other things we have to check, guys. Okay, a lot of other things in the software we have to check or test. We have to perform testing on the software to see whether the performance of the software is good or not. Okay, you see, if the developed application or software is kind of very slow, the users will not like or use it. Okay, they will stop using it because the application is slow. They will stop using it. Okay, performance is also important. Like that, not only performance, guys, we have to see the security, whether the developed software is secured or not. Okay, if it's not secured, you see the users will lose all their sensitive information, like all the like sensitive information, passwords, and write important uh, identification proofs and all those stuff like credit card numbers, etc., etc. Right? So have to see whether the application is secured or not. So not only this performance security, guys, a lot of things will come into picture. Okay, this is what are the high level reasons why we have to perform software testing. Okay, you see a lot of reasons will come here. These are the important reasons I mentioned here, right? Because of these reasons we have to perform software testing. So hope, guys, you got the answer for this question. See you in the next interview question. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question Hash 4. That is, what is software testing? Let me answer. Software testing is the process of checking whether the developed software is matching the client requirements or not. Not only that, we also check whether the functionalities of the developed software are actually working or not. And not only that, guys, we also check whether the functionalities of the developed software are as per the end user, that is real end users needs and expectations or not. If any of these things doesn't happen, that for example, the developed software is not according to the client requirements, or the functionalities of the developed software are not actually working, or the functionalities of the developed software are not as per the user, that is end users needs and expectations, in that case, we as software testers, while performing software testing, will report the defects. And these defects need to be fixed by the developers. All these activities we perform with an intention of improving the quality of the software. Okay. We check the problems in the software and get these problems fixed by the developers with an intention of improving the quality of the software, guys. So this is what is software testing at a high level. So hope, guys, I have answered this question. In the next session, I'll answer one more software testing interview question for you. See you there. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question hash 5. That is, what are the features you check before you purchase a mobile phone? If you get this kind of question in the software testing interviews, then the interviewer might be trying to check your decision making skills. Okay, the interviewer who is asking this kind of question in the interviews may be trying to check how you are thinking or how your decision making skills are. So to give a proper answer, guys, you can give all this stuff. Okay, you can explain all this stuff. So generally, what we do, guys, when we purchase a mobile, okay, if I have to answer this question, guys, I'll say something like this. Okay, so I'll check the price, guys, because I need to check whether the required mobile phone is in my budget or not, right? So I'll first prefer my price. Okay, how much price? Let's say I want to spend around 25,000. Okay, in 25,000 range, what mobiles are coming? I'll check first. I'll not go beyond 25,000. Second thing is I'll check the quality, guys. Okay, whatever the mobile phone I'm trying to purchase, that should be of good quality. Okay, don't want you change the mobile phones often. Whatever the mobile I want to purchase, that should be long lasting, like at least 4 to 5 years I want to use. I don't want to change my mobile in 2 years or something. Okay, according to my requirements. Okay, so I'll just prefer the quality, guys, because for small issues I don't want to change the mobile. So I'll check the quality of the smartphone that I want to purchase. Next thing, I'll check the reviews, guys. Okay, customer reviews. So how many reviews the customers have provided, and if they have provided, whether they have provided 4 and above or not, and whether the reviews, the comment section, I will check and see like if there are any problems with any of the parts of the mobile. Sometimes some people will say that the camera is not good. Some people will say battery is draining fast. Okay, that kind of reviews, I'll go through all the reviews and come to a conclusion whether this mobile is for me or not. Okay, so price, quality, reviews, I'll check first. Then I'll check whether the mobile phone is easy to use or not. Okay, so I make walk in into one of the, okay, once I decide this is a mobile phone, I'll walk into the respective mobile phone stores and actually start using the mobile there and see like the look and feel and right, the way I'm using the functionalities, features of the mobile, it's kind of good or not, I'll check there. Okay, it should be easy for me to use. So I generally prefer Android over iOS, guys, because I'm a Android user and I'm habituated to that. So I'll see in the Android section, and in that Android section whether it is easy to use or not, something I'll see. And the main important thing I will check is whether that particular mobile I'm going to select or purchase is as per my needs or not. Okay, don't worry about what other people are using. My, according to my needs, whether the mobile phone is there or not. Few of the needs are like, you see, I consider my battery, guys. Okay, battery of the mobile I generally consider. The reason behind that is, you see, when I travel to some distance or something, I should not you see, the power should not drain out. Okay, if I go on a trip or something, or if I travel to some destination, if I want to use my mobile, and if that mobile charging is draining out very fast, that is a problem, right? I don't want to carry a extra power bank and all. Okay, so the battery, how much time the battery charging will be there. Okay, so then next, display size, guys, I will check the display size, because you see, I prefer watching videos, okay, all the technical videos or whatever the videos movies or something, I generally watch in the mobile phone. If the screen size is big, I can watch them clearly. So I generally prefer a bigger sized mobile phone, okay, which is having a bigger display size. Mobile phones having bigger display size, I prefer. This is my need, guys. Okay. So then storage, guys. Like I just store a lot of stuff in my mobile. Like I take a lot of pictures. I capture a lot of videos and all those stuff. So if the storage size is very less, I cannot take that mobile. Okay. So I generally go with a good amount of storage, like 64 GB and all those stuff. Okay. Then RAM. You see, this processor and RAM should be good, guys. So if the functioning of the mobile need to be smooth and all, the processor and RAM are something that should be good. I generally don't prefer any mobile having RAM less than 6 GB. Okay, 6 GB. Here some spelling mistake is there. That's okay. 6 GB is the RAM I generally prefer, and processor, and whether it has a good processor or not. Okay, so these two things are important things. Okay, so I'll just choose RAM and processor actually properly, and then camera, guys. So you see, generally mobile phone we take a lot of camera photos. Okay, the front and back camera photos are coming good or not. Okay, so naturally they have to take it. So it should not be artificial. Some mobile phones have artificial photos kind of stuff, but I don't prefer that. I want the camera to be kind of natural. Okay, so and very clear, crystal clear kind of thing. It should be front and back. Very good resolution should be there. Okay, megapixels. Number of sims I prefer two sims. Okay, these are all my needs, guys. As per my needs I will be selecting the mobile. Okay, so number of sims I generally maintain two sims. Okay, one for my personal use and one for my work purpose. So I just prefer two sims. Okay, if a mobile is allowing you to use two sims, then I'll take that. Okay, if not, I'll reject that. And security features, guys. You see, nowadays mobiles are coming with different options, like right, touch, now with your touch, finger touch, you can open the screen lock and face recognition, everything. This kind of security features are coming. So I generally prefer them, and generally choose a mobile which has some advanced security features. Okay, so that my data, that is my work data and all thing, can be stay safe and all those stuff. Okay, so these are my needs, guys. Okay, as per my needs I'll be selecting the mobile, and it should be in my budget, and according to the reviews, feedback and popularity of the mobile in the market, I generally make a decision of how to purchase the mobile. Okay, before purchasing the mobile I make all these decisions. Okay, so hope, guys, you got the answer for this question and how to answer this question in the interview. This kind of answer is enough, guys. Okay, no one can answer more than this. So, guys, see you in the next session where I'm going to answer another interview question on software testing for you. Till then, bye. Hello, all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question hash 6. That is, what do you mean by quality? If I have to answer this question, I'll answer something like this. Any product, if I have to purchase in the market, I will check the quality of the product. It may be a vegetable, or it can be a dress, or a anything else, electronic device, or anything that I want to purchase in the market. Then I generally measure the quality of that particular product. In simple words, guys, quality is nothing but the degree of excellence of something. How good is something? In simplest words, how good is something is nothing but quality, guys. Okay, how good is something is a quality. So few examples from the real world where we come across this quality term. Let me give the examples here so that you can understand the quality even more better. Let's say I want to purchase a dress, guys. Okay, so I don't just see how good the dress is looking, right? You see, if I want to purchase some dress in a shopping mall or something, if I want to purchase a dress, I just don't decide the dress, purchasing the dress just by seeing its looks, right? I have to check the quality, like which fabric has been used, like the quality or the make of that particular dress is good or not. I'll check. That is nothing but we are checking the quality of that product, right? That cloth or dress. Same, next thing. If I have to purchase some vegetables from the market, okay, so there will be a lot of vendors sitting side by side and selling a lot of vegetables in the market in some lanes and all. So when I go there, I don't directly go to the required item and purchase, right? I'll just first check who is selling what. And out of who is selling what, I'll find some people, a good number of people will be selling the same item. I'll just go to the person who is selling the best quality product. Okay. I'll not randomly go and pick the item. Instead, I'll check here and there, and then finally come to a conclusion that okay, this person is selling a good quality product. I will go and purchase there. Okay. So quality vegetables we check and purchase in real life. thing, electronics, guys. When we purchase some electronic smartphones, televisions, etc., etc., right? We go with the quality, like what is the sound quality, what is the picture quality, like that. Okay, for example, Sony TV brand. Okay, it has very sound good quality, and people, a lot of people go with this Sony brand because they want experience good sound experience and picture experience, right? So you see, there are other brands also which are doing good, but kind of, right? So we choose the brands of the TVs and then purchase because they have a very good sound quality and picture quality. Even some smartphones when we purchase, okay, so we check whether this smartphone once I purchase, I don't have to replace that in 2 or 3 years, okay. So sometimes what happens is when I brought the phone, when I buy the phone will be very good. And just 2 years, you see because of the low quality, okay, because of the low quality of the product, I have to exchange the phone and take another phone, okay. The process continues. But if I take a good quality product like some phones like OnePlus, iPhones, and so on, right? Okay, there is a possibility that the quality will be higher, and then you don't have to exchange the phones so often. Even with the case of clothes, also when you purchase clothes, if you don't check the quality, guys, you see first day, second day, it's looking very good, and everyone is appreciating your dresses and clothes. But after 2 washes, everything is gone. That means quality is bad. So such kind of experience we have in our real life, right? So with this experience, we can clearly say what is quality. Okay, so it's a measurement of the degree to which something is kind of the degree of excellence of something. Okay, how good is something? Simple words, how good is something? It's a measurement of how good is something is. Okay, so not only these products, guys, any product that you purchase, like day-to-day products, food items, and something like that, like milk, curd, ice creams, etc. Whatever you purchase from outside, we prefer them. We choose only the things that are of high quality, right? So because we want to enjoy the taste and the goodness of the products. Okay, so this is what is quality at a high level, guys. Okay, I cannot go more than this. Hope you got the answer for this question. Okay, so see you in the next session where I'm going to answer another interview question for you. So till then, bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question hash 7. That is, what do you mean by performance? If I have to answer this question, I'll answer something like this. The word performance in real world has many meanings. It all depends on in which context you are using this performance word. Okay, for example, in one of the context, if you use this performance word, let's say what is the performance of students? In this context, if you are using the performance word, it all means that okay, there may be a class. In that class, a bunch of students will be there, and if you simply ask them what is the performance of the students, it all depends, like whether the students in that particular class are daily attending the class, they are studying well, they are writing the exams well, they are getting the better results in the exams. It's all about the performance of the students. Okay, but if you use the same performance word in another context, let's say what is the performance of the car, it all means like that the car is running at good speed. It's you can drive the car at good speed with the good drive quality, and you're getting more mileage for less fuel consumption. Okay, such kind of things come into the car, guys, when you talk about the performance of the car. Similarly, if you apply the performance word in another context like software context, it is different. Okay, whether the software application is working correctly without compromising the speed and user load conditions. Okay, you say software application is working correctly without compromising the speed. Okay, at which speed the application is accessible, and with the real world user conditions. Like for example, if the application has to be used every day by thousands of people, so is application still working correctly even despite of that many number of people using, okay, that application? Such kind of different contexts, guys, you see, we can use the performance word, and it all means different. Okay, in case of software it is different, in case of car it is different, in case of students this performance word is different. In simple words, guys, okay, just to conclude, in simple words, performance, okay, we can measure the performance of a product or service. Okay, how do we measure? By checking whether we can get the continuous to preferred results. Okay, with this product or service, are we getting the continuous preferred results in most effective and efficient manner or not? Okay, so with effective and efficient manner, whether we are continuously getting the results from this product or performance, that's what in simple words is a performance, guys. Okay, so that's all about the answer that I can give for this question, guys. I cannot go behind this. So hope, guys, you have liked the answer that I have given for this question. So in the next session, I'm going to answer another interview question. Till then, see you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question hash 8. That is, can you write possible test cases for testing a pencil? If I have to write the possible test cases for testing a pencil, I'll write something like this. Okay, the first test case will be I'll check the dimensions of the pencil. Okay, the given pencil is according to the specified dimensions of the company or not. Okay, dimensions of the pencil, like what is the height of the pencil, what is the width of the pencil, and all other dimensions of the pencil, I'll check first. Next, what I'll check next is I'll check whether the look and feel of that. Okay, look and feel of the pencil is proper or as per the specifications or not. Okay, as specified, the look and feel of the pencil are there or not. You see, the outer color of the pencil should be in red color, and there should be some black borders, like that. If there is a requirement, like the pens how the pencil has to be, okay, by the company, then whether the manufactured pencil is according to the specified look and feel or not, I'll check. That is the second one. Then what's the third one? I'll check whether brand details of the pencil are printed properly on the pencil. You see, if you take any pencil, guys, on the pencil there will be some brand details mentioned. Okay, the name of the brand that has manufactured this pencil, right, with proper details as per the expected details. The brand details are there on the provided on the pencil or not. That is one another test case I will create. I'll test. Then what? Then I will sharpen this pencil. Okay, whether I am able to, okay, whether I am able to sharpen this pencil, given pencil, okay, using regular sharpeners. Okay, regular sharpeners available in the market. Okay, so we generally have regular sharpeners available in the market for all the pencils, right? Whether this pencil we are able to sharpen using the sharpeners. Okay, without sharpening, how can we use the pencil? There's no use, right? So all the different type of sharpeners can I use for sharpening the pencil or not? I'll check next. Next what? So I'll be checking next. Next test case will be able to, okay, able to write properly using pencil. Okay, using this pencil, given pencil, whether I'm able to write properly, and also, okay, the written text, the pencil written text is properly visible and written or not. Okay, able to write properly using pencil, and also the written text is properly visible or not. That is the next thing I'll check. And what else? So I'm able to write on different things. Like for example, the pencil is not only meant for a paper, right? Some people, you see the pencil can be used by many people, not only students, guys. Okay, so different people use a pencil, and different things they will write using the pencil. Okay, let's say there is a student, he will write using the pencil on the books. But if you give the same pencil to some tailor or someone, okay, he'll be actually using that pencil to draw the marks on the cloth where he has to do the cuttings. If you give the same pencil to some worker who is working in a construction area, okay, he'll be using the pencil to draw on the walls, okay, wherever he has to make the changes in the architecture or whatever it is, he'll draw using the pencil on the walls, or he may draw on the wooden structures, different type of structures he will draw. So so able to write. So next test case for me will be able to write using pencil on different things like paper, clothes, because different people use pencil for different areas, right? Clothes or wood, okay. Carpenter may use this with woods and etc. Okay, different structures, okay, etc. Next, whatever you have written, are you able to erase or not? Okay, with pencil, the advantage is when you compare pencil with pen, right? With pen it's not so easy to uh, erase the things, but with pencil the main thing that why people use pencil is that you can erase it later. Okay, it doesn't leave very strong marks, and also we can erase it easily. So able to erase, okay, erase the things, okay, erase the writings or marks done by pencil, done using pencil. Okay, able to erase writings or marks done by the pencil, okay, with regular erasers in the market. Okay, general regular erasers erasers, whether it is possible to erase those writings or marks done by that pencil or not. Okay, that's the next one. So what else we can do? Okay, so next thing can be like as like you see, so able to write easily. Okay, able to write with ease using this pencil, right? We are able to write with ease or not. Okay, without any, right, kind of it is very convenient to write with this pencil or not. Okay, able to write with ease or not. Okay, and next is able to write without. Okay, so let's see whether the graphite material, you see in every pencil there will be black color kind of graphite material, right? We can check whether graphite material is material used in the pencil is not breaking easily. So with some pencils, what happens is when you keep writing, right, the right, the graphite part, okay, will keep get breaking and we have to sharpen again. Okay, if you apply some more pressure or something, right, it sometimes even though you don't apply, it will get break easily. Okay, if the quality of the pencil is not good, so then that particular material will break easily. Okay, so that is the next one. You have to check whether the graphite material is kind of bit strong or not. Okay, reasonably strong or not. Next what guys, graphite material is done, and what else is possible then? So what else guys? So there may be some more ideas I got already. So the next idea guys, next idea if I remember is you see, not only using the pencil guys, we need to carry the pencil, right? So able to carry the pencil in in boxes. Okay, generally students will carry them in boxes, right, to the schools and all. Okay, without any problems. If the pencil, given pencil for testing is not actually fitting into that box or something, that is a problem, right? The pen, we should be able to carry inside the boxes because most of the students will carry the pencils inside the boxes. That is possible or not? So like that, many ideas we can think of guys. Whatever the ideas I gave is good, but still more ideas are possible. Okay, we can keep writing. Like how much of content? Okay, so expected amount of content we are able to write with a given pencil. Okay, with a given pencil we are able to write the expect, you see whether the pencil is writing the expected amount of content or not. Okay, so it's completing very fast, or you see it's giving the as per the expectations is writing number of words or the length, how many meters we can write, all those stuff. Okay, that we can check here. Next, overall 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 strength of the pencil. Okay, externally guys. Okay, external strength of the pencil. Okay, if some person takes a pencil and if he can use his two hands to easily break it like this. Okay, it should not happen, right? At least some sort of strength should be there in the pencil. If someone can break it like this, that's not a good idea. At least overall strength of the pencil is good or not. Okay, reasonably good or not. Okay, like that guys, you can keep on creating a lot of test cases. Okay, these are all the ideas guys, these ideas we can create for the pencil. Okay, so these ideas can be converted into test cases. These are all, each and every idea here I mentioned in this diagram is nothing but a test case. Okay, test case for testing the pencils. Fine, that is a test case for testing the pencil. So so hope guys you got the answer. Like how can you write have written possible test cases for testing a pencil guys. Okay, these are my ideas. Like this many ideas we can get. So you can get even more ideas. Okay, so apart from whatever I have written here, I written most of them, but you can even get more ideas out of box. You can think and get more possible test cases for testing a pencil here. Each and every idea that I represented is nothing but a test case for testing the pencil. So with this guys, I'm done answering this question, and in the next session, I'll be answering another question on software testing. See you there. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question #9. That is, how do you test OTP? That is, one-time password feature in applications. In order to answer this question, we should have a basic knowledge on this OTP feature. OTP stands for one time password. and it is implemented by the applications to enhance the security measures. So for example, let's say there is a net banking application where the people can transfer amount from their account to other accounts. Okay. So before they transfer the accounts, this kind of banking applications will send an OTP for you. Okay. So that if you are the real person who has a account with this bank, then only you can perform the transaction. Okay. Otherwise, you will not receive the OTP for your email or mobile number and you will not be able to perform the transaction. So it's just to confirm whether you are the actual customer of the bank who is actually doing the transaction of this amount and all. Because other people should not be able to transfer your amount, right? That's what the OTP is generally used. Okay, it's only one example, guys. There are other areas also. Okay, different applications will send OTP for different reasons, for identification purposes and for transaction purposes and many more cases. Okay, this is what is the OTP feature overall. But if I am the person who is actually testing this OTP feature, what I will test, okay? What I will test as part of the OTP, I'll tell you. So I'll be creating some ideas, guys, for testing here before you. So first thing is whether the application, okay, whether the application I'm sending, if it has to send an OTP, is it actually generating the OTP or not? Okay, application is sending the OTP or not. Okay. If the application is sending OTP, whether the OTP is being sent to the registered, okay, whether the OTP is being sent to the registered customers to their mobile or, okay, to their mobile or email addresses or not. Okay. To the registered customers only OTP need to be sent. And next thing I'll check here is whether the OTP that is being sent to the registered customers mobile emails, okay, is sent in the without any much delay or not. Okay, OTP is being sent without much delay or not. Okay, without much delay, whether the OTP is being sent or not. That is another test case. Okay, another test case. This is how I can perform testing, guys. And let's say there may be some situations where, okay, uh, fine, okay, the OTP is sent. Let's assume that if I enter that OTP, okay, when I input the OTP, okay, if I input the OTP, when I input the OTP, the transaction, whatever the transaction I'm going to perform, right? Transaction is approved or not. Okay. When I input the valid OTP that is received from the bank to my mobile or email address, that particular valid OTP is being accepted or not for doing the transaction or whatever it is. Okay. What if I enter invalid OTP? Okay. I enter a invalid or wrong OTP. Okay. If I enter a invalid or wrong OTP, then the transaction should not be approved. Okay, transaction or the process should not be approved. Okay, should not be approved. This is another test case I will test. Now sometimes what happens is we'll generate the OTP, okay, and you will not utilize the OTP, guys. Okay, after the application generates an OTP, after you generate the OTP from the application and that OTP is being sent to your mobile or email, then you will not use the OTP. Okay, over a period of time what happens is OTP will expire. Okay, that expired OTP, okay, that you have not utilized, expired OTP should not work, guys. Okay, should not work. So after some time you come back and then the OTP by the time is expired, and if you still use the expired OTP to do your transaction, if the transaction is approved, that is a problem, guys. Okay, the expired OTP should not work for you. And sometimes what happens is due to some network issues or something, when you generate the OTP, the first time when you attempt, guys, OTP may not be sent to your mobile phone or email address. Okay, again you need to generate the OTP. Okay, so second time, third time. So option two, option two, generate OTP second or second and third time. Okay, if the first OTP is not received. Okay, if you have not received OTP in the first attempt, in the previous attempt, okay, should be possible. You see, application should allow you to generate more OTPs, like 3 times at least. Okay, First OTP has not received, you will again generate the OTP, and there will be some timer. Okay, and after that timer, you should be able to send one more OTP to your mobile or email. Okay, an attempt to generate more OTPs should be possible if the first previous OTPs have not received. Okay, that's one thing. In some cases, guys, in some applications, what happens is whether I am able to generate the OTPs for second and third time is this one. Okay, okay, able to generate OTP second and third time if not received the previous attempt OTPs are not required. Okay, not received should be possible. In some applications, guys, able to generate OTP call. Okay, if after 2 or 3 times, guys, if OTP is not really received to your mobile or email, in that case, there should be an option to generate OTP call. Okay, so finally, a call will be received to your mobile phone, which will speak about your OTP. Okay, so able to generate OTP call if OTP via SMS is not received to our to mobile. Okay, to registered mobile, etc. Okay, like this. These are the options should be there. You see, I'm just keeping on testing the OTP functionality because all these things I need to test. Next thing, guys. Okay, let's say sometimes what happens is when you generate the OTP will not come, and again you generate the OTP. Suddenly two OTPs will come. The old OTP will come, the new OTP, the latest generated OTP will come. Okay, when old and new OTPs arrive to our registered mobiles or emails, okay, then old OTP should no more work, should no more work, and only the latest received OTP should work. Okay, the, you see sometimes the OTP will not be received, again you generate, and after some time when the network is good, right, again you will get two OTPs, old will come, new will come, but in that old should not work, new only should work. Okay, newly generated OTP should uh, override the old OTP. Old OTP should automatically expire when new OTP is generated. That's what is another test. Next thing is OTP should not be simple so that people can guess it, right? OTP should not be simple, guys. Okay, if a simple OTP is coming, we can easily guess. Okay, there is a next possibility of OTP is this one. People should not be able to guess the OTP. So OTP should be kind of very random and it should not be guessable. Whether the OTP that is being sent to my mobile or a registered email address is not guessable or not is another test I'll do. Okay. So what else? Okay. Thing is OTP should be case sensitive. So if there is a capital letter in the OTP, we should not accept the lowercase letter. Okay. So if there is a symbol, it should accept the symbol. Okay. Capital letter is capital letter. Lowercase exact OTP should be accepted. If you change uppercase, lowercase, it should not be allowed. Okay. So that is another one. Then what else? What else we can think about OTPs, guys? A lot of things I have already mentioned here. So what else is possible apart from this? OTP should not be simple so that people can guess. OTP should be case sensitive and all. I think I covered a lot already, guys. Let's see if I have missed any ideas. Okay. Okay, and many other. That's it, guys. Okay. So and one more thing. I think the one idea I missed here is single OTP should not be used for multiple transactions. Okay, only one OTP should be used for one transaction. Again, if you are performing another transaction, another OTP need to be created. Okay, OTP single OTP. Okay, single OTP should not be allowed for performing multiple transactions. Okay, and you see single OTP should not be allowed for performing multiple transactions. Random OTP need to be generated and sent to the customers. Okay, should be sent to the customers. Okay, so you see, if 1 2 3 4 came, next time 1 2 3 5 came, that is guessable, right? That kind of sequential. Okay, sequential OTPs should not be sent. Okay, that is sequential OTPs should not be sent. Okay, should not be sent. That's another one. Any other things? Okay, so fine. So yes, there's one more thing, guys. Okay, OTP should expire. Okay, should have some expiry time. Every OTP should have some expiry time. Okay, after that time, the OTP should expire, guys. Okay, if not, then that is a problem. So like this, guys, many more are possible, guys. Many more tests are possible here. Okay, whatever apart from whatever I have written here, many other things are also possible. So I'm just writing a good number of tests I have already written. Okay, if I have to test the OTP, I will be testing like this. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. How do you test OTP feature in the applications? So in the next video session, I'll answer another software testing interview question. Meet you there, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 10. That is, what are the essentials of software testing? Let me answer. The following are the essentials that are required to perform software testing. Let me explain all this for you now. There are mainly 6 essentials to perform software testing. The first essential is test strategy. Test strategy is the first essential. So what is this test strategy? Test strategy is all about approach, guys. Okay, what is your approach for testing? How differently you're going to perform testing? Every company has its own approach or way for performing the testing, the complete process or approach, you can say. Okay, where you can include the best practices, the differentiators, and all those stuff. How optimized you're going to perform testing. I don't want to dig deep, but it's an approach, guys. Okay, what is your strategy? What is your approach for performing the testing? Okay, that is what is test strategy. Then next one is test plan. You see, before you do something, you need to plan, right? For example, in the real world, if you want to construct a building, you cannot directly construct the building, right? First, you have to prepare a plan. Okay, you have to prepare a plan. You have to think about how many days, how many workers are going to work on that, who you are going to give the contract for. A lot of things are there to plan before you start actual construction of that building. In simple words, okay. In software also same thing, guys. Okay, in software also same thing. Here we have to plan. Okay, how you are going to perform software testing on the given application, you have to plan in advance, like which team is going to work, who is going to be working as which role. Okay, is there any manager who will take care of the escalations? What are the deliverables, like what you are going to deliver as part of this software testing? Then what are the artifacts that you are going to create as part of this process? Like then what are the functionalities that are in scope, out of scope for this application? Then how are you going to report the defects? Or it can be scheduled, like at what time you're going to start and finish up the works, that schedule kind of things. Okay, then what are the different roles and responsibilities between the client and the company and the software testing team, and many other stuff, guys. Okay, a lot of like this. Okay, so we'll plan in advance, guys. Okay, we'll plan in advance. So after test strategy, we'll create a test plan. Okay, so test plan will contain all this stuff like schedule, the order in which the work will be done, and all those stuff. Okay, so that is what is test plan. Now next thing, coming to the third one, we will create test cases, right? As part of testing, we have to create test cases. You see, if you take one functionality, for example, if you are testing just one functionality like login functionality, for that login functionality, we have to create test cases, guys. Okay, so we in a document or in a tool. Okay, if the company provides a tool to create the test case, we will create a test case inside the tool, or if we can also create the test case inside a document like Excel files and all those stuff. Okay, so for a login functionality, there can be multiple test cases possible. Okay, positive and negative test cases, and many test cases are possible. Login with valid credentials. Okay, login with invalid credentials. Login with valid username, invalid password. Login without providing the credentials. Login with invalid username and valid password. Okay, so reset the password and try to log in. if you keep on thinking, guys, lot of test cases will come. Okay, log in without using your mouse, only by using keyboard you have to log in. Okay, like that, many, okay, log in from different environments, okay, different test environments, not in a single environment. Like that, many things are possible, guys. For a single functionality, multiple test cases are possible. So here, as part of test cases, we will draft the our test ideas for testing the each and every functionality of the application that is there in scope as part of the test cases, guys. Okay. Later, after we create the test cases, we have to run these test cases so that the test case will either pass or fail. If the test cases passes, no problem. If the test cases fails, okay, as per the given requirements, we create these test cases. And while testing the test cases, if one test case is one or few test cases are not actually according to the requirements and they have behaving differently from the expectations, then we are going to report the defects, right? So that's what is the role of the test cases in testing. Then next one, test strategy, test plan, test cases. Then what else we have in the testing essentials? We have next one as test data, guys. Okay, test data. You see, we should not give less importance to test data, guys. Test data plays a very important role. Okay, it plays a very big role in testing. Okay, so you see, if you are using a normal data or something, right? If you are just preparing the data on the fly and performing the testing, what happens? You may get some results. Okay, you may think that the application is working fine. Tomorrow, if you get some other type of data, if you give some other type of data which is generally used in real time, what happens is you will get some defects, guys. Okay, so there's a possibility that by changing the test data, there is a possibility of getting the defects, guys. Okay, because it may seem that the application functionality is working fine. The moment if you try to give good amount of data to the application, there is a possibility that because of that new type of test data, the application functionality which was working fine may fail, guys. Okay, so we have to give good importance to test data preparation. Okay, while performing testing. Okay, simply testing doesn't matter. Okay, giving the proper data while testing is important, guys. Especially if you can give the realistic data, okay, which can be which the users will use the application in real time, right? The type of the data that users generally enter during the real time, where they actually use the application, right? That kind of data, if you are able to prepare, okay, we will be able to find most of the defects. Then next one is test environments. Okay, test environments. Test environments. Test environments are also important, guys. Okay, testing is just in for example, if an application is given to you and that application, if you are simply testing in one browser, that's not enough, guys. Okay, because the not everyone will open that. For example, you are testing an application in Chrome browser and everything is passing, so you cannot conclude that the application functionality is working fine and testing is complete. We cannot say that, guys. Okay, because every application need to be tested in all the supported environments, because in real time the users will not only use a given application in only Chrome browser. They may use in Firefox browser, some people will use in Opera browser, some people will use in Edge browser, some people will use in IE browser, Safari browser, and so on. Okay, so as software testers, we need to cover all the test environments. Okay, we need to test the application in all the test environments, guys. Okay, so that's why it's not just browsers, guys. It's all about the operating systems. Okay, for example, yeah, if you are testing some desktop software, the desktop software can be installed in Windows, Mac, Linux, different flavors of Linux, and so on. You see, each and everything, each and every variation is a test environment. Okay, it can be browser version change, different browsers, or operating system, different versions of operating system, different type devices. Sometimes you have to test an application in mobile device, sometimes you have to test in desktop. Okay, some that is laptops and all those stuff, different type of desktops. So it's a very big story, guys. Test environments. Okay, test environments, we have to make sure our application is working in all the supported test environments that generally the real public is going to use. Okay, fine. Then the last testing essentially is application itself, guys. Okay, application under test. Without application, how can we perform testing, right? Application under test. So test strategy, test plan, test cases, test data, test environments, and application under test. Okay, so if you don't have the application ready for testing, how can we perform testing? That's why I'm saying application under test is a testing essential. Okay, so these are the testing essentials, guys. that are required for performing software testing. Okay, test strategy, test plan, test cases, test data, test environments, and application under test. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So in the next session, I'm going to answer another interview question on software testing. Till then, see you, bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 11. That is, what is required for a tester to know before testing software applications? Let me answer this question. There are several things that a software tester need to know before performing the testing of the actual application. First thing is understanding the requirements. Okay, understanding the application, guys. By understanding the requirements and other stuff, we have to understanding the application is the first one. If you don't understand anything in the application, or if you don't understand any requirements of the application, we need to clarify them. Okay, we need to ask the doubts and clarify them. First important thing that every tester need to do before starting the testing is understand the application, guys, that they are going to test. Second thing is domain knowledge. Every application has some domain, right? For example, there are banking related applications, then there are like education related applications, there are finance related applications. No matter which domain the application falls into, okay, we need to have the domain knowledge. For example, if you are going to test e-commerce application like Amazon or Flipkart kind of application, if you are going to test, you should have some e-commerce knowledge, domain knowledge. Okay, so we should gain some domain knowledge in advance before we start the testing of the application. Next thing is what functionalities we have to test. Okay, before you start the testing, you need to know we need to test all the functionalities of the application, or only few functionalities of the application are in scope and few functionalities of the application may not be in scope, guys. Okay, so we need to find out what functionalities are there in scope. Okay, in scope and out of scope functionalities, okay, we have to know. So because every time we cannot assume that we have to test the entire application. Okay, the application may be very big, and the client may ask you to only test some portion of the application. So which portion of the application you have to test, what is in scope for you, that you have to know before you start the testing. Next thing, test data, guys. Okay, test data. Test data plays a very important role in testing, guys. Okay, so in the beginning itself, okay, before you start testing the application, just find out if the client people have any existing real time data or not. Okay, the application is already there, maybe the real end users are already using, there is a chance that the realistic data may be there with the client. Okay, that can be copied from the database and all those stuff. Okay, you can ask the client for the data, because we should give a importance, utmost importance to the test data, guys. We have to prepare the test data, and if required, we can collect the test data that is already available with the client and so on, guys. Okay, that is very very important. Okay, test data plays a major role in testing, and it will be able to find if you are able to use proper test data while testing the application, you will find most of the defects, guys. Okay, that's that's much important it is. Okay, don't neglect the data, guys, and don't collect the data at the end of the project and all. Try to collect the data that is required for testing the application in the beginning itself. Okay, from the client and all, if there is a possibility. Okay, so test data plays an important role. So collecting the test data and preparing the test data is another thing that we can do. Then next one is test environments. Okay, test environments, guys. Okay, you will not be testing the application only in one environment, right? Like Chrome browser, it's not done, right? Once you test in Chrome browser, it's not done. You have to test in other browsers like which are popular in the market apart from Chrome, like Firefox, Internet Explorer, Edge, Safari, Opera, and so on. Okay, what are the different test environments in which you have to test your application? It may not be browsers always, it may be operating systems, it may be devices, and so on. Okay, so what are the different test environments in which we have to test the application? We should be clear. Okay, before you start testing the application, we should be clear which environments we should be testing the application. So understanding the application, domain knowledge, in scope and out of scope functionality, and functionality. This is test data. Next one is test data for testing, then test environments. Then what else is required, guys? So you see, every application has this front end and back end technologies. It's good to know, guys. Okay, the different front end technologies and back end technologies that are implemented for developing the application. Okay, what are whatever the application that you are going to test, that application is using which front end technologies and which back end technologies, like which database and all those stuff. Okay, technologies are used, front end technologies like JavaScript, Angular JS, React JS, okay, that kind of things. Better to know. Then we need to know what are the different types of testing. Okay, we need to know what types of testing we need to perform on the application. Okay, it's not just every time we'll not test only one type of testing, right? We have to perform different types of testing. Sometimes we have to perform accessibility testing. Okay, so security testing, performance testing, functional testing, automation testing, or what type of testing we have to perform. Okay, testing types to be performed. Simply we cannot directly start testing the application, right? We need to know which type of testings we have to perform: functional, non-functional, automation, manual. Like that, we have to know all the types of testing that are required for the application to be tested. Okay, so testing types to be performed. Next thing is the business of the, okay, business of the application, what this application business is all about. Okay, for example, if you take an e-commerce application like Amazon, what is the purpose of the business? Selling and, okay, selling the goods and purchasing the goods online. Okay, selling and purchasing the goods online is e-commerce application like Amazon and Flipkart. So what is the business? Okay, what is the business? It's based in India or it's across the world. You are selling the products or something like. So I'll be writing the client business here. Okay, what is the client application business? Okay, so without knowing what the business, what business this application is going to make and all those stuff, there is no use of testing, right? We have to understand the application. Okay, in business point of view. Then next, client business regarding this application. And next one is like, in real time how the users are going to use the application. Okay, real time usage of application by real users. Okay, how the real users are going to use the application and get benefited. Okay, what is the actual realistic use of the application? We have to understand, try to understand that. Okay, we just need to try to understand this. Okay, I hope these are the things, guys. Understanding the application, domain knowledge, in scope and out of scope functionalities, what types of testing need to be performed, and yeah, accordingly, guys, we have to plan our tools also, right? Based on the types of the testing. For example, if someone say automation testing is also there, like which automation tool? Okay, types of testing to be performed and tools, which tools we are going to use, we have to know. And different test environments, test data, then client business and real usage of the application by real users, we have to know. Front and back end technologies, we have to know. Okay, so all these things, if you know in advance before you start testing applications, right, then it is going to be good, guys. Okay, so that will be a well planned move. Understanding the application, domain knowledge, in scope, out of scope functionality, test data, test environments, front end and back end technologies used by for building the application, testing types to be performed, and the tools need to be selected for during the testing and all those stuff for performing the testing. Client business, all about the application is all about which client business. Okay, then real time usage of application by real end users. So guys, this is the answer for this question, guys. Okay, so I think I covered all the areas now. So with this, I'm done answering this question. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question. Till then, bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 12. That is, what are desktop applications? Let me answer. Any application that can be installed on your computer or laptop or PC having an operating system is nothing but a desktop application. You can install such kind of applications on your computer having an operating system like Windows 11, or an operating system like Mac operating system, or an operating system like Linux operating system. Okay, if you can install the applications on your computer or laptops having different operating system like this, they are nothing but the desktop applications, guys. Okay, for example, in Windows machine, if you have to install such applications, we install using the .exe files. Okay, the applications will have the .exe files, and using the .exe files we can install the applications on the Windows machines. For example, in Mac machine, if you have to install such kind of desktop applications, we install them using the DMG files. Okay, they'll have an extension like .dmg. We have to download such kind of .dmg files of the required software and install them. Similarly, in Linux, guys, we have dep files. Okay, using the dep files we can install. So not always we have to install the applications, guys. Okay, not always we have to install the desktop applications. We also have some default applications. You see, by default, in your operating system, some desktop applications will be there. For example, one of the example default application is this paint application. Okay, you see, I have not installed this Paint desktop application in my machine. It came by default with this Windows operating system. Okay, with along with the Windows operating system, I got this Paint. I don't have to explicitly or separately install the .exe file in this Windows machine to get this Paint application. And these desktop applications can also be called as standalone applications. Okay, so we can also call these desktop applications as standalone applications. So let me give some examples of the desktop applications. You can either install the desktop applications using the exe files, DMG, and all those stuff, or some applications will come by default. So few examples of the desktop applications or standalone applications are, one of the example is Skype. Okay, so Skype is one of the application, guys. Now we have this team, Microsoft Teams. Okay, now it's nowadays everyone is using Microsoft Teams, right? That is also a desktop application. We have to install that softwares, right? Microsoft Teams or Skype. If you want to use, you have to install them. Next one is Adobe PDF. Okay, if you want to read any PDF content or documents in your Windows machine or anything, you have to install this Adobe PDF reader, right? This is a software. So this is a desktop or standalone application. Like every browser, guys. For example, here you are watching this notes in the Chrome browser, right? I have browsed this application in a Chrome browser. So how can I get this Chrome browser? I have to install this Chrome browser, guys. Okay, Chrome browser doesn't come by default in my machine, but Edge browser comes by default. I don't have to. You see, in this machine, in this Windows machine, Edge browser comes by default. I don't have to install because this is from Microsoft. So along with the Windows 11, I'll get this Edge browser. So this is a default application, whereas Chrome browser is something I have to explicitly install and use. Okay, using the exe file of the Chrome browser, I have to install the Chrome browser and then use it. Okay, so all this Chrome browser, Edge browser, and this Adobe PDF, and then Paint, which comes by default. Just now I showed you, right? This is a Paint application which comes by default. All these are the examples of the desktop applications, guys, which are also known as standalone applications. Okay, fine. So hope, guys, you got the answer for this question. What are desktop applications? The applications that can be installed on your computer, laptops having the operating systems are none other than the desktop applications. They can also be called as standalone applications. And these desktop applications, standalone applications, okay, can also come by default. For example, Paint application is a also a desktop applications which we don't have to explicitly install. Okay, so that's my answer for this question, guys. See you in the next session, where I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 13, that is how to test desktop applications. Let me answer. First of all, we need to understand what exactly are these desktop applications. Desktop applications are also known as standalone applications. These applications we have to install in our computer machines having different operating systems like Windows, Mac, Linux. So we can install such kind of desktop applications or standalone applications using exe files. Okay, we have to download the software of the application in the form of exe file, or in case of Windows, DMG file in case of Mac, okay, then dep files in case of Linux, and those files or application files we have to download and install. That is one way. In some cases, guys, these desktop applications, that is standalone applications, come by default with the operating system itself. For example, if you take an example like Paint software, okay, Paint software application, you don't have to separately download and install the Paint software in your machine, right? If you have Windows operating system, Paint software comes by default, guys. Okay, we don't have to install that using exe files or whatever it is. But other kind of applications, like for example, Adobe Adobe Reader, okay, which that software can be used for reading the PDF files in your machine. That will not come by default in your machine. Okay, you have to explicitly go to the website of that particular Adobe and then download the Adobe Reader, and we have to install it and use it for reading the PDF files. Like many softwares we have to install, guys. Okay, which doesn't come by default. So desktop applications, that is standalone applications, can be installed or they come by default. Okay, so few examples of these desktop applications are Eclipse IDE. Okay, so this particular Eclipse IDE is an editor software which you can use for writing the code, creating the projects in Java projects, and so on, guys. Okay, I'll show you. So this is an example of the Eclipse. Okay, which is a desktop application. I have to install the exe file. Using the exe file, I have installed this software in my Windows machine. Okay, So similarly, we have this Evernote. Okay, I generally use this Evernote for writing the notes, guys. Okay, this is also another software which I have to download using the download the exe file of this Evernote software from their official website and install and use it. Okay, so I can maintain all my notes here like that. And Paint I don't have to explicitly go and download and install in my machine. By default, Paint software comes by default, guys. Okay, I don't have to explicitly download and install. It comes by default with my operating system. Okay, whatever the Windows operating system I'm having. So with that, Paint came by default. I have not installed. So some application softwares will come by default. Okay, some desktop application softwares come by default with the operating system. Okay, now you understood what exactly are the desktop applications and some examples of the desktop applications. Now let me come to the point, like how to actually test such kind of desktop applications. In order to test the desktop applications, guys, the important thing is, for example, if you take this kind of software like Eclipse IDE and Evernote, okay, which doesn't come by default with the operating system, how to actually install them, right? So here I need to also check the installation process, guys. Okay, so whether I'm able to install it properly or not. Okay, a lot of times I have to try like different ways of installation. Some softwares, you know, right, they come with different options during the installation. That is okay, simple install, custom install, advanced installation options will be there. So some options will come like accept the agreement kind of options will come during the installation wizard, right? When you try to install a software, you may get an installation wizard which will ask you to select the agreements and all those stuff. Okay, so all these installation wizard options are working fine or not. Some softwares while installing, right, they'll tell you that okay, at this location the software is getting installed. Okay, so whether the same location that is displayed on the installation wizard is being used for installing the software or not, we have to check. Okay, after installing we have to go to that particular location in our machine and see whether any installation files got created at that location after installing the software. Like that, many installation checks we can do, guys. So next thing, guys, uninstallation testing. Okay, so it's not only about installation, guys. Okay, when you uninstall a software, you can go to the control panel, uninstall software, and you know, right, for example, if you want to uninstall, generally go to the control panel, uninstall a program, and you will try to uninstall a software from this. These are all desktop softwares, right? Desktop applications, that is standalone applications. So once you uninstall the softwares from your machine, are they properly uninstalled or not? That also matters, guys. Okay, installation matters, uninstallation also matters. So cleanly they are getting uninstalled or not. Okay, when you install, whatever that has to be installed is getting installed and we are able to use the application or not. We have to check. Not only that, guys, after checking the installation and uninstallation of this desktop applications, we have to also check the functionality. We have to perform functional testing of the software. Okay, whether the installed software is working fine in our machine or not. Okay, we are able to use the functionality of the application that we actually do, right. As part of software testing, we actually test the functionality of the application or software. In case of desktop applications also, we have to test the functioning of the application. Fine, according to the requirements, it is there or not, and it is working or not, whether the given functionalities are actually working when we select the options or not, we have to check as part of the functional testing. Now coming to the compatibility testing. Okay, in desktop application testing, guys, compatibility testing plays a major role, guys. Okay, it's very major role it will play because the desktop software has to be available. Okay, if a company wants to develop a desktop application software, it has to make sure that that particular desktop application software is available for different operating system, different versions of the operating system, different configurations of the operating system, and prerequisite software. Okay, if anything is required, we have to take care. So compatibility testing plays a major role. Okay, so in fact there are some software applications, guys, which have to work in different operating system languages also, like English operating system, English Windows, and Chinese Windows, Japanese Windows, Korean Windows, like that. Many language packs will be there. Okay, it's not just the operating system, guys. Operating system may contain language packs, service packs, update packs, different versions, Windows 7, Windows 10, Windows 11, like the different operating system versions will be there. Again, if you go for different operating system, we have Windows, Mac, Linux. In Linux we have different flavors like Ubuntu, Debian. Okay, and many more. Okay, and many more are there in the Linux also. So, and also some configurations, guys. Okay, so before you install a software, it will ask you like, okay, for example, when you try to install Eclipse IDE without you install Java, right, it may not get installed. Okay, so Eclipse IDE to launch needs Java, guys. Okay, Java first need to be installed, then only Eclipse IDE will be launching on the top of the Java. Some prerequisite software is required, guys. Okay, and some cases some configurations, right, after you set some, for some particular, for particular softwares to be installed, you have to set some configurations in your machine, you have to change some system settings in your machine, then only you can install such kind of software. So this all comes into compatibility testing, guys. Okay, so whether our desktop application software is working on the all supported test environments is a big deal, guys. But you see, procuring such kind of different test environments is also a difficult task, right? So if you have to test a software application which works in different operating systems, like different operating systems and different versions of the operating system, like Windows 7, Windows 10, okay, Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 8.1, Windows 10, Windows 11, and so on. And also it works on Mac, older Mac operating system and latest of Mac operating systems, different type of Mac machines, and Linux flavors, different of, if it is working on so many operating systems, is it possible for us to purchase so many laptops having different operating systems? No, guys, it will be very costly affair, right? It is a costly affair, guys. We cannot go to such extent like purchasing for each and every operating system and for each and every operating system version, service pack, language pack, right? We cannot get that many number of laptop or something. We cannot create such kind of big lab. So to solve that problem, guys, generally when you are performing, when you are testing desktop applications, right, we generally use some kind of virtual and test environment creation softwares. Like there is one example software I'll show you guys, that is VirtualBox. Okay, VirtualBox is one of the software, guys. Okay, using this kind of VirtualBox software, a lot of things are possible, guys. I'll tell you what is possible using this VirtualBox. For example, we will see some screenshots of the VirtualBox. You see, in your host operating system, in your host laptop having this Windows, let's say I have Windows 11 operating system, suddenly I need to test my software in the Linux Ubuntu operating system. Is it possible? In Windows 11, can I test Ubuntu? No, in Windows 11, only Windows 11 will be there. But how can I get Ubuntu in my Windows operating system? For that, guys, I'll first install the software like virtual softwares, like virtual test environment creation softwares like VirtualBox. Okay, as shown in the screenshot, guys, I cannot show explicitly here, but as you can see in the screenshot here, you see this VirtualBox. With the help of this software, right, we can launch multiple environments in a single machine. Okay, so host operating system is Windows 11. On the top of the Windows 11, you can install this VirtualBox software, and using the VirtualBox software, you can launch multiple test environments. That means from Windows, I can, you see, in the Windows machine, I can get Linux, guys. Okay, Linux in the opened in the VirtualBox software, we can open this Linux Ubuntu operating. This is a Linux Ubuntu operating system. Okay, I don't need a separate PC for getting this Linux. I just simply install this VirtualBox. After installing the VirtualBox, guys, then in that I'll set up this Linux Ubuntu operating system, and then can start using that in one of the virtual machines. Okay, so I can create the virtual machines in my original machines, and in that virtual machines I can run the Ubuntu. Fine. So, and there are other softwares also. Okay, virtual machine is also another type of software, guys. Okay, so this also can be used. Okay, this also can be used. Virtual machine also can be. Virtual machine is another software, guys. Okay, which is similar to what you can say VirtualBox. Okay, if you can see in this image, guys, you see as shown in this image. Let me see. As shown in this image, guys, as shown in this image, on the host machine, they have the Windows 10 operating system, and you see they are launching another virtual environment here. You see they are launching another virtual environment here, right? So in that, another Windows 10 is available. So like we can open a test environment in the form of a window, guys. Okay, that's what is possible with the virtual softwares, virtual test environment creation softwares like VirtualBox or virtual. Okay, VirtualBox or virtual machines, all those stuff. Okay, so what else is there? Any images are there so that I can show you more? You see here, here Ubuntu is running here, Windows 8 is running on this, Windows 10 Pro is, you see, in a single machine how many operating systems you can launch, like just like launching a launching a window, we can launch the operating systems in our machines. In this Windows 11, I can launch this Ubuntu, I can launch this Windows 10 Pro, Windows 10 Professional, and so on, guys. Okay, this is all possible with the help of the virtual environments. So when you are performing desktop application testing, we don't purchase those many number of required laptops having different operating systems and versions that are supporting our application for testing, right? So we just use this kind of software and launch the required operating systems on the fly, and then once completed, right, we'll delete the environments and all those stuff. Okay, we'll maintain or delete the environments. Because, and not only that, guys, it's not only about why we use the virtual environments is not only about right, it's not just about having the having have to test in different operating systems and version. It's not only about that requirement. The requirement for the virtual environments is even bigger, because you see, every time you have to install, what happens when you install, the environment will get corrupted a bit, right? Once you install a software, once you uninstall, you are not clear whether the software has been properly uninstalled or not, right? Next time you install, there may be some problem with installation, right? So that's another problem, guys. Okay, with installation, some files will come. With uninstallation, some files will go. If there is a problem with installation and uninstallation of this particular software you are testing, it's kind of very not so easy, right? Whether we are testing in a proper environment or not, we don't know. Okay, which time which files got installed in our machine, we don't know, right? So that's the reason, guys, if you use a virtual environment, there is something known as states management. Okay, I'll show you virtual uh, virtual box states. Okay, virtual box states, like that I'll say. Virtual box, there is something like snapshots, guys. Okay, you can save the state of the operating system, guys. Okay, let's say before you install any software, you can save one state, and after that you install a software, the software that you want to test. Okay, after installing that software, guys, let's say you want to uninstall, you uninstalled it, but again, if you want to install, you are not sure whether the environment is kind of neat and clean or not, because already you installed and made it corrupt, right? So you can go to the previous snapshot where you have saved the state where software is not actually installed. You just move to the state so that it will be again clean. Again, you can start installing with full confidence. So we can even restore, guys. Okay, we can move from one state to another state. For example, sometimes we have to test on Windows 10 Service Pack 1. After that, on the top of that, you have to install some updates and again test it. So let's say before you install the updates on the Windows 10, you take a snapshot of that state where Windows 10 is only there without updates being installed. After that, then you install the updates and take a snapshot. Take another snapshot, that is saving the state of the operating system when updates are installed. Now you can move between the states. Suppose at sometimes we have to install the software on a Windows 10 which is not updated, or sometimes we have to test the software on the Windows 10 which is actually updated. Like that kind of situations will come in real time, guys, where we have to move between the different states of the software. Every time we cannot keep on installing the software operating system, right? That will take a lot of time. So simply saving the state. That kind of saving the states is possible with the help of this virtual environment softwares like VirtualBox, virtual machines. They provide the options, guys. Okay, they provide the options to save the states of the operating system and all those stuff. Okay, let me show you one example, guys. Okay, I already have this virtual box in my machine. Let me search for virtual box. I already installed this software, guys, earlier. Okay, it's already installed in my machine. It is a open source and free, guys. You can actually install it. You can download the exe file by going to the official website of this virtual box and download and install, guys. Simple steps. After that, you will get this software. Just open this. You see, I already created a virtual machine here. Okay, this Ubuntu is also open source and free, guys. You can try this sample operating system. Okay, Ubuntu is free. You can go to the official website of Ubuntu and download the right ISO file for the Ubuntu that you have to pass here while installing. Now let me start this, guys. Let me start this Ubuntu operating system in my machine. So this is a virtual environment, guys. Okay, that I'm going to launch the virtual environment in Windows 11. I'm launching the Ubuntu. Okay. So in a while it will be launching, guys. It will take some time to launch. You see, this is a Ubuntu, like this is a one window where Ubuntu is launching. Okay, in this window, the Ubuntu operating system is launching. I don't have to purchase a separate laptop or machine to test any application software on Ubuntu. Okay, it will take a while to launch and all. Okay, this Ubuntu will take some time to launch, guys. Okay, you see, Ubuntu is launching like this. So here, guys, if I go to this machine and you see there is an option like take snapshot. Okay, because I was talking about snapshots, right? So any other thing, view, what is there? virtual screen, input, view, mm, file. You see, if I say, okay, let's wait, guys. Okay, let's say if I say snapshot, guys, you see, it's asking me to take a snapshot and all. Okay, I have to give some name and I can store the, I can save the current state of the software. Okay, operating system. This environment state I can store, save. That's what is possible with the help of the text snapshot, guys. Okay, and I can switch between the states and all those stuff. Okay, let it take some time, guys. Okay, by the time I'll be explaining you other topics. You see, Ubuntu is launching here. You see, Ubuntu has launched, and I can take the snapshot. Okay, so I'll show you how to take the snapshot. Now I'll say when you see my desktop is clean, I'm taking a snapshot, guys. Machine takes snapshot. I'll say clean desktop. I'll say so. I'm taking a snapshot of this current state. You see, it's saving the machine state. So next time after saving the state of this, if I install any software and if something goes wrong, what I can do is I can move back to this clean state, guys. Okay, where I have not installed the software, I can come back to this state. It's taking some time to save the snapshot and all. You see, 3 by 4 is there, 9, 6, 7. It's almost done. Like that, I can take the snapshots, guys, and later when I want to move to the other states, we can move, guys. Okay. What else is settings? This settings is different, guys. Okay. File. Then shut down view. Okay. So view. You see there is an option like snapshots. Okay. When I click on the snapshots option, you see there is a current state that is a clean desktop, whatever the snapshot. Earlier, I took one more snapshot here. I can move between these snapshots, guys. Okay. So for now, guys, let's do one thing. I'll just create a new folder here. I'll just name this as Arun. So I just create that folder. Let's see whether the folder is, you see folder is created here. I'll create a snapshot. I'll take another snapshot here. I'll say Arun folder snapshot. Okay. I'm taking the snapshot of this machine when Arun folder is already, after creating the folder, I'm taking a snapshot. Okay. Now, guys, if I want to move to the previous state when the Arun folder is not created, let's assume that this is software I have installed. I want to go to a state when this particular software or this folder is not created. For that, I can click on machine. How to go to the previous snapshot, guys? How to go to the previous snapshot? For that, guys, simply click on this, select snapshots. You see Arun folder is there. I want to go back to this snapshot. So I'm currently at the Arun folder. I want to go to the clean snapshot and how to do that? How to do that actually? So this is delete and all those stuff. Okay, there will be some options to move, guys, actually. So session information. I'll stop this, guys. I'll stop. First of all, if I have to move to the previous state, let me stop the software. So let me shut down. Where is the shutdown option? Or else I'll just simply click on this. Okay, power of the machine directly. You see, after powering of the machine, currently I'm at the Arun folder. I want to go to the clean desktop where I have not created any folder or something. So there is an option coming now. After I power off, I'm getting a restore option. When I select this snapshot, I'll click on this. Restore, I will say. Okay, what is that? Restore, I am saying. I'll simply say restore. That's it. So I got restored to the clean desktop, guys. I just need to start it so that this time when I start, right, I will be at the clean desktop. I'll not have the Arun folder created there. Again, when I want Arun folder, I can even move to the Arun folder because there also I took a snapshot for Arun folder. Okay, I can move between the snapshots, guys. Okay, this is what I am talking about. So this test environments plays a major role in desktop application testing. You see, there is no folder here. Again, if I want to power it off, and now after powering it off, if I want to move to the Arun folder location, I can say restore it, and start this. You see, this time you will be taken directly to the snapshot on my machine where Arun folder is actually created. Okay, let's see. So in a while it will be, you see, Arun folder. Arun folder is available. You see, it's restoring in very fast, in a fast way. It is restoring, guys. Okay. You see, Arun folder is there. Like that, I can move between the snapshots, guys. Okay, that's possible with the help of this kind of virtual softwares. Okay, which manage our virtual test environments, virtual box, virtual machine are different softwares we have in the market. Okay, for this purpose. So they come to use when you are performing compatibility testing, and especially in desktop application testing, guys, this kind of environments are really required because every time we cannot install the software, right? You see, freshly installing the software is not possible. Freshly cleaning is not possible. Your operating system becomes corrupt over a period of time. Okay, when you keep on installing the software. So it's better to have a clean state before installing the software. We'll restore to the previous state when no software is installed. Again install it, again restore, again install it. Like that we do the testing, guys. Okay, fine. Not only this compatibility testing, this is the major point, guys. That's why I explained a lot about compatibility testing in this area. Now, apart from doing the functional testing, functional compatibility testing, installation and installation testing of these desktop applications, we also check the performance of the application, guys. Okay, as usual, any application we generally check the performance, right? If the application is taking too much time to load, okay, if you want, when you are trying to when you are using the application, if the application functionality is appearing on the screen with a lot of delay, then how can you use the application, guys? Okay, especially desktop applications will consume a lot of resources on your machine. Okay, so in that cases performance matters, guys. Okay, performance matters. So some software, if you see in real life also, if you install very big software, sometimes the laptop itself becomes very slow, right? So performance of the application matters, and we have to make sure the application that the computer machine where we are installing this application has the required configurations or not. Everything matters, guys. Okay, so we do performance testing to see whether the speed of the application is good or not, and it is also important while performing the desktop application testing. We have to make sure how much resources are being consumed, how much RAM is consumed by the software, how much CPU is consumed by the software, how much space, disk space the software is taking, is occupying when after you install the software. All these things matter, guys. Okay, how much resources consumes also we test. Then automation testing. Okay, automation testing. We also have to automate this desktop application. We can automate the desktop applications, but Selenium cannot help here. Okay, though Selenium is popular in the market, it can only automate the web applications. The applications which run on the browsers can automate, but the applications that can be installed in your operating system machines like Windows, Mac, and Linux cannot be automated with the help of Selenium. We have to go with other automation tools in the market like UFT Test Complete, Vinium, etc. Vinium is an open source, and UFT Test Complete are the paid ones in the market for automation testing. Okay, so if you don't want to pay any license and you don't want to pay any money and still want to automate the desktop applications, you can go with the open source tools like Vinium. Okay, for automating such kind of desktop applications. So sometimes we need to automate the most of the times we have to automate, guys. Okay, desktop applications too. Then other type of testings are also will be performed: regression testing, sanity testing, smoke testing, accessibility testing. All are common, guys. Okay, whatever we do this kind of testings in all the types of application, not only desktop but web applications, mobile applications. Everywhere we do different types of testing. Here also different type of testings are possible, but the main thing is compatibility, guys. Installation, uninstallation, and compatibility differs from other types of testings, right? Other type of application, and compatibility is a major challenge in desktop application testing because lot of environments we have to set up and test. That will consume lot of time, guys. Okay, taking care of the test environments is it's not like as simple as installing a browser and using that. Okay, not as simple as installing a browser and using that. Here we have to prepare a test environment, do the configurations before you install the software. That will take a lot of time, guys. Okay, half of the day will go for the test environments and half of the day you perform testing. So much difficult it is, right? So this part is very important in desktop application. That's why I'm stressing out a lot here in this area. So hope, guys, you understood how to test desktop applications, right? So with this, guys, I am done answering this question, and in the next session I'm going to answer another interview question for you. Till then, bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 14. That is, what are web applications? Let me answer. All the applications that run on browsers are nothing but the web applications. It can be Chrome browser, it can be Firefox, Opera, Safari, or Edge browser, whatever the browser type is. If an application is running on the browser, that application is nothing but the web application. For example, guys, for example, let me open one browser, let's say Chrome browser. In this Chrome browser, I am running an application. Let's say Amazon.com is the application. So I'm running this application where, guys? In the browser, one of the browsers like Chrome. Okay, you can even run the same Amazon.com in Firefox and Opera and all those stuff. Okay, any application that runs on the browser is nothing but the web application, guys. Here, Amazon.com is a web application because it is running on the browser. It's not running directly on your operating system. You see, for example, if you see this Paint software, this is not running on the browser, right? It's running on your operating system. For example, this uh, what else like Evernote software or whatever it is. This software is also running on your operating system, not running on the browser. But this Amazon.com is running in your browser. That's why Amazon.com is a web application. Any application that runs on the browser is nothing but a web application. There are other examples for the web application apart from Amazon. We have Facebook, guys. You see Facebook also the same thing. Any application that runs on the browser. If someone asks you what exactly the type of the application is facebook.com, you have to say that it is a web application because it's running on the browser. Then wikipedia.org, flipkart.in and many other websites, guys. Okay, these are all web applications, guys. These are all the examples of the web applications because the applications that run on the browsers are nothing but the web applications, and all these applications actually run on the browser only. Fine. So in real time, guys, what happens is these web applications, okay, you are accessing in your browsers, but where exactly the code, the developed code of these web applications is available. Okay, you're accessing this applications in your browser, that's fine. For example, here you're accessing this Amazon.com in your laptop in one of the browser, you're able to access, but where exactly the developed code of this application, is it same in your laptop? No, right? The developed code of this particular web applications is hosted somewhere on the servers. Okay, this Amazon application developed code, okay, the Amazon application developed code is actually on the Amazon servers. Facebook application, facebook.com application developed code is on the Facebook servers somewhere remotely. Okay, so how our browser is able to access this application in our machine where the code is developed and hosted on some other server somewhere remotely? That is possible with the help of internet communication, guys. Via internet, this browser is, okay, when you hit the URL here, a request is being sent to the server over the internet to the, okay, a request is being sent over the internet to that particular server which is which has a hosted code of this Amazon somewhere remote. Okay, so that server is processing your request and then sending the response back to your browser. Okay, sending the response back from that remote server to your machine where the browser is opened in your laptop over internet, guys. Okay, so let me explain this more in more detail, guys, so that you can understand. This is very important. So for example, I'll take this website of mine, that is qfox.com. Okay, as you already know, uh, I, I have this qfox.com website. Okay, as you already know, I have this qfox.com website. I hosted this website and all those stuff. Okay, so not only me, guys, anyone can access this qfox.com because okay, not only me, anyone can access this qfox.com from your machines. What happens, I'll explain. Okay, so here if you see, guys, let's say this is my laptop or your laptop. Okay, so I'm just calling this laptop from where you are. So in this laptop I'm calling as client, guys. Okay, let's say in this client laptop, you opened a browser. in the in the browser you entered a URL. Okay, in the Chrome browser or whatever the browser you opened, you entered one URL, guys. Okay, let's say www.kfox.com. You entered that and you hit the enter key. The moment you hit the enter key, what happens is the developed code for this qfox.com is not available here, guys. Okay, somewhere remote, in remote server. Okay, it's hosted somewhere in Singapore or somewhere. Okay, a server machine is there. Okay, in some remote place, like I'm in India now. Okay, from India in my laptop I'm accessing this. Okay, this is in India, like let's say in Singapore or some place, the server is there. Okay, the server is there, and when I hit this URL, guys, what happens is a request is being to sent to the server. Okay, a request is being sent to this server where the code for this qfox.com is hosted. Okay, on this particular server, the developed code for this qfox.com is available in this server machine. So the moment a request is being sent to the server, how the request is traveling from your laptop to that particular remote server in Singapore, how this request is traveling via internet, guys. Okay, via internet, that is over HTTP protocol. Okay, this request is being sent. This HTTP request is being sent with the details of this URL that you have hit, and the respective code in the server is being processed for this application. And after running the code, the server will give you a response, guys. Okay, that response will come back to the same browser in your machine. And how the response will come? the response also will travel over the same internet HTTP, guys. Okay, response will come like this. Okay, so this response will contain the, okay, this when you hit this URL, guys, the response will contain the HTML code, guys. Okay, HTML code, JavaScript code, etc. Okay, JavaScript code, etc. will contain the front end code will come back in the form of response, and the browser can understand this HTML code and JavaScript code that is being sent by the server over the response. Browser can understand, it can browse, and it can display the application in the respectively, that according to the HTML code and according to the JavaScript code, the browser can display the application for you on your machine. This is what is happening in the background, guys. Okay, that's how the web applications work. So what exactly are the web applications? The applications that run on the browsers are nothing but the web applications, and these browsers send the request to the server, which is some remote place having the your application code, and that application code running server will send you a response. Based on the response, this browser will display the result for you in the form of response. Okay, so here I can show you that also, guys. For example, here let's say I'll do one thing, guys. I'll take you to one sample application like tutorialsninja.com/demo. Now, guys, what I will do here, without entering the credentials, I'll click on the login button, guys. Okay. So before clicking the login button, I'll inspect this. I'll inspect this login button, and I'll go to this network tab. Okay. So there is nothing here at this moment in the network tab. The moment I click on the login button, a request is being sent to the server, guys. Okay. A request has sent to the server, and this is the request that has been sent to the server. You see, http://tutorialsninja.com/demo index.php root account /login. This was the request that has been sent to the server over HTTP protocol over internet. Okay, when the server receives this particular request, it will process the respective application code of this particular application, and then sends a response back. You see, response, it is sent 200 OK came. The response is OK, and what do we got in the response, guys? In the response, we got this HTML code, guys. Okay, as you can see, for that particular request, the server has sent this particular response in the form of HTML code. You see, this is HTML code, guys. Okay, whatever you're seeing here is nothing but the HTML code has been sent back, and that HTML code is displayed on this page, guys. And that particular HTML code has this warning message and all. Okay, we can see that. So, is there any warning anywhere? Let's try to find it out. I'll search for this text, guys, somewhere here in this HTML code. Control F, Control V. You see, in the response code that has been sent by the server to our client machine, you see the exact warning message has been sent back. That warning message the browser is displaying for you. Okay, when you don't give credentials and click on login, you are getting this warning message in the response. Okay, the warning message has been sent to you by the server, guys. Okay, that server sent warning message is displayed by the is being understood and displayed by the browser for you on your client machine. So this is what happens in the background, guys. I don't want to dig more deep. This much is enough for you. How the web applications work, and okay, what exactly are the web applications? You got some idea now. So here client server communications will happen for web applications over HTTP protocol. Unlike desktop applications, in desktop applications the thing is different, guys. Okay, in case of desktop applications, the developed code will be, when you install a software, guys, when you install a particular desktop application software in your machine, the developed code also will be there, part of the software itself. Okay, you don't have to, for each and everything you don't have to communicate with the server, guys. Okay, the desktop software will have the software. Okay, it will work without the code is there in your machine indirectly. Okay, the code is there in your machine. For example, if you take any Microsoft Word or this Oracle VirtualBox or whatever the software you take, the code is actually running in your machine only. You are not collecting it over internet or something. But web applications work differently, guys. Okay, web applications work differently. The communications will happen over internet protocol, HTTP protocol, and the code, actual code of the application is not in our machine. It's there on the server somewhere hosted on the machine. So where is the application code of this QFX hosted? On some remote server, guys. That is SiteGround server. Okay, I hosted this my code of QFX.com in the SiteGround space. Okay, so like that. Fine, guys. So this is all about the web applications, guys. Okay, the code of this particular QFX.com is not available in my machine. The code is available in the server that is hosted in. I just took a paid plan on this web hosting service from SiteGround. So some plan is there. Okay, so with that plan, I am taking a sharing hosting plan, like a single server is shared between different applications, and in one of the server, one of the one of the application is mine, guys. Okay, so you see, I'm just paying some amount for that to happen. Okay, this kind of amount I am paying monthly to get this particular application running. Fine. So fine guys, this is all the information that I want to provide as part of this interview question, that is software testing interview question, that is web applications. Okay, what are web applications? So hope guys you like the answer for this question, whatever I answered. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 15, that is how to test web applications. Let me answer. First of all, let's understand what exactly are the web applications. Any application that runs on the browser is nothing but a web application. For example, Amazon.com, Facebook.com, Wikipedia.org, Flipkart.in. All these are examples of the applications which are running on the browser. Hence, they are web applications. For example, if I open wikipedia.org in one of the browser, let's say Chrome browser, I'm opening the wikipedia.org. Okay. So this application, since it is running on the browser, okay, since this application is running on the browser, it is a web application. Okay. It's a web application. You don't have to download or install any software in order to use this. Okay. You don't have to download or install this application to use this application, right? Simply in any of the browser, hit the URL of the application, you can start accessing and using the application, guys. Okay, there is no downloading and installing required. Now guys, how to test web applications? How to test web applications? We can perform different types of testing on the web applications. It can be API testing, functional testing, compatibility testing, UI testing, automation, performance, security, and all the other types of testing are also possible. You can test this web applications in different ways. So in which situations we have to perform different types of testing, I'm going to explain now. Okay. For example, why do we do API testing? Okay, so it is very beneficial guys to perform API testing on the web applications, because you see, after writing the program, after the developers write the or develop the application code for this particular web applications, okay, for building the UI, okay, for creating and designing UI and building the UI on the top of this developed application code, it may take some time. Okay, so so you cannot wait until the UI of the application is ready and then perform testing, right? So just to save time, guys, what we generally do is we start with the API testing, guys. Okay, so before the UI of this application, for example, if I take you to this particular application, you see UI of this application is now is ready. Actually, you can see the search box field, you can see this button, you see UI user interface is ready for accessing this application. But in some cases, you see, what happens is developers will write the code, but to build this kind of UI, it will take some time. It will take a lot of time to build the UI on the top of the developed application code by the developers. So as software testers, we cannot be idle, right? Till the UI of the application is ready, we cannot be idle. So to be proactive and to perform testing in advance, what we'll do is we'll perform API testing, guys. Okay, we'll test the API calls of the application. Okay, we can test the API calls of the application. So I'll take you to one website, guys, request.in. Okay, so request response.in, in simple words, that is. Okay, you see, this kind of APIs will be provided to you by the developers. Okay, this kind of APIs will be provided to you by the developers. Like you see, a lot of get requests are there, post requests, post patch, different type of API requests are there here. Okay, so here this is a API call and this is the response we are getting. So when someone triggers this API request, okay, API users page 2, the page 2, the users list in the page 2 should come. You see, all the list of users should come. Does this particular response have any UI? Does this request or response? You see, if I click on this, you'll see a proper request. Okay, so this is the request, guys, and this is the response we are getting. Okay, when you hit this request, you are getting this response. Does it have any functional UI part? No, right? It's functioning, but it doesn't have any UI, guys. Such kind of requests and responses, whether we are hitting the proper request, and for the proper request, whether you are getting a proper response or not, we check. Okay, without waiting for the UI of the application to be ready. Okay, we'll perform this API testing. So so that right, the time won't be wasted, guys. Okay, testing will be properly utilized. We'll have a lot of time for testing also. After that, guys, let's say at some point of time, after when the UI is not ready, you performed API testing, and later at some point of time the UI also is ready. Okay, the application UI is also ready like this. For example, application UI is also ready like this. For example, in that case, we can start the functional testing along with UI, guys. Okay, so we can check test whether the here in API testing also functional testing is performed, guys, indirectly. Without UI, we have tested the functionality of the application using API testing. But once the user interface of this application is ready, okay, we can test next level UI, guys. Okay, next level functional testing we can perform. Okay, whether we can check whether all the functionalities of this application are working or not, like login functionality, register functionality, search functionality, placing an order or not, like that. We'll test whether each and every functionality of this application is working fine or not. Okay, whatever the application functionalities that are in scope for your testing. Okay, sometimes what happens is in a project you don't have to test the entire functionality, guys. The client may ask you to test only a particular area of the application. Okay, if the application is very complex, you may not have to test each and everything in this application, guys. Only whatever that is scope for you, that only you have to test. For example, if search functionality is in your scope, you can only test the search functionality of the application if the application is kind of complex and very big. And if you have to test the home page of the application, yeah, you can test only the home page, guys. So only the functionalities that are in scope, are they working or not? Are they working fine or not? And also they are according to the specified requirements or not. Okay, the functionalities you are testing are actually working. For example, if you click on login and if you give the valid credentials and click on login, are you able to log in or not? That is functional testing. Not only that, guys, not only that, as per the requirements, these functionalities are designed and developed by the developers or not. Okay, that also important. If email address, password and login button should be in the same page, okay, are they or not? Okay, in some cases, if you go to Gmail or something, right, email address, password will be in different pages. Okay, first it will ask for the email address. When you click next, it will ask for the password. Okay, so it depends on the design and requirements, right, how the login functionality should be there. So ultimately, guys, as part of functional testing, we are going to check whether the functionalities, okay, that are in scope for testing are working properly or not, and also are they according to the specified requirements or not. We'll check. If they are not according to the requirements or they are not working properly, what we'll do, we'll report the defects to the developers. Okay, we have to report the defects to the developers, and those particular defects need to be fixed by the developers. Okay, we are indirectly contributing to the quality of the software by reporting such defects to the developers, and developers need to fix the defects, and again once they fix the defects, we are the one who has to again retest the defects and approve whether the defects have been really fixed or not. Okay, when you really approve them, you see ultimately the quality of the software will be improved from the previous state to the next level. Okay, so once the problems in the application software are reduced, ultimately the application will become stable and the quality of the application will be good, guys. Okay, and as part of this functional testing, guys, we also check the end user flows. Okay, it's not just checking whether login functionality is working and all. Okay, so end user flows will be like log into the application, search for a product, add the product to the cart. Okay, after adding the product to the cart, then check out that product, make the payment and place the order. Okay, like this, all these steps we have to check, guys, in real time, how the users will use the application, end to end flows. Okay, end to end flows we have to check, guys, so that we'll perform as part of functional testing. Okay, so fine. Not only functional testing, guys, we have to perform compatibility testing. Compatibility testing also plays a major role in web application testing, because if this particular application is working only in Chrome browser, that doesn't that is not what is expected, guys. Okay, it should work in all the other supported browsers. There are a lot of popular browsers available in the market apart from Chrome browser, like Firefox browser is there. Okay, Edge browser is there, IE browser is there, Safari is there, Opera is there, like many different popular browsers are there. In all the popular browsers available in the market, is the application working or not, we have to test. Okay, so that comes into compatibility testing, guys. Not just browsers, guys. For example, in Windows machine, we can use different browsers like Chrome, Firefox, IE, okay, Edge, Opera, like that we can use different popular browsers. Similarly, if you go to Mac machine, again you have Chrome browser, Firefox browser, Safari browser in Mac. In Linux machine, again we have the other supported browsers, right? So not just testing this application only in Windows machine of these browsers, but also we may have to test the same application again and again in different browsers in different operating system. Not only operating systems, guys, in supported browsers in different operating in the laptops or machines having the different operating system, and also we have to test this web applications not only in this browsers and operating system, but also in different devices. You see, in if you if you just check your mobile phone, guys, it may be Android phone, or it can be Apple phone, or it can be iPad, or it can be, right? And different type of devices are there. In all the devices, there will be browsers, guys. Okay, in all those browsers, the application is working fine or not. Okay, the application is working fine or not, we have to test. So that the compatibility testing plays a major role in any type of application, guys. Okay, for web applications also, the compatibility testing is important, guys. Okay, so just testing in one environment is not enough. You have to test in all the supported environments. It can be different browsers, it can be different operating systems, it can be different devices altogether. Okay. Then we also have to perform UI testing, guys. Okay. User interface is also important. Are there any spelling mistakes? Okay. Is any particular text overlapping with any other elements? Any element is overlapping with any elements or not? Okay. The look and feel of this application page is good or not? And all those stuff, guys, alignment is good or not? Okay, properly the fields on this application page are properly aligned or not? Is this application page responsive or not? Okay, we can change the, you see, I'll do one thing like this. Okay, so I'll change the response, you see, I'll just drag it like this, you see, still I can use the application, you see, responsiveness, this is called as responsiveness, guys. Okay, when I maximize, you see, it will, some other things are coming. So this responsiveness of the application is fine or not? So as per the requirements, the height and width of these elements is correct or not? Okay, the color combination is correct or not? Like that, many UI checklists will be there. It is very big checklist will be there for UI testing, guys. For as part of web application testing, we also have to perform UI testing. Okay, and automation testing, guys. Okay, so you see, every time we report some defects, the developers will be fixing, and again we have to perform the testing from start to end, guys. Okay, every time the application code changes, again we have to test the complete functionality of the application from starting to end. That takes a lot of time. Okay, the testers will become very busy. No matter how many resources you allocate to the application, the process of testing will become difficult over a period of time, because you are testing from starting to end. Okay, testing from starting to end with small application changes. Okay, version 1 of the software you have to test, version 2 of the software again you have to test. So every time, instead of testing like this, guys, we can automate the regression test. Okay, we can automate the regular general day-to-day tested regular regression tests. So that what happens is, automation tool will save a lot of time for you, and you as software testers can focus on the burning issues in the application. Okay, while the automation testing is taking care of 60 to 70% percent of the testing, 30% of the focus you can put on the important burning things that are happening in the application, like new functionalities added to the application, new changes happen to the application, like that you can focus your testing on. While automation testing will take care of the testing of the regular functionalities. Okay, like login, logout, it will take care. Regression test will be automated. So we can use different automation tools, like Selenium automation is very popular in the market for performing for automating the web applications, guys, and it is also free and open source. So people use a lot of people use Selenium kind of automation tools for automating the web applications. Then performance testing, guys. Okay, you see, not just the functionality of the application and UI and all those stuff, guys, but also performance of the application also need to be important. Okay, we have to test the performance of the application. Why? Because you see, in real time, many people will be using the application. Okay, one two people won't be using the application in real time. Many users across the world will be accessing our application. So in real world conditions, maybe there may be, for example, if you take Amazon.com or something, like lakhs of people will be using around the globe every day, right? So a lot of transactions will happen on Amazon. So such kind of applications, if you have to test, you have to test the performance of the application, because whether as part of a performance testing, guys, we have to check whether the application is able to handle the real time user load, that many number of users accessing it. Is it possible or not? Okay, that we have to test without compromising the speed, guys. If you type Amazon.com here, if it is taking too much time to load on the browser, that's not a good thing. Okay, despite of so many people accessing this application, the application should load fast for you. Okay, that's what is required. That we can test as part of performance testing, guys. And there is one more testing, that is secure testing, that is also important. You see, no, you see this kind of applications, Amazon.com or Amazon.in, whatever the applications you are testing. Okay, whatever the web applications you are testing, they should be very secured, right? No other person should know about your credentials. And you see, when I try to create an account, the proper security measures are there. You see password standards are there. Password must be at least 6 characters, it is saying. Proper password complexity standards are being maintained or not. So all this stuff matters, guys. Okay, whether the application is secured or not. For example, you see here Amazon.com. You see there is a certificate installed in this application. So whether whether whatever the sensitive information you are provided, like credit card or social security number or whatever it is, whatever the details you are entering in this application, the when the sensitive data is transferring over the network to this Amazon server over the HTTP protocol and all, the third party person should not be able to know your details. Okay, all these are possible, all these things should be taken care, guys. Okay, so we have to test whether the application is secured in all ways, all possible ways, and proper security measures are taken, like complex password, security certificate is installed, and all those stuff should be taken care, guys. Okay, it's a vast subject, guys, altogether. So that by performing the security testing, we are avoiding the security attacks. Okay, hackers will try to perform some security hacks. Okay, they may send some false traffic to the applications. They may try to steal your account details, all those stuff. Okay, so whether the application is able to tackle all that security attacks or not. Okay, that's what is all about security testing, guys. It will reveal all the problems in advance, guys. All the security loopholes in the application in advance, it will reveal when you perform security testing. And ultimately, when those problems, security loopholes are fixed by the developers, the application will become kind of secure. So not only these, guys, we can perform other types of testing. A lot of testings are there, like smoke, sanity, and all, which I cannot explain in the single answer for this question. But these are the major ones. Okay. So hope, guys, you got the answer for this question. And in the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 16. That is, what are anomalies in software? Let me answer. Anomalies in software are nothing but the deviations from the expected ones. Deviations from expected ones in software are nothing but the anomalies in simple words. Why does anomalies occur in software? The next one is, why does anomalies occur in software? They occur because due to several reasons. Okay, if the developed software doesn't match, the developed software doesn't match a lot of things like requirements. Okay, the requirements are not matching. The developed software is not matching the requirements. Then we'll get anomalies. Okay, the deviations will get. Next one, the developed software is not developed according to the proposed designs. Then also we'll get the anomalies. Then if the developed software is not according to the user needs, according to the user expectations or needs, if the software has not been developed, that also can be termed as anomaly. Then it's not according to the standards. Okay, so if it is not following, the developed software is not following any proposed standards. Okay, then also it's an anomaly. Then if it is not according to the developed software is not according to the experienced view, okay, experienced experts view, then also it's called as an anomaly. Okay, the developed software doesn't match requirements, designs, user needs, standards, experienced views, and many other things. If it doesn't match, and if it's not according to the expected ones, or if it is deviated from the expected ones, simply we call that deviation as an anomaly, guys. And this is why anomalies occur in software. Okay, so when does, next question is, when does anomalies occur in, okay, when does anomalies occur? Simple words, when does anomalies occur? You see, anomalies can be discovered, otherwise I cannot say. Instead of saying occur, guys, I can say when does anomalies get discovered. So how to discover these anomalies? Okay, how to discover these anomalies? Anomalies can be identified, okay, discovered or identified during the review process. During the reviewing process, you see, you review the lot of documents, right? Different type of reviews are there, like peer reviews. Okay, peer reviews, we call that as pair programming also. And there are other type of like formal reviews are there, informal reviews are there, many types are code reviews are there. Okay, while reviewing the stuff like documents and code or whatever it is, okay, there is a possibility to find the mistakes. Okay, there is a possibility to find the mistakes in the software which are deviated from the expected ones. Then while reviewing, we can find the anomalies. Not only while reviewing, guys, while the testers, software testers are performing the testing. Okay, while software testing team is performing the testing on the developed software, they may find some deviations, okay, from the expected behavior. If the software is not working as expected, as specified in the requirements, designs, or whatever it is, the testers will identify the deviations and they actually term them as defects actually, okay. So during the testing also, these defects are nothing but anomalies. Higher level word, if you have to call the defects, you have to call that as anomalies, the deviation, okay. So next, not only while reviewing, not only while testing guys, okay, not only while testing guys, but also while using the software also, okay. While using the software also, let's say the end user, okay, let's say the software has been developed and tested and released into the market, okay. It got released into the market. Now the end user is actually using the software for his purpose. Suddenly in one of the scenario, a kind of rare case happened where the software is not working as expected. A deviation is there from the expected behavior. Software is not working for him or her for one of the purpose. So that deviation is also an anomaly, okay. So when will the anomalies get discovered or identified? While reviewing, while testing, and while using, okay. While the software team is reviewing, and there is a possibility of identifying the anomalies. While the software testing team, okay, software testing team is performing testing, okay, completely focusing on finding the problems, then also there's a possibility of discovering the anomalies or identifying the anomalies in the form of defects. And also while the end users are really using the application in all the real world conditions, there also there's a possibility of identifying or discovering the anomalies, okay, anomalies. Fine. So next is what? Different names guys, okay. What are the different names for these anomalies? Okay, based on when these anomalies and who is actually identifying or discovering, okay, okay, based on who is identifying or discovering these anomalies, or based on when these anomalies are getting discovered, okay, there are different names that we can give to the anomalies, okay. So let's say the developer, let's go to the developer case. So let's say developer is reviewing the code and developer has identified the mistake in the code, okay. In that case, if the developer is identifying their own mistakes in the code, then we call that as an error. That mistake we generally call that as an error guys, okay. Here the name of the anomaly is, the deviation is nothing but the error guys, okay. Let's say the software tester while performing testing has identified that the software is not working as per the expected requirements or as per the user needs or something. In that case, that deviation that is detected or identified by the software tester is known as defect case, okay. Here the name for the anomaly is nothing but the defect, in simple words. Now, let's say the product owner, okay. So after the developer and tester have developed and tested the application functionality, and that functionality has to be approved finally by the product owner. While the product owner, okay, is reviewing the developed and tested software functionality against the requirements or whatever it is, in that case, if that while reviewing that particular thing, reviewing that particular functionality to approve, in that situation, if the functionality is not working as expected, in that case product owner will name that as failure guys, okay. Product owner will call that as failure, okay. Here the name for an anomaly that product owner has given is failure, okay. Different situations, different people, we have different names for the anomalies, okay. So here I was only talking about software guys, okay. So why does anomalies occur in software, okay. When does anomalies get discovered in the software, like that. Anomalies are not only about the deviations which occur only in the software guys, okay. Any other stuff like okay, other things also, not only software guys, okay, not only software. Anomalies can also be discovered in different items or things, like there may be some deviations in the requirements itself, okay. The requirements may be wrong or not correct from the expected one sometimes, okay. There is a chance of detecting the anomalies in the requirements itself, not in the software guys, okay. In the requirements itself there can be some deviations. Or you see, some development team, the UI development team or whatever it is, okay, they design some screens, okay, low level designs and high level designs they may create. In the design screens also there can be some problems, mistakes can be there, okay. The deviations that are there in the requirement documents or designs, okay, incorrect requirements can be there, incorrect designs can be there. All these deviations from the expected ones are nothing but the anomalies guys, okay. Deviations may not only be there in the software guys, deviations can also be there in the requirements, designs. The deviations can be there in the developed code, okay. The deviations can be in the developed code also, Okay, so anomalies can be anywhere. Okay, it can be in the help documentation. Okay, in the help documentation of the application. After the application has been developed, we create a help documentation on how to use the application, right? In that help documentation also the deviations can be there, and in the completely developed software also. Okay, in the developed software, in the software application also, the completely developed and released software application also, anomalies can be there, guys. Okay, requirements, designs, code, anomalies can be anywhere, guys. Okay, not only in the software, it can be anywhere. In the simple help documentation also they can be there, the requirements, designs, code, help documents, software application. Okay, so hope guys you got an idea what exactly are the anomalies in software now. Okay, so I explained in detail, guys. Anomalies can be there in the requirement docs or design screens, developed code, develop software application. While using the software also, guys, one more thing. Okay, while using the software, okay, while usage of software, you see, we created everything fine, but ultimately the software will get released one final day into the market and users will start using it. Okay, as per the user expectations, the software is not there, guys. Okay, software is not solving the user's problem. That is also called as an anomaly, guys. Okay, so any deviation from the requirements or expected ones, okay, in different people point of views, like testers, developers, okay, product owner, end users, it can be anyone, guys. Okay, in all their terms, the deviations, in simple words, anomalies are nothing but the deviations from the expected one. It can be a developer, tester, product owner, end user, it can be anyone. Okay, the experts, clients, anyone, the deviations from their expected ones is nothing but anomalies, in simple words. So hope guys you got the answer for this interview question. In the next session, I'm going to answer another interview question. Till then, see you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 17. That is, what are the types of defects in software applications? Let me answer. In software applications, the defects reported by testing team can be categorized into different types based on nature, based on severity, based on priority also we can categorize the defects. Okay, if you categorize the types of the defects based on nature, then the types will be like this. Okay, there can be functional defects, there can be compatibility defects, there can be usability defects, performance defects, and security defects. Okay, coming to functional type of defects. Okay, so what are these functional defects? If the application functionality is not working, for example, there is a login functionality in the application, even though you provide valid credentials, username and password, and click on the login button, okay, you are not able to log in. That is a functional defect because application functionality is not working there. Sometimes what happens is the developed login functionality is not developed according to the requirements. Okay, it's working. The login functionality is working, but it is not developed according to the requirements. In that case, also it is a functional defect. Okay, so those are functional defects. Then what are compatibility defects? Compatibility defects means our application should not only work in one browser or should not only work in one operating system or it not only work in a particular configuration. Okay, our application that is developed should work in all the supported browsers, all the supporting operating system. It should work with all the other configurations, etc. Okay, if the application is not working in the supported browsers, okay, then we report a compatibility issue. Okay, if it is working in one browser, it's not working in another browser, then it's a compatibility issue. Application is not compatible with some browser, like so. So those are compatibility type of issues. Then usability type of defects. Okay, usability type of defects, whether the easiness of using the application is good or not. Okay, whether you're able to use the application easily or not. Is there any difficulty for the users while using the application? That is called as usability case. Okay, usability type of defects. Checking the easiness of using the application while testing, and if a particular application is not easy to use, then the testers will report the usability type of defects. Then what about performance? Performance means the speed at which you are able to use the application. Okay, the application speed is well enough or not. Okay, if you are talking about web applications, are the pages loading on time or not? Okay, within time. If they are taking more time to load, okay, or if the application functionality is loading and appearing on the screen, and the end users are getting frustrated, like it's taking too much of time, that means low performance, right? Simply. So application should work at good speed, and application should be stable. Okay, application should not break, and it should consume a reasonable amount of resources like computer RAM and processors and all those stuff. Okay, reasonable amount of resources should be consumed from the machines. Okay, so that kind of things we generally test as part of performance, guys. And if an application is not at a good speed, or it's not stable, and is consuming more resources under the real world conditions, like for example an application, right, let's say daily basis 1,000 users will use the application. Okay, at that particular user load, when 1,000 users are using that application, is the application behaving properly or not, at correct speed, stability of the application is well or not, resource consumption of the application is good or not, we have to check. That's what is performance. If that is not happening, we generally report performance defects. Last thing is, under when you are categorizing the types of defects by nature, the last category in the nature type is security, guys. Okay, security means when you are testing the application, we check for if there are any security loopholes that hackers can take advantage of from the application. Okay, let's say if you are not testing, if you are not performing secure testing on the application. Okay, so if you are not testing secure testing of application, tomorrow a hacker found a security loophole in the application, like without even giving a proper credential, he is able to log in. Okay, without having the access also, the hacker is able to get the admin access. Imagine what cost will happen, right? It will result in something bad, right? So if he gets admin control, he can do whatever he want. Hacker can do whatever he want. Okay, he or she want. So here checking the application for security loopholes. As software testers, we have to test the application again. Uh, we have to test the application to see if there are any security loopholes in the application that hacker can take advantage of. Okay, so if such kind of security loopholes are found in the application, then testing team will report security defects. Okay, security type of defects. So for first one, guys, by nature we can categorize the defects. We can categorize the type of defects, that is functional, compatibility, usability, performance, and security. Now we can also categorize the defects based on the severity, guys. Okay, by severity also we can categorize the defects. So what is severity? First of all, based on the technical impact on the system. Okay, sometimes what happens is when you use a functionality, okay, you will get some error page. Okay, sometimes what happens is the functionality doesn't work. Okay, the important functionality doesn't work. Such kind of things will happen, guys. What is the technical impact on the system? What's happening on the system? Based on that impact on the system, we have to decide the severity, guys. Okay, we can categorize the type of defects based on severity, based on the impact on the system, technical impact on the system. For example, guys, here I'll when you categorize the defects types according to the severity, you will get these types like critical defects. Okay, critical severity defects, high severity defects, medium severity defects, and low severity defects. What can be termed as what type of defects can be termed as critical defects? Okay, an example I'll give. For example, when you are using some application, suddenly you got error pages, server error pages are coming, so you cannot proceed further, right? Okay, so when you get kind of such kind of server error pages, you cannot proceed further, you cannot perform the further testing, or you cannot further use the application because of the server error pages. Okay, such kind of defects can be uh, categorized as or can be will fall into the critical type of defects. Okay, critical severity type of defects, because these server pages will block the functionality and testing cannot proceed further. User cannot use it further, or testing team cannot proceed further testing. So which blocks the usage of the functionality. Such kind of defects can be marked as critical defects. Okay? Critical severity defects. Now high severity defects. After critical severity defects, we have high severity defects. Okay. So what are high severity defects? The defects, okay, where the key functionality of the application is not working. For example, okay, let's say there is an e-commerce application like Amazon or whatever it is. In that, when you search for a product, okay, wrong products are getting displayed in the search results. Whatever the product you are searching for, that product is not coming. Some other product is coming. Okay, so irrelevant products are coming. Not only for that product, guys, for all the products in that particular Amazon search. Let's assume that okay, when you are searching for a product, you are searching for mobile phones. Okay, you are getting some clothes. Such kind of defects can be okay marked as high severity defects. Okay, can be marked as high severity defects. Here we are not blocked from testing, but the functionality, the key functionality of the applications like login, search are not working. Those are high severity defects. Then medium severity defects. Medium severity means normal functionality is not working as expected, guys. Okay, general functionality, okay, not the right, important functionality. General functionality, like you are unable to update the address in the application. Okay, you are unable to update the address in the application. Such kind of functionalities, if they are not working, such kind of things can be marked as medium severity. Okay, impact is kind of medium only, right? There's no problem. Medium impact. There's no high impact on the system. Okay, that medium severity can say. Then low severity defects. Okay, low severity means cosmetic defects, guys. UI defects. So if you get any UI defect, functionality is working, but UI is not good, okay, or it is UI is bad. In that cases, okay, UI is not good or it is bad. In that case, you can mark that particular defects as low severity defects. For example, color of the button is green instead of blue, or there are some spelling mistakes in the paragraph on the application page. Like that, those kind of defects will fall into the low severity defects because they have less impact on the system. Low severity defects has less impact on the system. Critical defects has the highest impact on the system. Okay. So which have the highest impact on the system are critical defects. Lowest impact on the system like UI are nothing but the low severity defects. Like this, we can categorize the defects based on severity also. Okay. Now, defects can also be categorized. Okay, type of defects, that is, defects can be categorized into priority based on priority also. Okay, how can we categorize the defects according to the priority? So, based on how fast the defects have to be fixed by the developers. Okay, so we'll categorize the defects according to the priority based on how fast these particular defects have to be fixed by the developers. Okay, so some examples I'll give you. What are the different priority types? First of all, defects priority types. Urgent defects, immediately you have to fix it. Okay, that is urgent defects. High priority, okay, fine, enough time is there to fix, like kind of. Okay, I'll explain more about this. Medium priority defects and low priority defects. So urgent defects are the defects that need to be fixed within 24 hours. Okay, we should not wait. As soon as possible we have to finish, and within 24 hours we have to finish. Examples are unable to log into the application. Okay, without logging into the application, can we proceed further? No, right? There is no other this main area which will connect to all other areas of the application. If this main road is blocked, okay, we cannot further go into the sub roads, right? So need to be fixed in within 24 hours. It's kind of defects. And for example, not only this kind of defects, guys, sometimes what happens is there are some spelling mistakes in the logo on the home page. Okay, there is a very good application like Google or something. So there is spelling mistake in the Google, guys. Okay, that should not be taken time, right? We should immediately fix them. Okay, such kind of spelling mistakes in the logos and all, like google.com and all logos should be fixed very fast. Okay, even though the impact is low here on the application, this severity wise they are low severity, guys. Okay, this is a cosmetic defect, right? Logo, but that logo is on the home page, okay, on the google.com page. So here urgency is high, guys. Okay, even though the severity is low for this particular defect, the urgency is high, the priority is high. Okay, urgent, priority is urgent. So, but for this defect, even the severity is high severity and priority is urgent priority. Okay, like that kind of. So, urgent defects which need to be fixed in how fast they have to fix it is urgent. Okay, priority. Okay, how fast the defects have to be fixed is priority, and in that urgent means to be fixed within 24 hours. Okay, then high priority defects means the next level, lower level compared to the urgent defects, and this need to be fixed before release, guys. Okay, with this high priority defects we cannot release the software into the market. Okay, we should not be releasing the software into the market. For example, unable to change password or address. Okay, such kind of defects should not be there in the while you are releasing, right? Unable to change password or address, such kind of defects need to be fixed before releasing the software into the market. Okay, so fine. And then medium priority defects. Okay, medium priority defects are kind of okay defects. Okay, okay priority defects can be fixed in later releases also. Okay, for this release you don't have to worry. Next release you can take care. Okay, at some point of time we'll fix, kind of thing. Such kind of defects. Example, if I take unable to delete uploaded images. Okay, let's say there is a functionality in your application where you can keep on uploading uh, images to your album, but you are unable to delete that images that are already uploaded to your photo album. So in that case, that can be treated as a medium priority defect, guys. Okay, which need to be fixed, not just now in this release or next release you can fix, guys. Okay, there is no urgency here. Okay, you don't have to worry about that too much. Okay, at some point of release we'll fix it, kind of medium priority. Whereas low priority defects means, okay, it should not stop us from releasing. Okay, so maybe this release or next release, fine, guys, but final release. We will fix all this low priority cosmetic or UI related defects before the final release. Okay, in the final release, it's not a good idea to have all this. Even we have to fix all the type of defects. Okay, the defects which can be postponed till the end or nothing but the low priority defects. The final release we are going to fix. We can fix by final release. Okay, such kind we can wait till that time. Those are low priority defects. Spelling mistakes in the paragraph and all those stuff can be waited, right? They're not urgent or even not urgent as medium also. Okay, so before the final release we'll fix. Okay, by the end we'll fix. We can wait till the time. If you have, we can fix it now, or we can wait for a long time. Okay, we can focus on high priority defects first, urgent and high priority defects first while fixing. So like this, guys, we can categorize the defects into based on several things. Like by nature, we can categorize the defects. By severity, we can categorize the defects. By priority, we can categorize the defects. But why to categorize or classify the defects into different types like this, based on nature, severity, and priority? Because it will make the job of the developers easy, guys. Okay, when you categorize the defects, okay, when you categorize the defects, it will make the job of the developers bit easy, guys. Okay, so while fixing the defects, okay, based on the priority, developers can fix the defects. Okay, while fixing the defects based on the priority, developers can fix it. We are making the job of the developers bit easy, right? Okay, so when you assign the defects to the developers and by categorizing the defects, then developers will find it bit easy while fixing the defects. Okay, developers will find it easy. The process becomes easy. Okay, they can choose which defects they have to fix first and all those stuff. Okay, it will save the time of the developers. That's why we have to classify the defects, guys. Fine, that's the main intention why we have to classify or categorize the defects like this. So hope, guys, you got the answer for this interview question. That is, what are the types of the defects in software applications and why we have to categorize them. So that's all for this question, guys. I will answer one more question in the next session. Till then, see you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 18. That is, how many different ways you can test a software? In simple words, what are the different types of software testing? Let me answer this question for you. The software can be tested in many ways. There are different types of software testing, guys, okay, which can be performed on a software as part of testing. So software can be tested in many ways. Not a single way is there for testing the software, guys. There are multiple many ways. Okay, there are different testing types for testing the software. So there are around 170 plus software testing types. Okay, I did a complete R&D on how many types of software testing types are there, and I found out that there are 170 plus software testing types. But when you get this particular question in the interview, you cannot give all the 170 plus types, right? No one can remember that. Okay, it's like a dictionary. So that's the reason, guys, I categorize the software testing types into basic types and other types. Okay. So in the basic types, whatever I'm explaining the basic types, if you explain them as a answer for this particular question in the interview, that will be enough, guys. Okay. On the top of that, if you have some time, you can explain the other testing types also, whatever I have listed in the other types. Okay. Fine. So let me explain the different basic types of testings that you can perform on the software. So I subcategorize them into different types again. Type ones. Okay. So basic ways of testing the software are manual testing is one way and automation testing is another way. So what is manual testing? What is automation testing? Let me explain. Okay. So this side manual testing, this side we have automation testing. Okay. We have to explain this manual testing and automation. These are the basic testing types and that too with the first types. Okay. So manual testing, coming to the manual testing, if a real person, okay, if a real person is performing the testing on the particular application, okay, by sitting before the particular computer machine using his or our eyes or hands, in that case we can call that as a manual testing. Okay, if a real person is performing the testing using his or her eyes or hand, that is called as manual testing. As here we are not using any tools like automation tools to perform the testing. Okay, a real person is performing the testing. What if you are using an automation tool? Okay, what if you are using an automation tool on behalf of a particular real person for performing the testing? Okay, there are several automation tools available in the market, guys. The famous ones are like Selenium is there, UFT is there, Test Complete, and so on, guys. Okay, Cypress, and many automation tools are available in the market, guys. If you are using such kind of automation tools, and if these automation tools are performing the testing on behalf of a real person, that testing is known as automation testing. Okay. So next category of testing types that we can perform on the software are based on the type of the application you are testing. Okay. This category is all over the type of the application you are testing. For example, if you are testing a web application, that is called as a web application testing. What are web applications? Any application that runs in a browser is known as web application. For example, here, if I open amazon.com, okay, this application is running on a browser, right? This application is running via a browser. Such application is known as a web application. Any application that runs on a browser is a web application. And if you are testing such kind of applications which are running on a browsers, it can be Chrome, Firefox, or whatever the browser, that testing is known as web application testing. And if you are testing an application, okay, which is running on your operating system, like Windows operating system, like which can come by default. Some softwares are like paint software. For example, here, this is a paint software. I'm drawing all the things, right? This particular software is running on the Windows operating system, right? This particular software is running on the Windows operating system. If you are testing such kind of desktop application type of softwares which are running on the operating systems like Windows, Mac, or Linux, or any other operating system, such kind of applications are known. Testing such kind of applications is known as desktop application testing. Okay, testing such kind of applications is known as desktop application testing. So other example for the desktop applications that you can perform testing on are, for example, this particular software, Xmind software. Okay, this particular Xmind software doesn't come by default in the Windows operating system. Rather, you have to download this software, guys. Okay, you have to go to the website of the Xmind like this. Just search for Xmind, and in the search results you will get this xmind.net. Just scroll down here somewhere, and okay, completely scroll down, guys, and until you see the photo options, and go for the Xmind 8 Classic, and you can download from here. When you click on this free download or buy now, if you want to go with the premium one, you can go with the buy now. If you want to go with the free one that I am using in my machine, you can download from here. An exe file will be downloaded, and you have to double click and install that. That particular software that gets installed after installing the exe file is nothing but a desktop application, right, which runs on the operating system. Testing such kind of applications is known as desktop application testing. Similarly, guys, mobile applications. Okay, similarly we have mobile applications. Okay, if I type here mobile applications, any application that runs in the mobile phones. Okay, smartphones nowadays, right? We everyone uses smartphones, right? So you install Instagram application, WhatsApp application, Facebook application, you install Amazon application. A lot of applications, mobile applications you can install, right? So so testing such kind of mobile applications. Okay, testing such kind of mobile applications like this, LinkedIn, Facebook, and all these are the examples of the mobile application. If you are testing such kind of software in the mobile phones, is known as mobile application testing, guys. Okay, fine. Now, other category of testing types that you can perform on the, okay, other category of testing types that you can perform on the software are UI testing, API testing, and database testing. Okay, so there are different, these are different layers of testing, you can say. UI testing, API testing, and database testing are the different layers of the testing. What happens, okay, generally what happens with an application is, let's say this is your laptop, guys. Okay, let's say this is your laptop. Okay, your computer machine or laptop, whatever it is, a laptop. On the other side, okay, on the other side, guys, on the other side we'll have a server machine. Okay, server will be somewhere. Okay, server will be somewhere, guys. Okay, server machine will be somewhere in here, on like somewhere remote. Okay, so this is a server, this is the server machine. Let me take this name outside. Okay, this is a server machine where this laptop can be said as a client. Okay, this is a client machine. Okay? This is your laptop, and this is the server of the application. All the application code, all the application code. For example, if you are using Amazon.com, okay, the the application code of the Amazon code is available on the server. The server is not in at your home, right? The server is at a remote location. It may be in Singapore. It can be USA. Okay, it can be in any place. So what happens is, for example, in your laptop you opened a browser like Chrome browser. Okay, and you opened an application URL in the browser, like some application URL you opened in the browser like Amazon. You opened amazon.com here. What happens the moment you hit the URL here? Okay, a request will be sent to the server, guys. Okay, immediately the application will not be displayed in your laptop. So a request will be sent. Okay, a request will be sent to the server, and the appropriate application code will be processed by the server, run by the server, and as a result, a response will be sent back to this particular browser in your laptop or client machine. Okay, response will be sent back. Okay, in the form of HTML, JavaScript, and all. A response will be sent back. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript response will be sent back. And based on this particular response, this particular browser will display the Amazon.com application page here. Okay, the code is running on the server and the page is displaying here, guys. Okay, the page is getting displayed here. Fine. So this is what happens in real time, guys. Okay, so now let's go and see what are the types of testing here. There are different layers, guys. I can differentiate this particular diagram into three layers. Okay, this is the first layer, this is the second layer. Okay, and also, guys, okay, this is a second layer, and there is one more thing where this particular server will maintain a database here. Okay, will maintain a database. So every server will have a database. Okay, so what is the purpose of the data? This particular database will store the data, guys. Okay, if required, this particular server, okay, will store the data or get the data from this database. This particular server will store the data into the database or retrieve the data from the database. This is what happens with the help of the application code running in the server. This will happen. Getting the data or storing the data will happen. Now, this particular diagram I can divide into three parts. Here, the first part I will say as UI layer. Okay, this is UI layer. Okay, this is the UI layer. What about this part? Middle part is known as API layer. Okay, where requests and responses are happening, right? This is the API layer. What about the third layer where the database is available? This is nothing but the database layer, guys. Like this, I can divide this particular diagram into three layers. Okay, so if you are testing this UI layer, that is front end of the application, if you are testing the front end, so what is front end, guys? For example, if I show you this particular application, we are seeing the front end of this application, guys. For example, here, login. If I go to the login here, okay, or if I go to this register page, all this is a front end, guys. Okay, we are testing the front end of the application, and if when you are testing the front end of the application, you perform the UI testing, guys. Okay, when you're testing the front end of the application, you will be testing the UI layer of the application. UI testing you will perform on the application. Are there any spelling mistakes in the heading? Are the colors proper? Are the items properly organized on the page? All these UI elements are properly organized, or the sections are properly categorized or not? The font size of this particular labels are correct or not? Okay, mandatory fields are mentioned with asterisk symbol or not? The UI elements are not overlapping with another UI elements. Okay, all these particular types of testing that you are doing here, okay, comes into UI testing, guys. Okay, that comes into the UI testing, guys. Checking each and everything like colors, alignments, overlappings, spellings, grammatical mistakes, alignments, everything comes into UI testing. Okay, you are testing the front end area of the application. Coming to the API testing, guys, if you are testing this API layer of the application, if you are testing this API layer of the application, like this request and response are properly happening or not, when you this particular application sends a request, a proper response is coming back or not, that kind of testing is known as API testing. Okay, that kind of testing is known as API testing. Generally API testing will have this kind of requests and responses, guys. Okay, for example, let me show you. If I take you to this request sample application like request, okay, request.in, response.in. So you see there are a lot of API. This is the API request, guys. This is the response. Okay, this is how the request and response. The when you are testing the request and response of the application, the UI will not be there, guys. You see, the only the request URL is there and response code is there. Okay, response is coming like this. Okay? JSON format, you'll get the response. API request will happen in this URL format. Okay, so testing such kind of requests and whether they are giving a proper response or not is known as API testing. On the back side of the application, when you click on the continue button, after filling all these details, and when you click on the continue button, what happens is all these details will be sent to the server via a request. Okay, via a request. Okay, via a request, all the details of the register account details will be sent to the server like this. Okay, via request. If you are testing, application should process the request and properly create an account if the valid details are given via the request, and a proper response saying that the account got successfully registered should be sent back. Checking without the help of the UI, if you are testing the request and responses and see whether the account is getting created without the help of the UI or not, is nothing but the API testing. So here request and response is happening over the internet, but sometimes, guys, okay, there will be some applications. Okay, there will be some applications. You can break that applications. Okay, application code is here itself in your machine only. Desktop, for example, desktop applications, right? So let's say this is a desktop application which is running in your machine. And if you can break the complete desktop application into multiple parts like this, you see here also the this particular components will interact with each other, right? One of the component of this particular desktop software no need to interact over the internet, guys. Okay, desktop softwares will have all the code installed in our machine only, right? You will get that as a form of exe file. When you click on exe file, the software will be installed in your machine, means here only the code will run. We don't have to send a request to server on the remote machine or something. Okay, so here, this is also API requests and responses only, guys. Okay, this is also here API requests and responses are happening in your local machines. Okay, not on the internet, via the internet. Okay, so testing such kind of requests and responses is known as API testing. Okay, so if these requests and responses are happening over the internet, we generally call them as web services. Okay, if the requests and responses are happening over internet like this, over internet the requests and responses are happening, means we call these requests and responses are web services, and testing them is known as web services testing. Web services testing can also be called as API testing. So only thing is that web services will be tested on the internet. Okay, what about this one, guys? This diagram here, these are not web services, guys. Okay, in the local machine only, different components are interacting with other components locally without internet. Okay, so via a different channel, not the internet, guys. Such kind of testing is directly called as API testing, guys. Okay, so web services also testing is also API testing. This testing is also API testing. Okay, but web services means on the internet they will happen. Okay, normal API testing means so component to component in your machine itself they will happen. That is API testing. Fine. So that layer you understood. Hope. Okay. Hope you are able to understand this part. API testing. Testing such kind of requests and responses is known as API testing. And coming to the database testing, you see here, guys, from the front end, if you give some details here, okay, when you give your first name, last name, and other details in this front end page, okay, other details in this front end page, and click on the continue button, these details will be passed to the server machine. Server will process these particular details and create an account, right? If these details are valid, the server will create an account, and after the server creates an account, okay, when the server creates an account, it will store all this first name, last name, email address, and all the details of the register account thing into the database. So here we are giving some data here. Okay, so to create the account, we are entering some data from the front end. From the front end, we are entering some data, and that particular data is being saved to the database by the server. But is the server properly saving the data? Whatever the data we are entering here, the same data is getting stored in the database or not? Who has to check? We have to check. Okay, what we have to do is we have to say actual data. Whatever the data we have entered into this application from the front end is actual data, and we will be, while performing the database layer testing, database testing, we'll run some SQL queries, guys. Okay, here server is not going to run. We are going to run after the server has created the account and stored the data. We are going to run some SQL queries on this particular database and retrieve the particular data which is entered into this from the front end layer, and we have to match this actual data with the retrieved data here, actual data with the retrieved data via the SQL, whatever you retrieved. If both are matching, that means server has properly stored the data into the database, and such kind of testing is known as database testing. Okay, such kind of testing is known as so database testing. Testing performed on different layers of the application. Okay, is also different ways of testing the software, guys. Okay, so that also another way of categorizing. And other category we can do is functional testing and non-functional testing. Okay, so for example, here if you go to this particular application, and let's say you went to the login, and here you gave some credentials like valid email address, valid password you entered, and click on the login button, and you are able to log in, right? By giving the proper credentials into this application, you are able to log in. So if you are able to log in, is the login functionality working fine? Yes. But what type of testing you have performed here? You have tested the functional testing. You check the functionality of the application. When you provide valid credentials, is the application allowing you to log in or not? Or other testing can be when you create valid details here in the register account page and click on continue button, an account is getting created or not. Such kind of testing performed on the application, checking the functionality of the application is nothing but functional testing. Not always we do the functional testing, guys. Not always we do the functional testing. Sometimes we have to test the characteristics of the application. Okay, how speed, okay, how at what speed this we are able to log in, at what speed we are able to create an account. Okay, is application faster enough? His application is able to handle thousands of real-time users simultaneously accessing this particular application over the internet. All these kind of things, how to test, guys? We have to test using a non-functional testing type that is called as performance testing. We have to do performance testing like flow testing, stress testing. All this comes into the performance testing, guys. Okay, so it comes into non-functional category where we are testing the speed of the application. Okay, in the real world load conditions, what is the speed of the application we are checking? That is called as performance testing. Now we have security testing also, which falls into the non-functional testing category. We are testing the security characteristics of the application. We are not testing the functionality of the application, where we are testing the characteristics of the application to see whether the application is secured or not. Only the users who have the proper credentials, okay, only the users who have the proper credentials can access the application. If a if a person who don't have an account with this application is able to log into the application, there is a security problem. Or while creating an account, is application asking for a complex password or not? Okay, or a normal password is accepted? Normal password is accepted, then security wise application is not good. Such kind of testing the characteristics of the application rather than testing the functionality of the application is known as non-functional testing. Under non-functional testing, we perform performance testing, and we perform security testing to find out any security loopholes are there in the application using which the hacker can attack the, okay, application. So in advance, we have to perform security testing and figure out the problems that hacker may utilize to hack the application. Okay, in advance, we have to do that. That is security testing. Fine, which comes into the non-functional testing category. And apart from whatever the basic testing types that you're going to answer in the interview, this many are enough, right? You have answered a lot of things already. Okay, if you explain this basic testing types in the interview for this particular question, you're already good, guys. Okay, but you can also at the end, when you want to stop answering the question, you just mention that, okay, this whatever I am explaining is whatever the testing types I explained are only the basic testing types, but there are 170 plus software testing types available which no one can remember. Okay, few examples are, apart from that, we have black box, white box, positive, negative, smoke testing, regression testing, array testing, sanity, unity, whatever you remember, you try to give him a list of 10 to 15 is enough, guys. Extra thing like system testing, acceptance testing, remaining all no one can remember, guys. Okay, there are 170. You see, as you can, I keep on scrolling, a lot of testing types are available here, right? A lot of testing types are, no one can answer this many testing types. Just give whatever you remember. After explaining the basic testing types, after explaining the basic testing types, you explain this other testing types to the interviewer. Okay, so that he can understand that, you have good knowledge on the software testing. Fine. So hope, guys, you got the answer for this question, and you understood how to answer this particular question when this particular question occurs to you in the interviews. Okay. So that's all for this session, guys. Okay. So see you in the next session where I'm going to answer another interview question for you, another software testing interview question for you. Till then, thank you. See you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 19. That is, what is expected from the testing team on testing a software application? Let me answer this question for you. First of all, ultimate goal of any software project is to deliver the software applications on time with highest quality possible. So to achieve that, we need a good testing team. Okay, we need a good testing team or a team of good testers we want. So what are the expectations from the testing team to be good and to deliver this kind of software applications on time with highest quality possible? Let me explain one by one in this session. So expectations from good testing team and a team of good testers is, first expectation is understanding the priorities. Okay, a good testing team or a team of good testers should understand the priorities. Which functionality should be tested first, which functionality can be tested later? They have to understand that basic knowledge should be there. Testers should know what should be tested first and what should be tested later. So because not always the testing team will get the time, right? Okay, so we cannot test each and every functionality of the application if the application is very complex and big, and we don't have so much of time to perform testing. In that cases, guys, this kind of skill set, okay, a good testing team or a team of good testers should have a proper understanding of deciding the priorities of the functionalities. So, so they can perform the important functionalities. They can test the important functionalities first and non-important functionalities later. Okay, they should have this skill set of prioritizing the functionalities and then performing the testing. Next, a good testing team or a team of good testers should ask questions and clear doubts. Okay, if the testing team or testers don't ask questions or clear doubts, ultimately they cannot understand the application. If the testing team doesn't understand the application, what will happen? They cannot test the application properly. Okay, that's what is the problem. So to understand the application, to test the application properly, the testing team, the good testing team or a team of good testers should ask and clear the doubts. Okay, all the questions need to be asked, all the doubts need to be cleared, okay, to understand the application and to perform the testing properly. Next thing is for a good testing team is to create better test cases by generating more ideas. Okay, as a testing team, we have to test the application in all directions. Okay, so that we can uncover, okay, we can uncover all the most of the defects as possible, guys. Okay, so that we can uncover most of the defects in the application as possible so that the application functionality becomes stable. So to uncover such kind of defects, guys, okay, we as a testing team, good testing team, should be able to generate more ideas of testing, okay, and create more better test cases and then perform testing so that almost all, okay, or most of the defects in the application gets uncovered by us, and that ultimately leads to the quality of the software, right? Next, next expectation from the good testing team is to have good domain knowledge. A testing team, a good testing team should have good domain knowledge, guys. Okay, so without having a, for example, if you are testing a banking application, the testing team who is actually performing the testing on the banking application doesn't have the domain knowledge of the banking, then they may not be able to, the testing team may not be able to test the application well, right? So another expectation for a good testing team is to have good domain knowledge of the application that they are testing as part of their project. Now, the next expectation from the testing team is to take care of creating the testing environments, configuring the environments, and testing them. Okay. So, as a good testing team, we should test our application. Okay, given application in all the supported test environments. Okay, we should be in a position to create, configure, and make these test environments ready and complete the testing in all the supported test environments. Fine. Next one. So good testing team should have the focus on the test environments to be tested. Then next one is about the focus on the test data. Test data plays a major role in testing, guys. Okay. So if you are testing an application with the normal data, it may not yield you all the, it will not yield or uncover the required amount of defects that need to be identified. Okay. So when you create a proper test data and use it in your application for testing, then you will uncover most of the defects in the application. Okay, you'll uncover most of the defects. So all this depends on the data, guys. Okay, all this depends on the data, and in real time how the data is created, how the data is generated by the application, everything we have to test as a good testing team or a team of good software testers. Fine. Focus on the test data while testing the application is very important. A lot of testers, what they do is they focus on the functionality of the application. They forget about the data, importance of the data, guys. Okay, data plays a key role. So because of using different type of data, application will behave differently, and because of the application behaving differently, we may come across some defects which cannot be covered with normal data. Okay, so focus on good testing team uses good data. Okay, we'll spend quality time on test data and we'll perform testing with that quality data. Okay, to uncover most of the defects in the software. Then the next expectation from the good testing team is to have good communication skills. Communication doesn't mean fluent English, guys. Okay, so a lot of people think that communication means good speaking skills. Okay, they have grammar and spelling mistakes in English. That's what they think, but that's not the case, guys. Okay, good communication means making others. Okay, a good testing team should be in a position to make the other people understand whatever they are communicating, whatever they are speaking or writing or creating documents or whatever it may be in form. Okay, either speaking or writing, those work should be understood by the other party. Mainly in testing team communicates with the clients, it communicates with the developers, communicates with other stakeholders, and will participate in the meetings. And here the important thing is communication, guys. Okay, they should have good communication skills. It's not about English, guys, fluent English. It's about the way we are able to make other people understand is what is good communication. The next one is all-rounder tester. Okay. Nowadays, okay, the expectations for the testing team is to be an all-rounder tester. Okay. You should not be just a batsman or bowler or a wicket keeper or a fielder. Okay. You should not be only one. You should be able to do everything, guys. Okay. So in testing also, when you get a project, we don't know what is the requirement. Sometimes the client will be asking for manual testing. Sometimes the client will ask for automation testing. Sometimes the client will ask for API testing. Sometimes the client will ask for the automation testing in different programming languages like Java, Python, C Sharp, Ruby, JavaScript, and so on. And sometimes the client will ask you to perform testing for on the application for performance testing or security testing. It may be anything, guys. You should be an all-rounder. Okay. So expectations for a good testing team or a team of good testers is to become a all-round tester. Okay. They have to become an all-round tester, and they should be flexible enough in working on different tasks. Okay. Whatever the task comes, that has to be performed by the tester. Okay. So we should be in a, we cannot say no, guys. As software tester or a team of good testing team, we should not say no or I don't know. Okay. We should take up the testing task. It may be anything small or big, it doesn't matter. We should be in a position to test it. Okay. Or using different testing types and all. Okay. Should be ready for anything. We should be flexible enough for doing any task on testing. That's what is the expectation from a good testing team. Very important point this is. Next, identifying and reporting defects correctly and in an understandable way. Okay, as a good testing team, we should be able to identify the defects correctly. Okay, we should be if you're able if you're a good tester or a if you're a good testing team, you should have the capability of identifying the defects in the software. Okay, you should be have the you should be good at identifying the defects in the software. That's the first one. You don't identify, what's the use, right? So testers, they should be good at identifying the defects. Then not only identifying the defects, guys, reporting the correct defects, proper defects. Okay, reporting anything that comes to your plate is all again bad, guys. Okay, so we should identify the defects and we should be in a position to analyze whether the defects are good or not, whether it is a valid defect or invalid defect. You should make that judgment, okay, and report the proper details to the developers without wasting their time. Then reporting the defects in such a way that the other party understands. Okay, here some testers, what they do is they report the defects. The problem with them is that they will not make sure that the other party is able to understand whatever the documentation they have done, so that the other party can understand the reported defect by you. Okay, so whenever we report a defect, we have to make sure that you have documented it well, and the other developer or other party can understand the defect. Then it's not just about reporting the defects, guys. Okay, we have to attach all the supporting details. Okay, so not only the required details we have to provide in the defect reports, but also we have to attach more, even more additional details like logs, application logs, or whatever it is. Okay, screenshots, a video proofs, or whatever it is. Okay, that will make the job of the developer easy. Okay, so you have to investigate well. Just reporting the defects is bad, guys. Okay, so we have to report in a way that a lot of information is provided. So that will make the job of the developer easy in identifying the defect and fixing the defect. Okay. So then not only that, as part of the reporting of the defects, a good testing team should categorize the defects correctly. Okay. Whether it is a what type of defect it is. Okay. What type of functional defect or non-functional defect, compatibility defect, or that kind of by nature you have to categorize the defects, or by and by priority, it has to be fixed urgently or can be delayed. So priority has to be with priority we have to categorize the defects, and with severity also we have to categorize the defects. Okay, so critical severity, high severity, medium severity. Okay, like that we have to categorize the defects. Okay, fine. Then next expectations from the good testing team is to test the real-time scenarios. Okay, we should not simply test the application and say that it is working fine or not. Okay, we should imagine what the real users are going to use the application like. Okay, after this particular software get released into the market, how the end users or real customers are going to use the software. By keeping that in mind, we have to test the application. Okay, with the realistic real-time scenarios we have to use for testing the application. So by this guys, okay, if you test like that, most of the defects will be uncovered. Okay, this is ultimate thing. Fine. Next expectation from the testing team is to, okay, never stop learning, and you should be a quick learner. Okay, as a tester you should be a quick learner, and also you should not stop learning guys. Okay, we have to keep learning new stuff, manual automation, API, performance, security, different tools, different programming languages. There is no end guys. Okay, different domains of the application, different technical skills, like all the concepts. Okay, like protocols, networking concepts, anything that comes to your plate, SQL, Java programming, Python programming. Okay, we should be technically sound over, and we have to keep evolving over a period of time. We should never stop learning, guys, and we should be a quick learner. Okay, so by doing this never stop learning approach and quick learning, okay, will become a kind of all-rounder, and we'll be able to do whatever that comes to our plate, and thereby we will grow in our career, right? So that's what is the thing. Fine. Next, so we should have a good testing team should have a positive attitude. It's not just about testing, guys. Okay, so a good testing team should have a positive attitude where they should focus well on testing with that attitude. They should communicate well with the development teams. Okay, so some testers will keep fighting with the development teams. Okay, I'm right, you are wrong, kind of thing. Okay, that should not be there. We have to put that thing in a positive manner. Okay, with our positive attitude we have to make our communication also kind of positive. We should give good response to the client. We should not feel burdened what client is saying. Okay, we have to give our 100% to the clients. Okay, so takes ownership of the task. We should take the ownership of the task case. Okay, so whenever some things come to our plate, we should be in a position to take it. Okay, so we should not escape from the task. Okay, we have to take it, and we have to solve that with positive attitude. Now other thing is teamwork. Okay, so as a good testing team, the team should have a very good teamwork. Okay, if only one person is working well in the team and remaining all are enjoying, or they are not showing interest in working, the team will ultimately fail guys. Okay, so the expectation from the testing team is to have a good teamwork guys. Okay, so they have to understand each other, they have to support each other well in the team, and they should provide the better results in the team. Okay, fine, and many more will come, guys. Okay, if I keep on explaining about what are the expectations from the testing team, a lot of things will come. Whenever you get a question on expectations from the testing team, don't be afraid, guys, to remember all these things. Whatever you remember, you explain. Okay, so I covered a lot of things here, so that whatever you remember, you can explain, guys. Okay, because no one can remember all this much of stuff, right? And each and everything, if they have to explain, that is not so easy. So what we have to do is whatever you remember from this list of things, okay, from the expectation from the good testing team, you just remember them and explain when you get this kind of question in the interviews. So with this, guys, I'm done with this session. So in the next session, I'm going to answer one more software testing interview question for you. Till then, thank you. See you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 20. That is, what is unit testing? Let me answer. Unit testing is a first level of software testing. There are four different levels in software testing. That is unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and acceptance testing. And unit testing is a first level of software testing. Generally, this unit testing is performed by development team. Okay, developers will generally perform this unit testing. Not only unit testing, guys, developers will also perform the integration testing, whereas system testing will be performed by the software testers and acceptance testing will be performed by the end users or customers. So unit testing is generally performed by the developers, and this unit testing falls into the white box testing category. Okay, it is performed by the developers and it falls into the white box testing category because while developers are performing the unit testing, they can see the code, they can access the code. Okay, the testing that can be performed by seeing the code or accessing the code is nothing but the white box testing. Okay, hence unit testing falls into the white box testing category. Now, let me explain the exact meaning of or exact explanation of what exactly is unit testing. Okay, in order to understand unit testing, what exactly is unit testing in a clear manner, first you have to understand what is meant by a unit. Okay, first you have to understand what is a unit, then you can understand what is unit testing. Let me explain what exactly is a unit. So let's say this particular box or rectangle represents the entire application software code. Okay, entire application code. Okay, let's assume that this rectangle represents an entire application code, and you can break this rectangle, that is entire application code, into some smallest units. Okay, here each and every box is nothing but a unit. You cannot break this particular box further. Okay, only to this much extent you can break the code, the smallest unit. If you break the entire application code into smallest units like this, okay, smallest pieces like this, here each and every piece is nothing but a unit. So this is a unit, this is a unit, this is another unit, and so on, guys. Okay, the entire application code, when broken into smallest parts or portions, where that smallest parts or portions are nothing but units, guys. Okay, here whatever I am drawing are the smallest breakable. You cannot break them further, guys. Okay, you cannot break them further. Till this extent only you can break. Here each and every box represents a unit. Fine, each and every box here represents a unit. Done. So here, now you understood what exactly is a unit. Okay, now you understood what exactly is a unit. So in real time, how can we break the entire application code into smallest unbreakable parts? Okay, so how to do that in real time? In real time, what is the procedure? Here, I have an example, guys. For example, if the developers have written the entire application code for a calculator application, okay, let's assume that the developers have written the code for a calculator application. Okay, calculator software application, they have written the entire code. If you have to break that entire application code into smallest units, okay, smallest parts, as possible as smallest parts, if you break them, maybe one of the unit can become a division of two numbers. Okay, so assume that this is a calculator. Here one of the unit can be the code for addition. Okay, the code for addition of two numbers. This unit can be, the other unit can contain the code for subtraction. Okay, subtraction of two numbers. Another unit can be, okay, you see entire code is there for the calculator, and each and every unit is like, for example, this unit code is for addition of two numbers. Okay, subtraction of two numbers, here multiplication of two numbers, and so on. Okay, multiplication of two numbers, division of two numbers, and so on. For example, if I take a particular unit as a division of two numbers, okay, let's say this particular unit belongs to the logic code for division of two numbers. Okay, division of two numbers. How the code will be there? How the code will be there? Let me write it here. Okay, so whatever I'm writing here is a unit case. Okay, assume that this is a unit. So the code will be like this. In Java, if I write the code, public void, okay, division, okay, division of two numbers. Okay, like this, some method is there. Okay, so we cannot break this method further. Okay, so when I divided the entire application code into smallest possible parts, okay, one of the part came like this. Okay, which contains the code for dividing two numbers. Okay, which contains the code for dividing two numbers. I'll just make this small div of two numbers, I'll say. So int a comma int b, something like this. Okay, this is a code, guys. This is a unit code. and here I'll write the logic. I'll say int result is equal to a divided by b. Okay, a divided by b, and here, okay, so here I'll write something like this: system.out.println. Okay, result. I'll print the result here. Okay, so system.out.println. Don't worry if you don't know Java. Okay, this is just an example. Okay, how the unit looks like in real time. So here I'll say result. Okay, I'll print the result. Okay, that is a division of two numbers. I'll result. Okay, fine. Now this is an example of a unit. This is one unit case. Okay, this is one unit, a piece of code which cannot be broken further. So one example for the unit is a method, reusable method in the calculator application, which cannot be broken further. This particular unit I cannot break furthermore. Okay, so developers who performs unit testing, developers will perform unit testing. While developers perform the unit testing, they can see the code, they can access the code and all those stuff. Okay, so what the developers, how the developers will be testing this particular unit piece of code? Okay, how they test it individually. So here, guys, you have to understand one thing. Okay, for now you understood what exactly is a unit. Okay, for now you understood what exactly is a unit. Unit testing means this broken down individual units. Okay, this is one example of a unit. Like this, other units also exist in the application code, right? So this broken down individual units will be tested separately. Okay, developers will test these individual units which are broken down from this entire application code individually, separately. They will test, and that kind of testing done by developers is known as unit testing. Okay, so testing the units which came out of the entire application code separately or individually by passing some valid inputs and invalid inputs. For example, for this particular unit, what the developers, how the developers will test this particular code. So developers will call this particular method and they pass some values like 5, 3. 5 will go into A, 3 will go into B. How many times 5 will be divided by 3? So 1 will be printed here. Okay, 3 times, 1 time. 3 ones are 3. Okay, only 1 time. For example, if the developers will pass 6 and 3. Okay, 6 into A and 3 into B, 2 times. Result will be 2. Okay, 6 can be divided by 3 by 2 times. So the result will be calculated and printed as 2 here. What if, what if let's say someone developers will pass some negative values like -3, -6, -3. -3 into 2 is 2 times, right? -3 into 2 is -6. So here 2 should be the result, 2 times. Like the different valid, invalid. For example, developers may pass something like this: 6 and 0 they will pass. Okay, 6 and 0. 6 goes into A, B goes into 0. And what will happen, guys, when you try to divide a number by 0? Here we'll get an exception. Okay, unit testing is passed or failed here. When an exception is occurring here in the code, while developers are testing this, they passed 6 and 0 and they got an exception here. Okay, arithmetic exception they got in Java. And because of that, this particular statement has not been executed. So developers will fail the unit test. Okay, this unit test will be failed, and since the developers have the access to this code to fix that particular failed unit test, they will change the code. They will put this inside the try catch blocks or whatever it is. Okay, they'll handle the exception in real time. So this is how, guys, developers can perform the unit testing. Okay, they will test the individual units separately by passing the valid and invalid inputs. Okay, and either pass or fail the unit test accordingly. Fine, guys. Now you understood what exactly is unit testing, and I gave you the example also. What is the advantage of performing the unit testing in real software projects? Okay, what is the advantage, guys? There are a lot of advantages, guys. Okay, so when you are performing, when you are testing the units individually, separately, this generally happens very quick, right? In the beginning stages of the software itself. Okay, unit testing will be performed, and if any issues are found in this unit testing, during the unit testing, if any issues are found, it is very easy to fix the defects, guys. Okay, they are like, it's very easy to fix the defects. Okay, they are very less costly. Okay, cheaper. Okay, cost of fixing the defects is very less. If developers find the problems in this particular unit piece of code, okay, then fixing that particular defect is very easy and very cheap. Okay, cost of fixing the defects is cheap in unit testing. In later levels, if they find some defects, like if the defect is missed in unit testing and it is found in integration testing, the cost of fixing the defect will increase a bit. What about the defect got missed from unit testing, integration testing, and finally found in the system testing? the cost will rise. Okay. So in the next levels of testing, the cost of fixing the defects will rise. Okay, and it is very easy to fix the defects in very less time and less cost. Okay, and very easily developers can fix the defects in the unit test. Okay, if they are found during unit test, that is one of the benefit of the unit test. And defects will be identified early, guys. Okay, before the integration testing, system testing, and user test acceptance testing are done, unit testing will come first, right? It is the first level of software testing, and if the defects are found, that means defects will be detected early, and hence the cost of, if the defects are found early, ultimately the cost of fixing the defects will be very less in the beginning stages of the software. If the defects take time to discover and get fixed in the later phases of the software, in that case the cost of fixing the defects will rise. So ultimately another advantage is fixing the defect fixing is easy, identifying that early, and cost effective. Three things. Now, the last advantage I need to mention here is, you see, we automate, right? We automate the software testing, right? So nowadays, guys, in agile world, right, you don't get much time, right? You will be given only 10 working, uh, you see, like 10 days. Sprint will duration will be 2 weeks. Okay, sprint duration will be 2 weeks, and in the 2 weeks, 4 will be holidays itself, like Saturday, Sunday, Saturday, Sunday, and remaining 5 days, that is overall 10 working days. Okay, overall 10 working days, you have to finish up your testing of a complex application. You see how difficult it is, right? So you test the entire application in just 10 working days, and in that given less time, can it be possible? No, right? That's why we automate the regression suite, right? So we automate the regression suite, and while automating the regression testing, we not only include the UI automation scripts. Okay, we also include the unit tests. Okay, we also include the automation of the unit tests. Okay, so unit tests also can be automated along with the UI functional tests. Using Selenium or some tool, we automate the UI functional tests. Whereas unit tests can also be automated, guys. Okay, there are some unit testing frameworks like TestNG, JUnit, and all that developers can use, and they will run this unit test at a go. Okay, hundreds of unit tests they can run for every build, every version of the software they can run, guys. By running the unit test, by running the API automation test, by running the UI functional test, right? It will give more results. Okay, so for each and every version, okay, we have to run the test. As part of regression testing, we have to automate the unit tests also. So that is another advantage, guys. Okay, so supports us in automating the regression suite. Okay, so it becomes automation regression suite. Unit test also participates in that, and it will make our scripts more stable and all. Okay, it will detect the errors quickly, and the defects identified during the unit test is kind of very cheaper to fix. And also we have to automate this unit test as part of the regression testing. Okay, not only UI functional testing, we have to also automate the unit tests as part of the regression automation, testing automation. So these are the advantages of the unit testing, guys. Hope you understood what exactly is unit testing, and who will perform unit testing, in which category unit testing falls into, and an example of a unit testing, and what are the different advantages we get by performing the unit testing. Okay, so hope, guys, you got the answer for this question, what is unit testing. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer the next software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 21. That is, what is sanity testing? Let me answer. Before I explain what exactly is the sanity testing, you need to understand that sanity testing is only performed on the stable application builds, and it is not performed on the unstable application builds. And when does we perform sanity testing? We perform sanity testing when there are minor code changes or bug fixes introduced in some functionalities of the stable application builds. Then only we perform sanity testing. And as part of sanity testing, we'll not test the entire application functionality. We'll only test the functionality where minor code changes or bug fixes happened. And that too, we test that particular affected functionalities because of these minor code changes or bug fixes in depth. We'll test, guys. Okay, not simply we'll test in depth that kind of functionalities where minor code changes or bug fixes got introduced. For example, let's say there are some minor code changes done in the login functionality of your application. Then we are not going to test the entire application. We are only going to focus on the login functionality, and that too we'll test the login functionality in depth as part of the sanity testing. Okay, so hence guys, okay, hence sanity testing is also known as or also a subset of a regression testing guys. Here it's not a full regression testing, it is a subset of the regression testing because we are only going to focus on the functionalities where the minor code changes or bug fixes happened in the stable application. Okay, so that's why it's not a full regression testing, we call that as a subset of regression testing. And what happens if the sanity testing fails? That means sanity testing fails means what? These minor code changes or bug fixes are not properly working in that particular functionalities, right? Where we have tested in depth. So in that case, we simply reject the build, guys. Okay, we simply reject the build to the developers, and we'll wait for the next build instead of proceeding with the detailed testing. We simply reject the build and wait for the next build where we will be expecting these code changes or bug fixes happen better or in a proper way in the functionalities. Okay, so this is what is sanity testing, guys. Okay, this is what is sanity testing and how it will be performed and where it will be performed. I covered everything in detail in this session as part of answering this question. And that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to answer one more software testing interview question. Till then, see you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 22. That is, what is smoke testing? Let me answer. Smoke testing is the first testing type that we perform on the application after receiving the build from the developers. So, once we receive an application build from the developers for testing, before performing any other testing type, we first perform smoke testing, guys. So as part of smoke testing, what do we test? So as part of smoke testing, we will verify the important, major and critical functionalities of the application are working or not. At a high level, we'll test, guys. Okay, we will not test in depth, guys. We'll only test the or we will only verify the important major critical functionalities of the application are working at a high level, not in depth. Okay, for example, if you are testing an e-commerce application like Amazon or Flipkart, we will test whether we are able to create an account with valid details. We are able to log into the application with valid details. We are able to search for the product in that e-commerce application with valid product details. And we are able to place an order successfully or not. Such kind of major important critical functionalities we'll test as part of smoke testing. And another example I can give is, for example, if you take or test a Facebook application as part of smoke testing, we will test whether we are able to create an account with Facebook. We are able to log into the Facebook application with the valid credentials. We are able to post something onto the Facebook. Okay, we are able to add a friend in the Facebook. We are able to send a friend request. These are the important functionalities, right? We are able to log out from the Facebook. Such kind of only the important major critical functionalities we will test, and that too will not test these functionalities in depth. We'll only test these functionalities at a high level, and that is what is smoke testing, guys. So smoke testing doesn't take much time, guys. Okay, it should not be taking 15 to 30 minutes max. Okay, it should be like wrapped up in 15 or max 30 minutes, guys. It should not go beyond that, right? Any complex application, okay, if you are testing the smoke testing where you are testing the important major critical functionalities, should not take more than 30 minutes. Okay, within that 30 minutes, will if the smoke testing fails, okay, if the major important critical functionalities of the application fail, we'll simply reject the build. Okay, we'll not do the further testing. We'll stop the testing there itself if the smoke testing of an application build fails. We'll simply reject the application build back to the developers and wait for the next stable build. Okay. Next smoke testing passing build we'll wait for. Okay. So this is what is smoke testing and why we have to perform and how we'll perform. Okay. So in the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 23. That is, what is exploratory testing? Let me answer. In simple words, exploratory testing is the process of simultaneously understanding the application, test planning, test creation, and test execution while exploring the application. Let me repeat, what is exploratory testing? While exploring the application, okay? While exploring the while or by, okay? You can say while or by exploring the application, if you are simultaneously, okay, while or by exploring the application. If you are simultaneously understanding the application, okay, you are new to the application, you are understanding the application functionality while exploring the application, and also simultaneously while understanding the application, you are doing what? You are test planning. Okay, you are planning your tests simultaneously, you are designing your tests, you are creating the test cases simultaneously, and also you are running the tests, that is you are performing test execution also simultaneously. All these activities are simultaneously performed while or by exploring the application. That is what in simple terms is known as exploratory testing. This is what is exploratory testing. So let me go out of topic for a while, okay, to make your understanding of what exactly is exploratory testing. I'll just go out of the topic and I will explain you a real world example, okay. Instead of explaining the exploratory testing, the format of testing way, I'll take you out of topic, okay, out of testing topic. I'll take you and I'll give you a real world example so that you will understand the exploratory testing better, guys. Okay, let's say, guys, you have planned a vacation, okay. Let's say you have planned a vacation for 5 days. Okay, for 5 days you planned a vacation and you selected one destination. Let's go with one destination, guys. Let's go with something like destination like Goa. Okay, so you planned this in India. Goa is a location where you planned the vacation for 5 days. There are two ways, guys. You can plan this vacation. Okay, so there are two ways you can plan this vacation. One way is like you can book a package, right? You can book a package in advance. You can book a package. So you can go to one tourism website okay, tourist website where right, you can book, you can select a package, pay some amount for 5 days. What are the facilities they are providing, which hotels they are allowing us to stay in, which places they will roam us. All those things will be predefined here, and you will pay some amount here, and in that 5 days or whatever it is, once you land, okay, when if you go with this package approach, what will happen here is you will land in Goa, and those people, the package people, okay, the tourist people, they will arrange a guide for you, arrange a driver come guide for you, who will pick up you from the airport. And on the day one, will check into one hotel, you will take some rest, and after that, once you are comfortable, they will take you to another location. They'll take you to another location the next day, and after that second day is over, again you will check into the hotel. Okay, and maybe same hotel or different hotel, up to you, depending on the locations you want to, okay, or package you have selected. And another location on third day, another location on fourth day, okay, another location on fourth day along with hotel stay and all, and another location on the fifth day. Okay, so another location on fifth day, and finally they will drop you at the airport on the final day and you will leave the Goa. Okay, this is how you book a package, and a structured manner is there. Okay, this is a structured approach. You are not exploring anything here, guys. Okay, you are new to Goa, but here you are following a structured approach provided by this tourism website. Okay, where you simply booked a package and you only covered these 5 places on 5 days. Okay, what about guys, you didn't book a package? Okay, so you thought like, I don't want to waste my money. Okay, so you didn't book a package here. So you planned a vacation for 5 days in Goa, and you thought like, I'll go by myself without booking a package with these people where guide and everything will be there. You went by yourself. What is the problem here? There's a problem here, guys. Okay, without package, you want to explore by yourself. Explore by yourself. But here without a plan, without any proper plan, without any proper plan, you are trying to explore by yourself. So what you will do here is you'll book a flight, you book flight tickets to Goa, and on that particular day arrives, you will simply land on Goa. Okay, you landed on Goa. The moment you landed on Goa, you don't know anything, guys. Okay, which location is good. You didn't do any proper plan, guys. There is no proper plan. Without any proper plan, so you don't know what are the good places in Goa and all. Nothing, and without any plan, you just landed on Goa, and this is the place you landed. Let's say from here you don't know what to do, and simply you went to another location. Okay, you thought of exploring by yourself. You went to one location and you went to another location, and you went to another location, and so on. You got lost. Simple. What happened here is you got you got lost. Okay, so you are not able to enjoy your vacation because you are exploring by yourself in a random manner. Here it is a random, without any Okay, you are exploring by yourself in a random manner without any proper plan and all. You got lost. Okay, you got lost and you went to some remote locations in Goa where nothing is there. Okay, you are not enjoying your vacation or something. Okay, 5 days got completed, guys. Okay, by the time you realize that you are lost and you didn't, you wasted your money, right? Where you are exploring by yourself without any proper plan in a random manner like this, and you got lost. If you are lucky enough, you'll there's a possibility, guys. In this also, there's a possibility. If you are lucky enough, there's a possibility that you will. There's a possibility, but it's not always lucky, right? So we may get lost, and the 5 days got over, and you got lost. This is a problem without any planning. If you are exploring the application, so this is what is a problem that may happen, right? So guys, here you identified the problem, right? You identify the problem with exploratory testing, but here it's not exactly an exploration, guys. Okay, it's not a proper exploration because you are calling that as an exploration, but it's not a proper exploration because without any plan you are exploring here. That's the problem. So what if you apply some plan to the exploration? Okay, what if you apply some plan to the exploration? This part I'll divide it here. Exploring, exploring the vacation with a plan, with a plan. This time with a plan. What will happen? Let's see. So you came with a plan. Okay, you came with a plan, and where you see before you started your trip, you did some R&D here and there, and top places. Okay, you just Google search for top places in Goa. Okay, top places in Goa, and you made a list of the things. Okay, you made the list of the things, and you noted down which directions. Okay, which direction information, everything you collected beforehand. Okay, beforehand, and which are the good places in Goa and all. You just collected some information, and on the top of that, and you purchase one item, or one product known as a compass. Everyone know about a compass, right? Compass, compass kind of device, which shows north, east, west, south, right? Directions it will show. This compass you purchased, and you noted down all the good places in Goa and which directions you have to go and all those stuff, and you have a compass. Like this, we came with a plan. You did some planning here. Okay, here you didn't do any planning. You just simply blindly went here and there. But here you want to explore, but with a plan. Some sort of structure is there. Still, here exploration structure apply to exploration. Okay, some structure apply to exploration you are planning, exploration you are following here. Okay, so here with this plan and all, so what did you do is you landed in Goa. Let's say after you landed somewhere in Goa, let's say you landed here. Let's say you landed here. Okay, after landing here, what did you do is you used this compass. Okay, you did this particular compass. Okay, let's say this is a compass, and here it shows north, east, north, south, east, west kind of thing. Okay, north, east, west, and south kind of thing. So then now you have the places in Goa also, and directions you have to travel also. So with the help of the compass, right, what you have done is in the first day by yourself without any guide or tourist or anything. Okay, without any guide or someone from the tourist website and all, here by yourself you are exploring, but with a plan you are doing. Okay, you have some information, and you're also taking the help of the uh, people who stay in Goa. Okay, just asking them, like, just to double confirm which location is good and all. It's not completely exploration. Okay, here it's not completely exploration. Some structure is applied to the exploration where you are following some process applied to the exploration, right? It's a process oriented exploration with information, with some planning stuff and all. Okay, so first day you went in this direction. Okay, you noted down, and you understood that, okay, one of the place that you did some R&D or something, right? That maybe in this north direction or something, and you went in that direction to that particular place, and along with that place, while exploring, you explore other places also in this direction. Okay, now day one is over. Next day you went in this direction. Okay, next day you went in this direction and you explored these places, and next day you explored this direction. Okay, so let's assume that, okay, this took half day. Okay, one day, half day. Second day you completed this also. Okay, you went in, came back and went in this direction. Again you went in this direction and explored this part. So let's say in 5 days after these four directions are over, you explore other directions like this in Goa. Okay, so like this you explored the other directions also. So a lot of directions you explored, guys. Okay, a lot of directions you have explored here. So in 5 days you did this. Okay, let's say in 5 days you explored more places. Okay, so but if you book a package with this tourism, only these five places you can say, only the famous five places, famous five beaches or whatever they have seen here. But in this case, you explored a lot, guys. Okay, you have explored a lot. Okay, by yourself. You came to know how people stay in Goa. You went to rural places in Goa and see how the people, what is the culture of the Goa and all those stuff also. Okay, but here only charismatic kind of stuff, right? Like a cosmetic kind of stuff will be there where famous. Okay, you take some, you go to the beach, enjoy there at the beach. You take some photos and pictures and come back. That's it. Okay, but here in this case, you know the actual Goa. Okay, actual Goa you can explore here with this approach. Fine. Now, now guys, just think here. Out of these two explorations, the structured is also good because your cosmetic things are covered, right? Like important things are covered here. But here, unstructured way while exploring without any plan, it's a problem. Without any proper plan, if you are exploring, you will get lost. But this is not recommended. This approach is not recommended. Without any plan, you should not explore, right? So better to explore with a proper plan. Apply some structure to the exploration, and with a plan, this is better. This is better because you are exploring some good places here, right? Apart from this, some kind of right, you'll get with a plan. If you do right, you'll get some results. Okay, so this is a better one. Now to get even more better results, what you can do is, to get even more better results, what you can do is, you can plan your vacation for 10 days. Okay, you can plan your vacation for 10 days, let's say. In that, allocate first 5 days, allocate first 5 days for this structured way of. Okay, your first 5 days you will go with booking a package. Okay, just book a package, and the next 5 days plus. Okay, this is a structured way, not exploration, structured way of vacation, you can say structured vacation, let's say. And the other side, other 5 days, you'll go with this planned exploration. Okay, exploring with a plan. So here in the structured vacation, all the important places are covered. On the top of that, when you do exploring with a plan for the next 5 days, more places will be covered, then your vacation will be fulfilled. Okay, vacation will be fulfilled. You will know what exactly Goa is, and also you will know what are the good places and how to enjoy in Goa and everything. Okay, your vacation will be a fulfilled vacation. You need to combine this structured way and exploration way with a plan. Don't go with exploration without a plan. That will not give you results. Okay, exploration with a plan and booking a package combined together will fulfill your needs of vacation. Will fulfill your needs of vacation. Now you got some idea, right? With this example. Now, if I apply the same concept to testing, okay, if I apply the same concept to software testing, that is in software testing exploration, if I apply, I can divide the way we perform software testing into two types. Okay, I can divide the way we perform software into two types. One is structured testing. First one is what? Structured testing. Other side, I'll say exploratory, exploratory testing. Okay, exploratory testing with a plan. With a plan, I can say. Okay, fine. Kind of structured exploratory testing instead of normal exploratory testing. It is structured exploratory testing. Fine. What is structured testing? You can see here, guys. What is structured testing is, we create test cases and blindly execute only those test cases without looking aside to find defects in the application. Okay. So here, guys, we are we are not free birds here. Okay. So in structured testing, what happens is, there will be some application given to you that you have to perform testing on. That for that application, already some 100 test cases are created. Only that 100 test cases you have to run as a checklist, as a predefined checklist. You have to only execute that or run those test cases blindly. Okay, you should not look aside. Whatever the steps that are provided, only that steps you have to check. Perfect, compulsory kind of. Okay, so here we have to only that particular test cases with that predefined steps need to be verified, and based on the results, we have to either pass the test case or fail the test case, right? So that is a structured testing approach, guys. Okay, that is a structured testing where we will depend on the test cases. Okay, we'll depend on the test cases and blindly execute the test cases and will not test any other things out of the test cases. But there's a problem with the structured testing, guys. Can everything will every test scenario or test idea can be converted into a test case in real time? If you can convert the all the 100% scenarios of the application test cases, you'll not get 100 test cases, right? You'll get thousands of test cases. That is not possible. Everything cannot be converted into a test case, and everything, complete entire application cannot be documented into test cases. That's not possible at all, right? That is not possible. Only we'll create the test cases, whatever we feel convenient and all. Okay, but everything cannot be converted into test cases, guys. That's the problem. So that means in structured test cases, structured testing is good, guys. Okay, structured testing is good because it covers the reasonable amount of test cases and all. It will cover. That's okay. But the disadvantage with the structured testing is it will miss edge cases. Okay, it's like a robot, right? Robot doing something. Okay, the robot doing something is even a robot can do, right? Okay, if you instruct robot to do something, robot is doing something and it's not doing anything else, right? So same thing. So here, if we are human beings, okay, we have a, something good thing known as brain, right? We can think using that brain, and we can be very, right, intuitive, and we can get a lot of ideas while testing, and that is not possible in structured testing, guys. We are not allowed to put our brain there. Okay, we are not allowed to think out of the box. On the fly thinking is not there. Okay, while you're testing, on the fly thinking and very checking whether with our experience, like, if there's a possibility of defect, can we try this kind of thing, can we try something different route while testing. All these things are not possible in structured testing. In structured testing, predefined test cases with predefined steps will be there. Okay, reasonable amount of test cases that we have to test, and if some other test cases are failing, for that we have to report the defects. That's what is structure testing. It will miss the edge cases because here thinking process is not there. We are like a robot here. Okay, but coming to exploratory testing with a plan. Okay, coming to exploratory testing with a plan, guys. Here, guys, we will cover edge cases also. Okay, so understand more. Okay, so let's understand more. So here I am saying exploratory testing with a plan. What if there is no structure to this exploratory testing? We are randomly performing exploratory testing. For example, an application is given to you. For example, this application is given to you, and without any plan, you are performing exploratory testing. So for now, I'm saying HP product, and okay, just checking the details, and I don't have any plan. Again, randomly, I'm jumping to this cart item. Your shopping cart is empty. Again, I'm going to the logo, clicking logo, and there's no particular plan, guys. Here and there, I'm jumping here while exploring the application. Here and there, I'm jumping without a plan. That is not exploratory testing, guys. Okay, without a plan, if you are performing the exploration, indirectly that is an exploration only. Okay, whatever I did is exploring the application only. Here, whatever I did is exploring the application, but it's not exactly the proper exploratory testing. It's not a proper exploratory testing. In proper exploratory testing, we'll have a structure. Some structure or process or plan will be there, approach will be there. But in improper, I mean, in an exploration, you are doing exploration of the application but without a plan, without any approach or something. If you are doing exploration of the application, that is not really an exploratory testing, guys. That is actually called as ad hoc testing or monkey testing kind of thing. Okay, there are other words for testing for that. Monkey testing, jumping like a monkey from here and there while exploring the application, that is monkey testing, not exploratory testing. And similarly, ad hoc testing, okay, randomly testing here, not like monkey, but random. There is no particular plan, you are going here and there. Okay, that is ad hoc testing. Okay, so like that, other testings are there, but exploratory testing will have a proper structure or plan or approach. Okay, exploratory testing actually has a, we are exploring with a plan or approach. That is exploratory testing. So some people say that, okay, some people believe that, okay, so they are in a kind of assumption that just going here and there is explore testing. That is indirectly that is explore testing, but it's not actual explore testing, guys. Okay, explore testing should have some approach. Then only we'll get some results. Like the vacation I told you, right? You with a plan, if you are exploring, you got some results. You will not get lost. Okay, and if you add that exploration to the structured way of vacation, more better results you will get. Here also same thing as the structure testing. If you combine with explore testing with an approach, then it will fulfill our testing needs. Okay, it will fulfill our testing needs. Okay, so if you combine structure testing where you are executing the test cases, okay, in structure testing, so a reasonable number of test cases with predefined steps and all. If you are testing blindly and right, this is good, guys. This is good. I'm not saying bad. Okay, along with that, if you combine uh, exploratory testing, if you combine exploratory testing with an approach, with a proper approach, if you combine exploratory testing, then it will fulfill our, this strategy will fulfill our testing needs. Okay, that's what we have to think about. Now, guys, there are many approaches in exploratory testing, guys. Okay, it's a very vast topic, guys. Okay, exploratory testing is a very vast topic. Okay, there are a lot of books on in the market on exploratory testing. This is just to get started on exploratory testing. Okay, So in the interview, if you come across this question and all, you should be in a position to answer like this, right? What is structured testing? What is exploratory testing? And exploratory testing approach, we have to do that. And there are few terms here you have to understand. Okay, there are few terms you have to understand. So that is, how can we make this exploratory testing an approach-oriented exploratory testing? For that, guys, there is a concept. Okay, so if you have to make it approach-oriented exploratory testing, so then we have to use something known as our heuristics, guys. Okay, so this is not the first time we'll be testing the application, right? So generally, exploratory testing is generally done by the experienced testers, okay, not the junior or fresher testers. Okay, they will be done by the exploratory testing on complex applications will be generally done by the experienced software testers who have already have tested some applications in their past. They have some knowledge, like, okay, for example, I'm testing this e-commerce application. Before coming to, let's say this is my current application that I am testing, but before testing this application in the past, I have tested amazon.com and flipkart.in. Such kind of e-commerce application already tested, guys. Okay, so with that knowledge, with that kind of experience, if I test this, you see, definitely the testing approach will be different of mine, right? A fresher is doing the testing on this application will be different from the an experienced person performing the testing on this application, right? So here, experienced person, he can understand something. Okay, so I need to start with the register. I have an idea, like, okay, a lot of functionalities will be there. Generally, we'll test register functionality first. Okay, let's go to register functionality mapping. And in the register functionality, we as an experienced testers can think that, okay, there is a possibility of defect if email validations are there or not, telephone validations are there or not, like that. Some kind of heuristics will come into our brain. Okay, so developers of this application may not have implemented the validations for email address or validations for the telephone field, like that. We'll get some ideas or heuristics. By looking at heuristics, what we'll do is we'll take one of the heuristic and start performing the testing. For example, I'll take telephone and I'll just go with that heuristic. Like, there is a possibility that telephone field. Okay, there is a possibility that in the telephone field there is a possibility of getting some defects. Okay, so it's not a structure testing, right? It's not a complete structure testing. It's an exploration with a proper approach. So in this approach, what we are going to do here is, we are going to create, after having a heuristic from my previous experience that of testing the application, the telephone field, there is a possibility of a defect. Okay, after getting that heuristic, I'll create a mission statement. Okay, I'll create something known as test starter. Okay, I'll create something known as test starter, guys. What is test starter? You can start the test starter here, guys. Okay, normal notepad or something, Evernote or whatever document you can use. There are some online tools also available in the market. Okay, there are other online tools also available in the market which can help you out. So for example, there is one online tool that I have installed here. I'll not explain more about these tools here anyhow, but there are some tools in the market, guys. For example, this one, exploratory testing Chrome extension. This is, you see, so this will help you while you're exploring the application. This will help you to report a bug, no, write down some notes. Uh, you can note down your questions here. You can note down your ideas here, like that. You can do anything. Okay, for example, let's go with this note for now. We can either use this normal simple document to do that, and or you can even do like this. Okay, so you can do some note here, guys. I'll say mission statement. I'll write mission. What is my mission? My mission is to test the telephone field for possible defects in depth. Okay, in depth. Like this, I'll create a mission statement, guys. I'll create a mission statement here. I'll just make it big. Like this kind of tools are also there. You can simply install, guys. Just Google search for this exploratory testing Chrome extension. Like this, Google search. The search results will get this exploratory testing Chrome extension. So this is one of the tool, guys. It's not the only tool. It is one of the tool. Just it's already installed, guys. Add to Chrome. Here it will be added and pin it so that you can access directly from here. Okay. It's one of the it's one of the tool available, guys. Okay, one of the Chrome extension available for performing exploratory testing. Just click on that. You see, it's a note is gone already. Let me create the note again. Mission. So here, add a new note. You can add more notes also. Okay. So it's kind of like this, guys. Okay, you can yeah. So mission testing. Let's try this testing telephone field in the register account page of application for possible defects. Okay, from my heuristics, I got an idea that, okay, telephone field maybe not be good, validations may not be there. So with that idea, I'm just doing that. Okay, from my previous past experience, I'm doing this possible defects in depth. Okay, in depth testing, in depth, like this. I'll create a mission statement. So I'll just create a new node. Already one node got created here. You see, a node has been created. I'll create one more node. What is the node again? Here, after creating the mission, I'll create some. Uh, I'll do something here, guys. What I will do here is about this. What I will do here is I'll set a timer here, guys. Okay. Before starting here, I'll set a timer here. How to set a timer here? The Google. I think this is there now. It's not going. Okay. I'll go to Google and say Google timer. Okay. It's the simplest way. I'll say Google timer and I'll set some timer like I'll say reset and I'll just click on this and just give some time, guys. Let's say I'll give some time like some 8 minutes. I'll give. Okay. Some 8 minutes. I'll say and start. You see, timer has started. I'm left with this much of time. Okay. So in that time, I have to complete the exploration of this particular telephone field. Okay. Like that, I'm going with a plan, guys. Okay. I'm making notes also. You see, I'm also making notes while doing this testing and all. So here I'll click on the notes and I'll add one more note. So what is other note I'll add? I can take screenshots also. If I want to take a screenshot, I can take screenshot also. I'll tell you how to take that all. So anyhow, for now, I'll add one more. Like already mission statement is there. I'll add the next thing. The next thing is like what the next thing, guys? I have to create some test ideas. Okay, I'll create some test ideas. Test ideas. What are the different test ideas I'll get while testing this? Okay, so I'll have some ideas, right? How to test this field, like enter uh, numbers. Okay, enter numbers is one idea. Enter alphabets. Alphabets. Enter numbers and should be accepted. Okay, enter numbers. Okay, enter alphabets. Should not be accepted. Should not be accepted. Right here should not be accepted. And for a few more ideas, I'll not. I can spend a lot of time here and spend more ideas. I can create more ideas here, but I'll not do that, guys. Okay? Just on the fly, I'm creating the. Here I'm on the fly. I'm creating the test. I'm planning and designing, guys. Okay, I'm planning and creating test case. This test ideas concept is nothing but I'm planning something on how to test, and also I'm actually test designing simultaneously here, right? So I'm test designing also. And enter and at the same time, I'm understanding that how the telephone is kind of working. Okay, so enter alphabets, enter enter what else? Enter symbols. Okay, valid telephone number formats, valid telephone number formats. So I'll get more ideas here. Okay, so there's one more add-on, guys. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll just say plus here. So two nodes have been added. There is one more add-on we have extension. You can say that we can be using for exploratory testing. That is a bug magnet is the tool. Okay, just install this bug magnet, guys, for Chrome. From the Chrome, just install this bug magnet. It's very useful while exploring the application and all. Add to Chrome. This is the symbol, add extension. In a while, it will get added. Let's continue. You see the remaining time is 5 minutes, 33 seconds. Okay, so the time is running. So click on this. I'll continue my testing. So I'll do that. I'll just give some numbers here. For example, I'll give some number like this and say click on continue. You see it's validating. Okay. So while I'm testing this, you see it's a warning message is not there. It's accepted this numbers. That's okay. I got an idea while testing that. What is the idea I got is I'll tell you. I'll write down here. It's not giving me. So I'll create one more note. Other test ideas. I'll write one more test idea. Is without entering. That I got while testing. Okay. Without entering anything into telephone and checking whether proper warning message is displayed or not, as telephone is a mandatory field, right? It's marked at asterisk symbol here, mandatory field. You see, this telephone is marked with the asterisk symbol. That's why. Plus, and here those are those this kind of things notes, right? That ideas you can calculate here. You can write the test designing ideas here. Okay, testing without these ideas you can actually notes. You cannot don't have to do that in the notes, guys. You can do that in the idea section. Test without entering any value in telephone field is one idea. Telephone field this is one idea. Click on place. Another idea you can add. Like that you can keep on adding the ideas. Okay. We'll get used to this. We can get used to this kind of tool, guys. Okay. Some notes will, and also some observations will come, right? That observations you can add here. Okay. So here, what is the observation while testing this telephone field with a valid number? It was accepting, right? It was accepting. Okay. So that observe that that test result I'll write here. The notes I'll write. What is the test result? I'll say I'll write a test result saying that while providing valid number, okay, it's working and not giving a warning message. Okay, it's accepting. It's accepting. Otherwise, it's accepting the it's accepting the valid phone number. Okay, like this I'll write and say plus done. Like that I can keep the notes. I can write the test ideas. So other test idea is what is the other test idea, guys? Other test idea is what about alphabets? Let's say alphabets. Let's worry about the alphabets. I told you about bug magnet, right? I just now installed the bug magnet here. So I'll say play. I'll pin it, and here, guys, I don't know whether it will. Yeah, it is coming. You see, bug magnet is there. Now, once the bug magnet is installed, for example, you can test with a lot of fields. Okay, it will make your process easy. When you right click, you are getting bug magnet. So a lot of things are coming. Okay, a lot of things are coming. Numbers are coming. -1. You see, a lot of. It will make your job easy, guys. -1 is accepted. Telephone number must be some length is there. Okay, some length is there. Like that, many add-ons are there, guys. There are many add-ons actually. So -1 is giving, it should be 3 and 32. Okay, so some observations came. Some observations came while I was using bug magnet. So the idea here is click on this. Idea is use bug magnet. Use bug magnet. Bug magnet to test with different possible data. Okay, to test with different type of data, different possible and type of data suggested by the tool. Suggested by the tool. Suggested by the tool. Like this, you can say plus. Okay, this is the idea, and you are testing. While testing, it's accept. You got to know that observation came where three. The length, some length is there for this telephone number. That is 3 and 32. Okay, so that you can make a note, guys. Okay, your observation, and you can say that observation, my observation. Telephone field accepts numbers between 3 and 32, but I'm not sure a telephone number cannot be three values, right? I have to have a question here. Okay, here it is giving validation that 3 and 32, but I don't think that is the right thing, because phone numbers will not be three size, right? So I have a question here. I'll just note down the question here saying question is what? Warning message. Okay, warning message maybe displayed wrong. Okay, so the minimum size. Okay, minimum and maximum sizes, minimum and maximum sizes may not be correct. Okay, have to rethink about the warning message here. Warning message here, and here I can take a screenshot also. I can take a screenshot. How to take the screenshot, guys? Okay, add a new with a screenshot. Okay, maybe that got added, guys. Okay, the screenshot has been taken, it seems. Okay, so add a new question with screenshot. Okay, okay, fine. That has been added. Let's see what will come. So keep on doing the stuff, guys. Screenshot may be added already here. So now you see, and guys, what if I give alphabets? Okay, the another test idea is, you see, timer is over, guys. Okay, we are done with the time. So I can actually, I would have given the timer, like I can give more time, right? 15 minutes or something. Okay, so I'll just reset it and then start it again. Okay, but actually beforehand only we have to give. We can extend, guys. That is no problem. We can extend the timer. Okay, if it is taking more time, we'll set more time for that. Okay, we'll extend the time. That's not a big deal. Okay, in real time that happens. We'll set some timer and we'll make it session bound. Okay, in that time only we have to complete. But if it is taking more time, we can extend the time. Not a problem. Okay. So anyhow, here, guys, here the thing is, another test idea is whether idea is testing test idea alphabets. Okay, accepting test with alphabets. Okay, test with alphabets. That is the test idea. So how will I test? Suppose I will give alphabets here, A, B, C, D, E, and all alphabets I'll give, and click on continue. Click on continue. You see, It's not giving any warning message, right? It's not giving me any warning message. That means alphabets are accepted. Telephone numbers cannot be alphabets, right? I'm damn sure that is a bug. So what I will do, I'll report a bug here. Okay, I'll report a bug here. I'll say defect. I'll write on telephone field. Telephone field is accepting alphabets. Alphabets. Alphabets instead of just numbers. Instead of just numbers. Like this. Okay, and say click on place. Done. Bug has been reported. I can take a screenshot of this. Okay, I can take a screenshot of this. Okay, I'm just defect. I'll write in a better way. Let's see what will come with a screenshot. Telephone number is accepting alphabets instead of just numbers. With a screenshot, I'm doing this time. Okay, done. So bug with a screenshot. So like this, guys, some something I'm exploring. I can even investigate more, guys. I can inspect and write. A lot of things can be done. Okay, so all these things will come on the fly, guys. All these ideas and all. Okay, so I'll get an idea like okay, other idea maybe like investigating the HTML code of this telephone field. Okay, and from this we'll get some observations and all. Okay, from this we'll get some observations and all. So while investigating, we'll get some like placeholder is there. Some observations are coming. We can make down the notes. Okay. So how this thing is working. Some observations we can note. We'll report the bugs. We'll report. We'll document the questions, ideas. All these things are possible, guys. Okay. You can do all these things here, and with the help of the tools, it will be more easy, right? With the help of the tools, it will be more easy. Okay. With the help of the tools, it will be more easy. Let's say you are done with exploration, and let's say I'll stop the timer here. Okay. So session based. This is not just normal exploratory testing. Exploratory testing with an approach. We are doing exploratory testing with an approach, and that too, okay, and that too, we are making it session bound. Okay, session based exploratory testing, session bound or time bound exploratory testing, you can say. Here, once you are done with, assume that this timer is over and you are done with the testing here. So guys, export session to JSON. What is there? View session report. Let's click on the session report, and you see session report came here. So whatever that have made the notes, right? Bug notes, you see bug notes, whether screenshots are taken or not. You see screenshot is taken. Click on the screenshot, you see, you can see the screenshots. There's a lot of things are there in this, right? The tool is very good. So you can export that HTML file also if you want and share that with your clients and all. Okay, share this particular report with the clients. You can discuss this. Once you are done with this exploratory testing session, time bound exploratory testing session, using that, this is what is charter, guys. Whatever we have done is nothing but charter. Okay, whatever I downloaded is nothing but the test charter. Okay, test starter. And in the test starter, we have a mission, we have planned something, we have asked the question, we noted down our observations, we reported the bugs, we have set some time box and started exploring with the Google timer and all those stuff. Okay, this is what is test starter. In explore testing, we use this test starter, and once the exploration is completed, then we will do the we'll conduct debriefing, guys. So we will discuss with the developers, we will discuss with our colleagues, we will discuss with our test leads and senior people in our project. We'll discuss these things with the client and all, and take necessary decisions. Okay. So this is approach. Okay, approach oriented explore testing, and also not only approach oriented, we are also adding some timer here, session based time boxed explore testing. So this is how the explore testing will be performed in real time, guys. You see, this kind of tools are making our job very easy, right? The tools are making our job easy. See, lot of things have been captured here. You see how much got failed, like questions, how many questions we have, everything reports are coming, right? And a lot of in which browser I tested, operating system, a lot of things are coming here. Right? The tool is very good, you can say. So next thing is the practical demonstration here. What is the advantage of doing exploratory testing? I told you already, right? If you combine the structure testing, okay, if you combine this test cases approach of testing with this planned approach oriented session bound and time boxed exploratory testing, then it will fulfill our testing needs. Okay, test coverage, the advantage is we'll achieve test coverage. How the test coverage will be improvised here, because with normal structure testing, some edge cases will be missed. Okay, on the fly we'll get some ideas, that all these ideas cannot be converted into test cases always, right? General ideas will convert to test cases, most of the ideas will convert to test cases, but you see while testing you'll get even more ideas, and that ideas will be missed in structure testing, guys. So by applying the approach oriented explore testing to the structure testing, we'll increase this test coverage by testing some scenarios or some functionalities on the fly using our intuition and out of box thinking, so that we can cover the other edge cases also. Okay, the application other edge cases. So what is the possibility when you increase your test case? What happens? More defects we can identify, right? Apart from whatever the defects, okay, structure testing will also identify some defects, and on the top of that we'll get even more defects because we are covering more test coverage and more edge cases we are covering. That's what is the advantage, guys. Okay, so next thing is combination, guys. Okay, I'm not saying that structured testing is bad or explore testing is only good. Okay, but the combination of structure testing and explore testing will fulfill your testing needs by giving this kind of advantages. So hope, guys, you understood what exactly is explore testing. So whatever you remember from this explanation, you can answer that in the interview questions. Okay, when this particular question comes in an interview for you, like what is exploratory testing, so you just use your way of explaining, and this is what is explore testing, and you put it in your words and try to explain that. You try to prove yourself to the interviewer so that you'll get convinced and you'll be able to answer better. Okay, this is what exactly is explore testing, and this is how you have to answer when you get this kind of interview question. Okay, so that's all for this session, guys. See you in the next session where I'm going to answer another or next interview question on software testing for you. Okay, till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 24. That is, what is integration testing? Let me answer. Integration testing is one of the levels of software testing. In software testing, we have four levels. That is unit testing, followed by integration testing, which is followed by system testing, and finally followed by acceptance testing. These are the four levels of software testing, and integration testing is one of the levels of software testing. But what exactly is this integration testing, and what will be tested as part of integration testing? Let me answer that. In simple words, we will be testing the interface between different units, or we'll be testing the interface between different modules, that is functionalities, or we'll be testing the interface between different systems. Anything can be called as integration testing. Okay, testing of the interface between different units, or testing the interface between different modules, or testing the interface between different systems to see how these units are working together, or to see how these modules are working together, or to see how the systems are working together. That's what is integration testing, guys. Okay, I'll give you some examples for integrating the units, integrating the modules, and integrating the systems. Example for integrating the units. Okay, while performing the integration testing where you are integrating the unit, the example here is, let's say in the last session, okay, in the last interview question, in one of the last interview questions, I explained about what is unit testing, right? I described the unit as a piece of code which cannot be broken further, right? I described or explained about a unit which is nothing but a piece of code which cannot be broken further. Such kind of individual units, okay, which can be logically grouped together, will be grouped together and checked whether they are working together or not. Okay, they will be integrated together logically. Individual units will be tested first as part of unit testing. Individually, they will be tested. After that, the related or logically groupable units can be grouped together and tested. And this is called as unit level integration testing, which is generally performed by the developers. Case. Okay, developers will perform this kind of testing, where developers who will be performing the integration testing at the unit level, individual units are grouped together logically and tested together. Such kind of testing will be performed by developers case. Okay, such kind of integration testing will be performed by the developers. And we can also perform integration testing at module level or functionality level. For example, there are two functionalities like register functionality. If you go to this application, guys, if I take you to this e-commerce application, tutorialsninja.com/demo sample application, here there is register functionality, there is login functionality. We can individually test, we can separately test the register account functionality, and we can separately test the login functionality. But there is a connection between the register and login. What is the connection, guys? How can we test? How can we integrate this register and login and test together? You see, whatever, for example, you create a new account with the register account, and with the help of created account, you want to log in, right? Is You see, after creating an account with this register, after giving valid details and creating an account with that credentials, if you are able to log in, that's nothing but an integration, right? If you log in with valid credentials, you'll be connected to the home page, right? So every functionality is integrated together and tested, right? So the account created with the register, we should be able to log in. So that's what is the integration, right? So who will be performing such kind of integration testing at module level, where we'll be testing the interface between the register and login? Account created with register functionality should work with login functionality, where you should be able to log in with that newly created account with the register functionality. Okay, so they have to be working together. So such kind of integration testing at the module level will be generally performed by the testers. Okay, code level, they will be, unit level is nothing but the code level. Code level units will be integrated and logically grouped and tested together by the developers. Okay, which comes into the white box testing anyhow. But similarly, integration testing can also be performed at the module level by the testers. Okay, this register and login individually they will be tested, and after that they will be tested together. And also, this integration testing can be performed at the system level. Multiple systems can be integrated together to become some better system. For example, here we have an e-commerce application. Not only this one, guys. If you go to Amazon or Flipkart or whatever it is, okay, at the end they have the payment gateway, right? So that payment gateway, may not belong to this application. It's that other third-party application. But here, this e-commerce application is integrated with a third-party payment gateway application to solve the purpose, right? So such kind of, and also in some cases, guys, for example, if I give you one more example for this integration testing at system level, you see, let's say you are paying some bills, you are using Paytm or some UPI apps these days, okay? So a lot of Paytm or many other apps are there in the market. From the Paytm, you are able to pay the electricity bill, right? So here, multiple systems are integrated, guys. Okay, Paytm is getting integrated with the government related electricity application, and that government and also not only government related electricity application to, to process a payment, but also guys, a payment gateway is also there, right? So you have to give your net banking. You see, there are different options available in Paytm where you can select the net banking to pay that. So here multiple systems, Paytm is integrating with the electricity, government electricity related application, and it's also integrating that Paytm is also integrating with the net banking softwares or applications of the different banks. Okay, such kind of integration happens at system level also. Okay, who will be performing such kind of integrations? Again, testers. Okay, only the unit level integrations are performed by developers, whereas module functionality level or system level integrations will be done by the testers. Okay, fine. Now guys, what, there are different types of integration testing. Okay, there are different types of integration testing possible. That is incremental and non-incremental. Incremental means step by step, right? So first level to the next level, that is incremental. Okay, slow by slow you'll grow. It will keep on incrementing. Okay, the size will grow for a period of time. That is incremental. Non-incremental means at a go. At a go, guys. So in incremental, we have three integration testing approaches. Okay, in incremental, we have three integration testing approaches. First approach is in incremental integration testing is top-down integration testing approach. Okay, the first one is top-down integration testing approach. What is this top-down integration testing? In top-down integration testing, how the integration testing will be performed is, so in the top-down, okay, top-down means from top to down, from top to down. That is called as top-down. In top-down integration testing, the parent level, okay, the parent level modules or, okay, the parent level units or modules or systems will be, okay, the parent level units or modules or systems will be integrated with the child level. Okay, the parent level will be integrated with the child level, maybe ideally like this. Okay, then the child level, this child level will again integrate with the next child level. Okay, so like this it will be integrating. So here parent level units are integrating with the next child level units, and next child level units are integrating with the next child level units. Okay, here integration is happening from the top level to the bottom level, right? From top level to the bottom level, the integration is happening here in this case. So here integration of different things, guys. It can be integration of units which will be done by the developers, right? As part of integration testing, and unit level will be done by developers. Like this, individual units can be logically grouped, and parent and child level units will be integrated together from top to bottom, like this. That is called as top down. That is called as top down integration testing approach. So there is a problem that you may face, the developers may face, or anyone who is performing the integration testing may face is, you see, while integrating the parent level to the child level units and or modules or something as part of integration testing and going down from top to bottom, one of the unit may not be available. Let's say this particular unit is not available. Is it possible to proceed from top to bottom? From top to bottom, from top to down, is it possible to proceed? Because here this is taking a lot of time. Only this particular part is taking a lot of time, and you cannot. That will waste your time, right? That will waste your time if one of the unit or modular system is not available to proceed further integration from top to bottom. Here the work will stop. The work will stop, guys. So what we generally do in this case is, instead of putting a real unit or real module or system here, we will put a dummy one, a dummy, temporary dummy. Okay, temporary code, a temporary code or dummy code kind of thing. We generally call that as stubs. Okay, we generally call that as stubs. If a real unit is not available while integrating the units from top level to the bottom level, during the process, if at one level one of the unit is not ready and it's taking a lot of time, it will increase the duration for this integration testing to complete. To overcome that problem, okay, by the time this particular unit is ready, we cannot wait, right? So instead of that, till that unit is ready, we'll put a dummy system, dummy unit in place of the real unit, okay, which will simply generate the pass the data and all those stuff. Okay, that we generally call that as stub. Okay, it's a dummy unit. It's a dummy unit, guys, which will behave like a real unit, but it's not the actual unit. Okay, a stub kind of thing we'll put to proceed further without delaying the integration. Okay, once a real unit is available, we'll replace the stub with the real unit. Okay, so that's what is top down integration testing approach. And similarly, we have bottom up. Okay, the reverse of the top down is bottom up is there. Okay, so where we will integrate from bottom to up. Okay, top down, bottom up, from bottom level to upper level. Okay, upside. Bottom up integration testing approach where the low level child units, okay, the low level child units will be integrated with their parent level units. Okay, they will be integrated with the parent level units like this. Okay, they will be integrated with the parent level units. Let's integrate. The low level child units will be integrated with the parent level unit, and then these parent level units will be integrated with their parent level units, and these parent level units will be integrated with their level units, and so on, guys. Okay, so this is bottom up integration testing approach. Here also there may be some situation where one of the unit may not be available. Okay, let's say this particular unit is not available, is not ready. Okay, here in the case of bottom up, in this place of non-available unit, which is going to take time and which is going to delay our integration testing approach, integration testing, in place of this real one, we'll put a dummy one, okay, which can simulate the real one, okay, having some dummy code and all which can simulate the real one, and we call that as driver. What we call that as? We call this particular kind of thing as driver. In case of top down, we call that as stub, but in case of bottom up, we call that as driver. Okay, this dummy unit, which is put in place of the real unit, okay, to not delay the integration testing, is nothing but the driver in case of bottom up, whereas in top down it is called as stub, guys. Fine. Now, so in bottom up integration testing approach, we call that dummy unit or program, which is actually okay, actually simulating the real unit or something which is not yet available or which is going to take some time to get available, is nothing but driver in case of bottom up. In case of top down, we call that as stubs. Now, guys, we have one more thing, that is sandwich. Sandwich integration, sandwich integration testing approach. Okay, sandwich integration testing approach, where which is nothing but a combination of top down and bottom up. Okay, it's a hybrid approach, you can say. Sandwich approach, you know a sandwich, right? How a sandwich will look like. One bread slice will be there here, another bread slice will be in the bottom, one bread slice will be on the top, another bread slice will be on the bottom, and in between that all the material will be there. Okay, the salad or whatever will be there in between that. Okay, this we call that as sandwich, right, in real world. So here also sandwich integration testing also represent that real sandwich in the real world, where the integration will happen not only from top to down, but also it simultaneously it will happen from bottom to up, top to down, top down, and also bottom up. Both will happen, guys. That means here the parent level units will be integrated with the child level units. Okay. Okay. Simultaneously, the parent level units will be integrated with the child level units, and the child level units. Okay. Simultaneously, the low level child level units also simultaneously will be integrated with the parent level units. Okay, here integration is happening in both the direction. That's why we call that as sandwich, guys. Okay, top down integration is happening at same time simultaneously bottom up, two directions the integration is going forward. That means that means, guys, here integration is happening in both the directions simultaneously from top down and bottom up. Okay, and here, guys, that's the reason there will be two things, both stubs and drivers will be there. Okay, while you are coming from top to bottom. Okay, while you are coming from top to down, we are going to use stubs. While you are integrating from bottom to top, the dummy programs we call them as drivers. Okay, they are going to drive you from bottom to up, whereas stubs are going to take you from top to down, bottom. Okay, top to down. So here both stubs and drivers will be used. If real units are not available during this sandwich integration testing approach, we use both stubs and drivers. Okay, from top to down, when you are coming from top to down, you are going to use stubs. Where when you are going from bottom to up, you are going to use drivers. Okay, fine. So this three integration testing falls under the incremental integration testing. Okay, now we have non-incremental also. Okay, in non-incremental, another category of integration testing is also there, that is non-incremental type, where only one thing is there. Okay, only one approach is there in the non-incremental integration testing type. That is nothing but big bang integration testing approach. Okay, only one approach is there under the non-incremental type of integration testing. That is nothing but the big bang integration testing approach. What is big bang integration testing approach means? Here, guys, all the units. Okay, let's say this is a software application, and all the units will be first made ready, guys. Okay, before you integrate it, before you start integrating. Okay, before you start integrating any of these units, we'll make sure that all the units of the application or function application or code is ready. And once all the units are ready, then at a go, as a big bang, you see, in science we have a big bang theory, right? The universe will burst and we got a big bang kind of thing. Okay, so we don't know the order, right? So here, similarly, here big bang integration testing approach also, all the units will be of the application are made ready first. After that, the related units will be grouped like this. Okay, so whatever the units are need to be grouped like this, they will be grouped in different directions at a go to see whether they are working together or not. Okay, so here integration, big bang integration means it is not top to down or bottom to up, or not both, but here it is like all the units will be integrated in different permutations and combinations at a go and tested together. This is what? This is big bang integration testing. It is non-incremental, guys. At a go, all the units will, or modules or systems will be integrated together and see whether they are working together properly or not. Okay, this comes in the big bang, but there is a drawback in this big bang, guys. What is the drawback in big bang integration testing approach? Since you are not going in a incremental fashion. Okay, in big bang integration testing approach, if you since you are not going in a step by step or incremental fashion, what happens is there is a possibility that you will forget to test the integration between any of these modules. For example, you forgot to test the integration between this module and this module or something. Okay, you forgot to test this one. There's a possibility that you will forget the testing of the integration between different modules, guys. Okay, that's the only thing, because at a time you are integrating different modules in different units or modules in different combinations. So definitely there will be possibility that some units you will not test. You will forget to test integration. Okay. So that is only the drawback of the Big Bang integration testing. Fine guys, with this I am done answering the question. What exactly is integration testing in software testing? Okay. So this is how guys you can answer the question. Okay. When you come across these questions in the interviews, you can answer like this test. So that's all for this session guys. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 25. That is, what is system testing? Let me answer. System testing is one of the levels of software testing. In software testing, we have four levels. They are unit testing, integration testing, followed by system testing, which is finally followed by acceptance testing. These are the four levels of software testing, and system testing is one of the levels of software testing which comes after unit testing and integration testing. Okay, but what exactly is the system testing, or what actually we test as part of system testing? Let me answer. In simple words, system testing is a process of testing the application or system as a whole, okay, as a complete. If you're testing the application as a complete, instead of testing the individual units of the application, or instead of testing the group of units of the application or group of modules of the application that we do in unit and integration testing, here you are testing the entire system as a whole. Okay, entire application or system you are testing as a whole, and that too on the QA environment. Okay, not on the production environment guys. On the QA environment you are testing the entire application as a whole. Okay, and as part of performing the system testing, we test the end-to-end flows. Okay, we test the end-to-end flows which simulate the how the end user, okay, after you release the software into the market, how the real customer or end user is going to use the application. Okay, the scenarios which are simulating how the end user or a end customer is going to use the application after releasing the software into the market, that kind of end-to-end flows we are going to test as part of system testing. So let me give an example guys. Okay, let me give an example. So I'll take an e-commerce application as an example and show you what exactly system testing is here. Okay, if I take you to this application guys, here if you're testing this entire application, e-commerce application as a whole, if you're testing, that's what is called as system testing. What if you're testing only this login functionality? You're only testing this login functionality. Is this an end-to-end testing? No guys. Okay, if you're only testing this login functionality, that is not end-to-end testing. Only login functionality you're testing. What if you're only testing the register functionality? That is not also end-to-end testing, right? That is also not end-to-end testing. So it's only a specific functionality testing you are doing. But if you are testing the system testing, and as part of system testing, if you are testing the end-to-end flows, how the end-to-end flow will look like, I'll tell you. Okay, as part of system testing, you are going to perform the end-to-end testing, which will attach all the functionalities of the application. I'll give you one example of a scenario that an end user may perform. Okay, end user may land on the application guys. First, end user may open the application like this. After opening the application, end user will type HP or some product name into the search results, click on search button, and in the search results, the end user may get this product. Okay, so search results page is coming here. Apart from search functionality, we are getting the search results page, and we'll go to the product display page where all the details of the product are there. End user will verify all the details, like whatever the product he want is meeting his needs or not. He will verify here name, how much price, and all those stuff. Okay, when it will be delivered and how much quantity, everything he'll verify here. He'll go to the specifications, he'll go through everything in this page, and after that he'll click on the add to cart. So he'll go to the shopping cart. Okay, if required, he will update the shopping cart quantity. Okay, if required, after updating the shopping cart quantity, and he may apply some coupons or whatever it is, and click on checkout. Then he may sign in. You see how many functionalities are coming when you are testing, when you are performing an end-to-end testing flow. You see, starting from the search home page, search functionality, and after that product display page, adding the shopping cart page, checkout page. Now you are trying to log in, right? Giving the credentials here. Login functionality is also being touched here, and also you are giving the billing details, selecting the address details, delivery details. Okay, shipping details you are selecting. A lot of functionalities are coming in place. Like this guys, he will place an order in real time. Okay, in real time, when an end user or an end customer is going to use the application, This is one of the example of an end-to-end flow that he may perform, right? So as part of system testing, okay, we test end-to-end flows. We'll not test only the login functionality. Okay, we'll not individual independently test the register functionality. We'll test the end-to-end flows. Okay, we'll test the entire end-to-end flow that a real end user may actually perform while using the application for his purpose. Okay, for his real-time needs. So that is what is called as system testing. Testing, in simple words, guys, testing the application or system as a whole on the testing environment, that is QA environment, is known as system testing. Okay, that is called as system testing. Now, under system testing, okay, under system testing, you may either test the entire application as a whole, or sometimes your application may be interacting with some third party or external application. For example, an e-commerce application may interact with a third party payment gateway application, okay, or an application like Paytm or something may interact with government electricity bill payment system, or it may interact with some other application, right? So how our application as a whole is interacting with an external application to do the job. Okay, if you have to test that, we have to perform system integration testing. How our system is integrating with other external applications as a whole is nothing but system integration testing, guys. Okay, is nothing but the how application is interacting with other external applications and still able to work without any failures or defects or anything. Testing such kind of thing is known as system integration testing. System integration testing falls under the system testing. System testing is a broader word. Okay, system testing is a broader word for the system integration testing. Under system testing, we also perform system integration testing, where we test whether our application is interacting with properly with the other external applications and do the job. Okay, so hope guys you understood now what exactly is system testing. Okay, hope you will be able to answer if you get this kind of question in the interviews now. So with this, guys, we are done with this session. So let's meet in the next session where I'm going to answer the next software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 26. That is, what is interface testing? Let me answer. Interface testing, in simple words, is nothing but testing the interface or connection via which the components of the application are communicating. At a high level, guys, let me explain. Let's say this is one component of the application. Let's say this is another component of the application. Now, these two different components are communicating via this connection. Okay, these two components are communicating. They are transferring the data or whatever maybe are communicating via this connection or interface. You can say this particular line, you can say it as a interface or a connection. So here we have to test this particular connection. Okay, we have to see whether this connection is working fine or not, communicating well or not, transferring the proper data between these two components of the application or not. We have to check. That's what is called as interface testing. Okay, what is interface testing? Testing the interface or connection via which the components of the application are communicating. That is called as interface testing. Let me give some examples. Okay, let me give some examples here for you to understand how interface testing is performed. So under interface testing, API testing and web services testing also will fall in. Why? Why API testing and web service testing fall under the interface testing? Let me answer. You see, I'll take an example here for API testing. For example, there is a software application, desktop application software, or okay, let's say this is a desktop application software. You see, this entire software can be divided into different functionalities, right? Lot of modules will be there actually. Okay, in this particular entire application code is a single, the outer box is nothing but the single software that can be broken down into multiple blocks like this. Okay, modules or blocks like this. So what happens internally in this software is, okay, this particular software is actually in your machine. So what happens when you run the software is, these components, these modules of this particular application communicate with each other, right? Like this, they communicate. Okay, this module will communicate with this module, this module may be communicating with this module. Like that, different modules of this particular application will be internally communicating to give you the result. Okay, when you run the software and you perform some operations to give you some result, these components will internally communicate with each other and they will give you the result. they will give you the result accordingly, right? So here, if you are testing this, okay, so as part of these are nothing but APIs, guys. Okay, these are different modules of this application communicate via APIs. These are API calls. Okay, whatever I drawn here are nothing but the API calls within the within the application software. All these modules are there. They are communicating via this API calls. Okay, so if you are testing these red color lines, okay, this communication things or connection things over which these different modules of the application are communicating. If you are testing, that is called as interface testing. Okay, so that is called as basically API testing. API testing falls into the interfacing because here you are actually testing the connection or communication line or channel, okay, over which these modules of the single application are communicating with each other to give you the desired result when you run the software. Similarly, what happens with web services is, web services means, web services, what is the difference between the APIs and web services? Web services are also APIs only, okay. Web services are also APIs, but not all APIs are web services. Why? If you see this diagram, guys, in this is desktop application software that you have installed using the exe file in your machine. Okay, the complete software code got installed in your machine and the software is running in your machine. So here, when you run the software, these modules of this particular desktop application software are communicating with each other over the API calls. So if these communication lines are not transferred or not traveling, this communication is not happening over HTTPS or HTTP protocol. Okay, it's not happening on the internet. It's internally happening. Code, this code is calling this code internally. Okay, there is no internet there. Okay, so such kind of things are also APIs. But in some cases, what happens is, for example, if I open this application, this tutorials Ninja web application, this is a web application, right? And if I search for something like this, HP or something, and click on the search button, the moment I click on the search button, what happens? A request will be sent to the server. Okay, the server is not in my machine. The server is somewhere on the remote. Okay, somewhere on the Singapore or somewhere. The server of this particular application is there. The moment I typed HP here and click on the search button, a request has been sent to the server, and server has processed the request by running the code that it has of the application, and it has sent the response back. Because of the response, I am able to see this particular product, this particular HP LP3065 product in the search results. Okay, because I got a response from the server, I am able to see this product in the search results. So here, that requests and responses, okay, are happening over where? Internet. Okay, so let me draw something here. Let's say this is your laptop, guys. Let's say this is your laptop, and let's say this is a server actually where the application code is residing. Okay, server of this particular e-commerce application, where the code for running code written for creating that application is available in the server, guys. Okay, this is a server machine. This is a server machine, and here is a laptop can be called as a client or something. Here, this is your laptop. In your laptop, you opened a browser. You can call the browser also as a client now. In the browser, you access the tutorialsninja.com/demo application, and because of when you hit HP or something, right, a request has been sent to the server. But where is the server? Server is somewhere in Singapore. But how can this communication happen? Via internet, right? So in the previous case, the entire software is installed in my machine, guys. Okay, the software has been installed in my machine. So communications will not have to happen over the internet there, because complete modules of the application are in my machine only. Why they have to travel to other machine and all? Okay. So here, over the network, a request has been sent to the server via internet. Okay, that is HTTP protocol, and server will run the code when it gets the request, and it will process the request and send the response back. Okay, here we have the response. Here we have the request. Here is the request. Here is the response. Once the response is come to the browser of this particular my laptop, I can see the searched product in my search results. Okay, this is what is happening, and this communication is happening over the internet. So if the communication of this is happening over internet, we call that APIs as web services. Okay, here these are also APIs, guys. Okay, even though the communication is happening over the internet, these are also APIs. But which type of APIs? Web services APIs. Okay, over the internet, if the APIs are transferring the data between two machines and all, okay, then we call them as web. That's why web, guys. Okay, over the web they are happening. The APIs are traveling over, APIs are communicating over the web, that is internet. Okay, we call them as web services. So such kind of testing we call them as web services testing. Here also, guys, we are testing the communication channels interface between this laptop and the the transport interface between the laptop and the server machine we are testing. Okay, so that's why this web services testing or API testing can be called will fall under the interface testing. So not only this kind of API calls between the modules of the application or client and server machines, but also other type of interfaces also exist, right? You see, a system consists of a lot of stuff. For example, this is the client machine, this is server, and there will be some database here. There will be other servers also. If the application is very complex, we'll have other servers also, whatever it is. Let's say this is a database. So here, whenever required, what happens is whenever the server gets a request, and if the server has to check something in the database, the server will try to connect here, and the database will give you the response. Okay, will give the result. Okay, so using SQL or something, we'll connect to the database, and the server will trigger a query, SQL query, which will trigger on the database, SQL query or something, and database will give you the results. So here also the communication is happening, right? Here, the laptop, the server, the databases, everything is a component, guys. Okay, everything is known as a what? Component, guys. Okay, so databases, networks, servers, etc. All the interface or communication channel or connection between this database, network, servers, client machine, server machine, okay, and within the software, different modules of the software, everything is called as an interface or connection. Testing such kind of interface or connection is known as interface testing. It is a very wide term, guys. Okay, it is a very wide term. Okay, it's a very at a high level we have to use what is interface testing, guys. Okay, if you dig deep into interface testing, different type of testings will again come, like API testing, web service testing, and other things like communication between the communication channels between different database, and all different terms will come. Okay, this is a very high level word, you can say. So hope, guys, you understood what exactly is interface testing. Okay, testing the interface or connection channel over which the components of the application or components related to the application are communicating is known as interface testing in simple words. So that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to answer the next software testing interview question. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 27. That is, what is regression testing? Let me answer. Regression testing, in simple words, is nothing but the testing performed to check whether any side effects got introduced in existing working functionalities of the software when the developer has done some code changes. Why the developer has to do the code changes? You see, developer has to fix the bugs. Okay, when the developer fix the bugs, the code changes will happen, right? Automatically. When the developer adds new functionalities or features to the software, existing software, then also developer has to touch the code and change the code. Otherwise, it's not possible. While developer updates the while developer updates the existing functionalities of the software, then also the code changes will happen. Not only that, guys, for feature enhancement also, when developer is trying to enhance the existing functionalities of the software, okay, in the existing software, then also the developer has to introduce the code changes. Due to these code changes, the existing working functionalities of the software may get affected, guys. Okay, there may be some side effects may get introduced because of this code changes done by the developer in the existing working functionalities of the software. To check that, okay, to check that, we perform regression testing. For example, if I take you to this application, okay, so if I take you to this application, let's go to the login page or something, some any functionality on this application, just go, guys. Let's say today this when I try to log in to the application with valid credentials or something, click on the login button, you see it's able to log in. So what happened after that is today it was working fine. This particular functionality, login functionality of the software is working perfectly fine. Let's say tomorrow what happened is developer has done some code changes where he has updated the code. Okay, he modified the code for this forgotten password. Okay, this particular forgotten password related code he modified. Before modifying this code, the application functionality was working fine. Okay, login functionality was working perfectly fine. But once the developer has fixed the defect regarding this forgotten password, or he enhanced this functionality, or he updated the functionality, whatever may be the reasons, guys. Okay, whatever may be the reasons, because of this code change, okay, because of this uh, change in this forgotten password functionality, the code changes happened in the software. Because of that, tomorrow this login functionality may or may not work. We don't know. Today, this functionality is login functionality is working, but tomorrow we don't know whether this login functionality will work after doing the code changes on this particular forgotten password functionality by the developers. To overcome this problem, you see, to overcome this problem, we cannot assume that, right, login functionality work tomorrow, because after this code changes, it may or may not work. To confirm that, to check that whether the login functionality is still working fine, even after the code changes happened in the application, we perform which type of testing? Regression testing. Okay. Here, we are not going to test only the login functionality. For the small code change that happened in the forgotten password functionality, we have to check the login functionality, we have to check the register functionality, we have to check the search function, a complete application functionality we have to test again from start to end. Okay. For small change that happens in the application, you cannot believe any functionality which is working earlier may be working now, because the code base has been changed. Okay. Code has been touched by the developer. That means we have to repeat our testing. All the existing working functionalities may or may not work. Not only login, least all the existing functionalities which are working earlier may not work now, guys. Okay, we have to test all the functionalities which are working earlier to see if any side effects got introduced in the existing working functionalities of the software when the code changes happened in one of the areas of the application. Okay, so that's what is regression testing, guys. That's what is regression testing. But the problem with regression testing is we have to perform it very often, guys. Okay, we have to oftenly perform the regression testing. Very frequently, we have to perform the regression testing. Why? Because developer keep on changing the code. Okay, that's the job of the developers, right? Every day they keep on changing the code. Every time they change the code, they give you a new software build for testing. Every time they give you a new software application built for testing, we have to perform the entire regression testing. That means we have to execute the entire test cases, right? We have to run our test cases from start to end, guys. If we have hundreds of test cases, all the hundreds of test cases need to be executed from starting to end. So is that possible sometimes? No, guys, will not get so much of time to test the entire test cases every time, right? For every small change in the application code, okay, and a new build has been given for testing, every time performing regression testing, time may not be available with the testers, guys. Okay, within one day we cannot do the entire regression testing, right, of all the application working functionalities of the application. So what is the solution then? How can we run all the test cases for each and every build, software application build given by the developers because code changes happened? Okay, how can we perform the regression testing from start to end on every application build of the software? That is not possible, guys. Okay, so to overcome that problem, we have to automate the regression testing. Okay, to save time, to save time, we have to automate this regression testing. So automation tool has to perform the regression testing on behalf of the tester. Okay, not in small projects, in larger projects. Okay, there are projects which are taking more than in 6 months or 1 year or something, right? In that kind of projects, okay, where the duration of the project is more than 1 year or something, such kind of larger projects, we automate the regression testing based on the calculation on return on investment and all of automation. We we actually automate the regression tests. Okay, we automate the regression tests, and automation tool will take care whether any side effects got introduced in the existing working functionalities of the software when any code changes happen in the application or done by the developers. Okay, because developers keep on changing the code and they keep on giving you the application builds. Every time performing regression testing from start to end using the test cases manually is not possible, guys. Okay, so in the kind of projects where you have the scope to automate the test, you can automate this regression test case. Okay, mainly automation tools are meant for automating the regression testing only. Okay, that's the main purpose of the automation, guys. Okay, to automate the regression testing. That much importance regression test has in automation, guys. It will save a lot of time if you automate the regression test. So here, guys, in agile nowadays, all the projects are based on agile, right? They are following agile SDLC model, where one of the methodology like this Scrum methodology is being used in, where right, a sprint duration will be only just 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, max 4 weeks. Okay, generally, ideally, it will be 2 weeks, guys. Okay, every sprint duration will be 2 weeks. That is only 10 working days. Okay, that will be only 10 working days, guys. In 10 working days, can you perform the entire regression testing? If you keep on performing the regression testing, guys, okay, in every sprint lot of stories will come, lot of requirements will come, where developers will work on them and right, give you the builds. So will you get time to focus on that new stories or requirements that are implemented by the developers? Can you test them? It will not be possible if you focus on the regression testing. That's why in agile projects, regression testing is generally automated, guys. Okay, by default it will be automated. Okay, Agile is generally suitable for larger projects, and so from the day one of the project, they keep on automating the regression tests. And because in Agile, testers won't get much time, guys. Okay, just 10 working days. In the 10 working days, if the developer has taken 6 working days and remaining 4 working days, you have to perform testing. Assume, guys, okay, if you are focusing on regression testing, when you will test the stories and all those stuff, that is not possible at all, right? So to overcome that problem in Agile, especially in Agile, guys, we automate the regression tests. Okay, that will save our time, and the testers can focus on the stories and newly introduced things as part of the particular sprint. Okay, agile sprint or agile scrum sprint. Okay, fine. So hope guys you understood what exactly is regression testing now. Okay, so this is what is regression testing, guys. Finally, just to conclude, in simple words, regression testing is performed to check whether any side effects got introduced in the existing working functionalities of the software when developer has done some code changes in the application software because of these bug fixes or new features, or developers may have enhanced the existing features, or developers have updated the existing because of any of these reasons code changes will happen, and that may introduce some side effects in existing working functionalities of the software. To check whether any side effects got introduced in the existing working functionalities of the software, we perform regression testing. So hope guys you understood this regression testing now. That's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer the next software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 28. That is, what is alpha testing? Let me answer. Before understanding what is alpha testing, we need to first understand the different levels of software testing. There are 4 levels of software testing. They are unit testing, which is the first level of software testing, followed by unit testing. We generally perform integration testing. After integration testing, we have system testing. And finally, we have the last level of software testing, that is acceptance testing. In the previous answers for the interview questions, I already covered what is unit testing, what is integration testing, and also I covered what is system testing also. So coming to the system testing, which is a third level of software testing, in the system testing, we focus on the requirements much. Okay. So in system testing, we'll test the entire application as a whole. Okay. As a whole, we'll test. Instead of testing individual units or a combination of units, we test the whole application as the entire application will test, guys. Okay, the complete application we are going to test as part of system testing, but here our focus is on the client requirements. Okay, whether the developers have met the requirements given by the client or not. Okay, whether the developers have developed the application software according to the client given requirements or is the main focus in system testing. If something is not working according to the client given requirements in the developed application by the developers, then we are going to report the defects and get them fixed, right? So that's what is system testing, guys. Okay, testing the entire application as a whole, and where we are putting our entire most of the focus we are putting on the requirements, guys. Okay, in this case, client requirements. But there is something missing in system testing, guys. Okay, there is something that we are not focusing on system testing. Okay, in system testing we are not focusing on something. What is that something? That is nothing but the user needs. Okay, we are not focusing on what? We are not focusing on user needs. Here we are focusing, most of the focus is on the requirements, guys. Again, less focus is on the user needs in case of system testing. Okay, but here in acceptance testing, which is the final level of software testing, the ultimate focus is not on the requirements. Okay, requirements also is there, but the ultimate focus, okay, the main reason why we are performing acceptance testing is user needs. Okay, whether the developed software will meet the end user or customer needs or not. Okay, if the end user or customer tomorrow after releasing the software into the market, that end user or customer is going to use the software, that whatever the developers have developed in this, right? But that software is according to the user expectations and needs or not, will be checked in acceptance testing. Okay, and this kind of checking for the user needs, main focus, by putting main focus while testing on the user needs while performing acceptance testing, will be done at 2 levels. Okay, 2 types, you can say there are 2 types of acceptance testing, the first type and second type. Okay, one by one we'll follow. First type comes alpha testing, guys. Okay, that's what is our current session all about, right? Alpha testing. Alpha testing is or comes under acceptance testing. Okay, alpha testing comes under acceptance testing. Is the first type of acceptance testing. You can say alpha testing is the first type of acceptance testing, which is performed before the beta testing, okay? Followed by alpha testing, we generally perform beta testing. So the first testing that is performed as part of acceptance testing to see whether the application that got developed is according to the user needs, end user needs and expectations or not before releasing the software into the market. Okay, as part of acceptance testing, we check whether the developed application is according to the user needs and expectations or not. That's what is acceptance testing. And in that first type of testing under the acceptance testing to perform the acceptance testing is alpha testing. So who will perform alpha testing? Who will perform alpha testing? In simple words, internal team will perform this. Okay. So what is internal team? And here coming to when I compare alpha testing, beta testing, we'll understand alpha testing even more better, guys. Okay. Let me compare the alpha testing with beta testing now. Who will perform beta testing? Limited end customers will perform the beta testing. But who will perform alpha testing? Internal team will perform the alpha testing. What is the difference between the internal team and limited end customers? And both are performing the testing according to the user needs and expectations. But here internal team is performing in alpha testing. Here testing is performed by the limited end customers in case of beta testing. So what is the difference between internal team and limited end customers and how alpha testing is actually performed by internal team? Let me explain. Okay. So here guys, what happens is let's say there is one company. Okay. Let's say there's some company, let's say XYZ company is there. Okay. And this company want a particular software to be developed. So what they will do, let's say this XYZ company has outsourced the work, the development and testing work for making that particular software developed and ready and getting released into the market. Okay, for that XYZ company has outsourced the work. Okay, they have done what? They have outsourced the work to another company. Okay, let's say there's another company like ABC company. Okay, this XYZ company has outsourced the work to ABC company, and in return, XYZ company is paying some amount, hourly basis or whatever that is based on the number of resources given by this ABC company. Okay, here ABC company is a service provider company, okay, which has a good number of developers, testers, and other resources needed. So this particular ABC company has assigned some resources here, some developers, testers, and all the team that is required. Okay, managers and all those people. Okay, it has given some set of people to work on this particular project for XYZ company. Okay, then what happens here is this ABC company with the help of developers and testers, okay, has developed the application, and testers have, let's say, developers have done unit testing, integration testing, followed by testers have done system testing here. Okay, here ABC company has done unit testing, integration testing. Okay, developers of the ABC company has done unit testing, integration testing, where the testers, software testers of this ABC company has done what? System testing has been done by the software testers of this ABC company. And finally, ABC company stated that the software is now ready. Okay, ABC company stated that the software is now ready, and we are done with the system testing. So we are done with kind of thing they mentioned. In that case, XYZ company, okay, which has given the project or outsourced the project to the ABC company, will not immediately accept this particular software. So XYZ company, even though ABC company is stating that this particular software is entirely system testing is perfectly done and there are no defects left out, even though ABC company is stating that XYZ company is not going to accept that. So what the XYZ company will do, guys, here in XYZ company, there will be some people, okay? So there will be some set of people, guys, okay, who know the business well, okay? Who know the business well. So the client side people, you can say, okay, there will be some set of client side people who know the actual business, how the end users are going to use the software. They know the business well. So let's say these are the business team, okay? Some business team, BA, or we can say BA also, business analyst, product owner, whatever that is, okay? So that kind of people are there in the XYZ company. What these people will do is, instead of accepting the software which has passed the system testing completely, the XYZ company will assign these people, business people who know the business well of the software, how the end users are going to use the software. Such kind of people, XYZ company will assign a task where these business people will come with a list of checklists. Okay, they'll come with a list of checklists. Okay, the kind of, right, real world use. Okay, a checklist containing real world use or needs of the customers. Okay, what the end users are expecting and all. Somehow they will come. We don't have to think behind that. Somehow this business team will come with a list of things that the end user is expecting from the software. Okay, they will do some whatever they will do, and come to us with a list of things. Okay, a checklist kind of things they will come across, and they will they will start verifying that, guys. This business team, with the help of testers, this business team may also ask the software testers here in this ABC company. Okay, so here where the software is getting developed, but where here XYZ company is having the business team who know the business and they are coming with checklist, but who has developed the software, but ABC company has developers, right? So this is the company where the software has been developed. This is the company where the software has been developed, right? Developed. So developers are there in ABC company. Developers are there in the ABC company, and here testers are also there in this ABC company. So here what I mean to say is alpha testing is performed on the software that has passed the system testing to verify whether this particular software which is cleared with the system testing is meeting the user expectations or needs or not. We are checking here. But who is testing? that internal team. Internal team is doing that. At which side they are doing? Who is testing this at the internal side? Internal team is testing where? On the developer side. That means this particular business team, will travel to the developer side, to the ABC company. Okay, with this checklist, this particular business team will either travel, or sometimes they will not travel also, they will do it remote. Okay, online they can communicate and do it. So this business team, will travel to the developer side, generally done at the developer side, guys. Okay, they will travel to the someone from the business team will, with this checklist, will travel to the developer side. And after they travel to the developer side, what they will do, guys? What they will do? They will, with the help of the team, here, that is with the help of developers will keep fixing the defects. If any comes, if something is not matching the user expectations, developers have to fix them. And this particular business team, with the help of testers, here testing team is also there. Testing team will keep testing, right? Along with the business team, here testing team will also perform testing on the software here at the developer site itself, that is ABC company itself. This business team, the developers, testing team will work together. While business team will focus on the business user expectations and needs, testing team will, uh, if let's say how they work together, the business team, development team, and testing team are going to work together here. Business team of XYZ company will come here, and they'll come with a list of checklist. So if something, if this particular software which has already, this particular software which are already passed the system testing, this particular software already passed system testing, but still business team is coming with an extra checklist according to the user needs and expectations. They are coming with some checklist. This is how the software is going to be used in the real world. Like that, they'll come with a checklist. If this checklist, if few points in this checklist are not working in this particular software, then business team will provide the feedback. Okay, so what is not working, what is working, they will provide the feedback. Based on the feedback received, or wait, whatever the business team is asking for, developer team will start working. They will change the code. Developer team will change the code. Again, who has to test the software to see whether it is working fine or not after doing this development fixes and all? Testing team has to work. That's how business team, development team, testing team has to work together here. But who is actually driving this alpha testing? Who is actually driving this alpha testing? The business team from the, the client side. The business team from the client side, who knows actual business, how the end users are going to use the software, who knows well, are driving this particular process of alpha testing. So in hence, guys, this particular developers or business team or developers are internal, right? They are not end users or customers, they are the internal team. This whatever that I have drawn here, this business team from the client company, or these developers from our company, ABC company, service provider company, or these testers from the ABC company, or whatever the people are only from this company or this company, we can treat them as internal team, guys. So this internal team will perform the things at the developer side. Will perform the things at the developer side. That's what is alpha testing, guys. That's what is alpha testing. So so but what happens in beta testing? Guys, in beta testing there will be something different, guys. That is, here also the focus is on the user needs and expectations, but here what will happen in beta testing is limited end customers will perform the testing. How? Here the software will be released into the market. Okay, to perform the beta testing, Who will perform the beta testing? As part of acceptance testing, after alpha testing is done, after the internal team has approved that, okay, everything according to the business is right, fine, still acceptance testing will continue, guys, as part of beta testing. But how that will be performed? Who will perform that? Limited end users, real end users or customers are going to perform beta testing. How? After alpha testing is completed, the company, okay, this XYZ company will release the software into the market. This particular XYZ company will release the software into the market, but not to the entire public. But not to the entire public. The software will be released into the market, but not to the entire public, only to the limited set of customers. Only for the limited end users or customers, they will pre-release. Okay, they will pre-release that them to only few people will receive this particular thing. Once they get the feedback, once this particular XYZ company gets a feedback from this limited number of customers, by taking that feedback and by again development team fixing those particular things, feedback according to feedback, changing the test stuff, and testing team complete the testing, again we'll do a final release after that. Okay, till then beta testing will happen. Who will perform the beta testing? Before final release, a pre-release will be done to a limited end users or customers, okay, who are real end world user customers, who will perform the beta testing on the software. And to you see, when particular limited number of end user customers generally test this particular software as part of pre-release or beta testing, okay, they will give you the feedback. So the feedback is nothing but whether the software is according to the user needs or expectations will be done here. Here focus also is on the user needs only. Okay, in real world customers feedback wise, we are checking the user needs. That's what is beta testing. Once the beta testing is also done, everything is going well, then the XYZ company here will release the final version of the software into the market. So an example, guys, for beta testing, an example is there. Okay, why I'm explaining all about beta testing means if I explain beta testing, you'll understand the alpha testing better. You can compare what is the difference and all. Okay, so an example for the beta testing is, for example, every time you see the Microsoft company is releasing a new operating system into the market, like Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 8.1, Windows 10, Windows 11. Now they are planning to release Windows 12 also as for today's date. Okay, so Windows 12 has not been released. Maybe tomorrow or whenever you are watching this video, Windows 12 may be available. But at this time, that is 9th March 2022, Windows 12 has not been released in the market. Microsoft is trying to release Windows 12 into the market. So they will not release Windows 12 directly into the market. What they will do is that Windows 12, they will release it to limited number of customers. Only limited people they will release first. And those customers will give the proper feedback to the Microsoft company. Using that feedback, Microsoft will still work, okay, work on that particular feedback and release a final version of the operating system into the market. That's how the things work, guys. Okay. Here, what is beta testing? That Microsoft thing, that what Microsoft company is doing, that releasing a software, pre-releasing a software into the market for only limited customers and taking the feedback from them is nothing but beta testing, guys. Okay, in simple words. But alpha testing is performed before beta testing, and this is actually not done by the end users or customers. Okay, it is done by the internal team itself. The people, business team from the XYZ company and developers and testers from the ABC company are going to perform the testing. That is what is alpha testing. But here, who is driving the alpha testing? The people who are the business, the team from the team that who knows the business. Okay, actual business from the XYZ company are driving the alpha testing. They are driving the alpha testing, and development team and this testing team from this ABC company are supporting them. Okay, to make that process possible. So that's what is alpha testing, guys. So hope, guys, I explained in very detail like what exactly is alpha testing in this session. Hope you will be able to answer this question now. When you come across this question in the interviews, hope you will be able to answer. So that's it, guys. That's all for this session. The next session I'm going to answer the next software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 29. That is, what is beta testing? Let me answer. Before I explain what is beta testing, we have to first understand the different levels of software testing. In software testing, there are four levels. They are unit testing, followed by we have integration testing, followed by we have system testing, and finally, followed by it, we have the acceptance testing. Unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and acceptance testing are the four levels of software testing. In that, if you focus on this system testing, in system testing, the software testers will perform testing on the whole application, that is entire application will be tested as a whole in system testing by the software testers. But the main focus of the software testers while performing the system testing on the entire application is on the client requirements or specifications. But less importance is given to the user needs and expectations. How in real world the end users or customers are going to use the software is given the less importance while performing the system testing by the software testers. More importance is given to the requirements, okay? The client requirements or specifications, whether developers have developed the software according to the given client given requirements or specifications is the main focus in system testing, but less importance is given to the user needs and expectations. So to resolve that, after system testing, we perform acceptance testing where we give more focus, okay, where more focus for testing is given to the user needs and expectations, okay. Unlike system testing, here in acceptance testing, okay, more importance is given to the user needs and expectations. Here also the requirements will be verified, but ultimately the main ultimate focus here in acceptance testing is user needs and expectations, whether the developed software is according to the or meeting the user needs, real world user needs and expectations or not, is the main focus of the acceptance testing. And this acceptance testing is performed at two levels. That is, there are two types of acceptance testing. One is alpha testing, the next one is beta testing. In the previous software testing interview question, I already covered the alpha testing for you. You can refer that. So in alpha testing and beta testing, so I'm not going to compare this alpha testing and beta testing in detail in this session, but coming to the beta testing, guys, okay, beta testing comes after the alpha testing. Okay, in simple words, beta testing belong, this both testing types belong to the acceptance testing, but beta testing is performed after the alpha testing is performed. In beta testing, though the focus is on the end users needs or customers, but who will be performing the beta testing, guys? A limited number of end users or customers will be performing the beta testing as part of acceptance testing, and this limited number of end users and customers, after using the software or after testing, indirectly they are testing by using the software, guys. For their purposes, they are going to use the software by installing the software and using it. Indirectly they are going to give the feedback for that, okay. So from this feedback the testing is being done. Here ultimately, since the end users and customers are actually using the software and indirectly giving the feedback and performing the beta testing, we are verifying the verifying the user needs and expectations only, right? So if you take an example, guys, okay, example, real world example where beta testing is performed, how? So if you take a company like Microsoft, okay, Microsoft releases different products into the market. One of the product is like operating system, Windows operating system. It has released Windows 7, then 8, 8.1, then 10, 11 got also released recently, and in future it is going to release Windows 12. Okay, as per today's date, I am speaking as 9th March 2022 when I am recording this video. Okay, so at my time, Windows 12 is not released into the market. So Microsoft, when it before it releases a particular software into the market, what it does is it will release this particular software. Okay, the system tested and alpha tested particular software. Okay, a software application which is system tested and alpha tested. After the system testing, unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and alpha testing of the acceptance testing is done, then the companies like Microsoft or someone will try to, okay, will pre-release the software, guys. We can say that it's not a final release. They will pre-release the software, not to the entire people in the world. Okay, they will not pre-release the software to the entire public in the world. Rather, they will release this, do this pre-release only for the limited number of customers. Okay, limited customers across the world they will release, but not the entire public, only limited number of customers they will release, and they will collect the feedback from this limited number of people. Okay, while the people are using this okay, while the people are using this pre-release software by installing in their machine and by installing the operating system in their machine, and they are doing all their day-to-day tasks. Based on that, they will get some feedback. As Microsoft company will get some feedback, and indirectly, this limited end users or customers have done the beta testing for the Microsoft company. And after getting that feedback, after working on the feedback, finally, the Microsoft company kind of companies will be releasing the final version of the software into the market before beta release or pre-release. They are not going to release a final release. Okay, hope you understood what is beta testing now. Okay, that is performed by the limited number of end users or customers. Okay, and expectation focus is on, definitely when end users or customers are using the software, means the focus is on the user needs and expectations only, and this is performed as part of the acceptance testing by the companies. Okay, Fine. So hope guys you got the answer for what is beta testing and who will be performing the beta testing, and how the companies will make sure the beta testing is performed, and all these things I covered in this session. So when you get this particular question in the interview, you can answer something like this. Okay. So how much you describe, right? That much the interviewer will find out that so much knowledge you have. Okay. So based on what you speak matters, right? It's not about definitions or something. You have to answer in your own version so that the interviewer will understand that whether you know what is beta testing or not. Okay. So with this kind of explanation, you will get convinced definitely. So guys, that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer the next software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 30. That is, what is performance testing? Let me answer. Performance testing, in simple words, is nothing but testing. Okay, in simple words, performance testing is nothing but testing speed and stability. Okay, there are two keywords you have to focus: testing the speed and stability of the application. The application can be a web application can be a desktop application can be a mobile application, whatever the application. Testing the speed and stability of the application under different, okay, under different user load conditions. Under different user load conditions. Okay, here few terms I will highlight. Speed is one term, stability is another term, user load is another term. You need to understand these three terms first, guys. Okay, to understand performance testing and to understand this particular statement, you have to understand these three terms: speed, stability, user load. First I'll tell you about the user load. Okay, first I'll explain about the user load. For example, guys, there is an application. Let's say there is an application. Okay, let's say there is an application. Okay, so let's say this is an application. Okay, this part is an application, and this can be a web application or desktop application or mobile application or any type of application. And so on one day, 50 people are using this, accessing simultaneously. Okay, 50 people at a time are accessing this application on one day. Next day, what happened was, next day the same application. Okay, the same application on next day, how many people are accessing? Let's say on Monday, 50 people were accessing. On Tuesday, 100 people were accessing. And let's say on Wednesday, the same application, let's say 500 people are accessing. Okay, and on Thursday, let's say 1,000 people are accessing. Okay, 1,000 people are accessing on Thursday. And let's say on Friday, let's say on Friday, let's say 10,000 people are accessing. 10,000 people are accessing. So here, what is user load? What is user load? In this example, 50 is nothing but the user load. On Monday, what is the user load? How many users are simultaneously accessing the application? 50. So on Tuesday, 100 people are accessing the application at a time. On Wednesday, 500 people at a time are accessing the application. Same application being accessed, 500 people. Okay. So on Thursday, 1,000 people. On Friday, 10,000 people, and so on, like this. Okay. So here, different days, different number of users are accessing the application at the same time. This circled out numbers are nothing but the user loads, guys. Okay. So you can take a real world example also. Let's say nearby there is a tea shop. Okay. Let's say nearby your locality, there is a tea shop. So on one day, what you have done is you just by yourself went to the tea shop and ordered a tea. At that time, no one was near the shop, and let's say some person is there in the tea shop, and he has served the tea for you. Okay, very quickly, he has, once you asked, very quickly he has served the tea for you. So next day, what happened was, you brought your friends. Okay, you brought your friends. You gave a party, let's say. Okay, some party, and like a small discussion you wanted to do at the tea, and you brought other 8 people or something. Now let's say you are here and you asked for tea here for everyone. So this time, this person may not give you the tea instantly. Okay, he'll prepare the tea for this many number of people: 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. It will take some time. He'll ask you to wait, and after a while he'll serve the tea, and serving the tea also will take some time here. Okay, so when you took your friends to this tea stall, okay, no one was there other than you and your friends. Okay, that's fine, is also good, no problem, still acceptable. But what happened one day was, You went to this tea stall along with your friends as usual with 9 people and all. You went all with all your friends and all. When you reach at this tea stall, there are a lot of people. Okay, at this single tea stall, there are lot of people, guys. Okay, waiting for the this person to serve the tea. Okay, it got very good demand in your locality. Let's say this person got very good demand, but very good name in this locality, and a lot of people came to know that this particular person gives very good tea, serves very good tea. So you are also liking, so you went, and you suddenly have seen like 100 people are there, but only one person is serving. So can't you imagine at what time you will get the tea? If you ask, it will take hell lot of time, right? So here also same thing, guys. In case of applications also same thing. Okay, in case of applications also same thing. So if 50 people are accessing the application at the same time, this application has to serve the request, right? Whatever these 50 people are asking, application server of this particular application has to respond 50 times. At the same time, it has to respond. Here also same thing. If 100 people are asking for something, it has to serve at the same time. Okay, so so what happens if this particular application or application server doesn't have the capability to handle this many number of people? Okay, so let's say this particular person may not have the capability to serve 100 people, let's say. Okay, he cannot serve 100 people. He can serve at a time he can serve only 5 or 10 people, but suddenly 100 people came to his tea stall. He is very happy, but still he's in a kind of position where he's stressed out and is unable to serve this 100 people. Okay, because of which he will lose some customers, right? The delay will be there, right? So they request something, but it will take a lot of time for delivering that particular tea or something. So such kind of situation happens in the application also. If lot of requests are coming to the server of this application, and server is taking a lot of time to respond back, that is a problem. Okay, that is a problem, right? This should not happen. What this particular tea stall owner has to do, once he get a good market or name in the locality, he has to increase the resources, right? This person has to increase some resources, right? He has to recruit some more people, and make sure that he can handle this many number of tea requests. Okay, the number of people asking for the tea, he has to handle by increasing the number of people who can prepare the tea simultaneously for this number of people, and who can serve the tea, so that the time for serving should get reduced. Okay, so that's what is. So here also same thing, guys. Now first you understood what is user load. Okay, what is user load, you understood. So at a time, how many users are accessing the application is called as user load. This part is done. Now what is speed? You already got to know from this example, right? At what speed this particular owner of the tea stall is serving the tea for you. That is nothing but speed. Here also, in case of applications, these people, these particular users who are accessing the application simultaneously will place the request, right? They want something, they want to search for something, they want to access some page or whatever it is. Okay. So when they ask for the things, at what speed the response is coming? Okay, at what speed the response to these people are coming is coming. That is what is the speed. Okay, that's what is the speed. And it depends on the server and configuration, guys. Okay, so server and configuration of this application depends, because if 50 people, maybe the server that is being used by the application can handle that load, and it can give 50 requests back, responses back immediately without any delay. But if 10,000 people are coming, may not be able to. This application may not be able to handle this much of user load, and it may right, the page you are trying to access will keep loading, because the application server is not giving you the response immediately. It's taking some time to process here. Okay, the code need to be run in the server, and accordingly the response has to be sent back. The server doesn't have the capability to handle this many number of requests from the user. So speed may get impacted because of different user load conditions. And next thing is stability, guys. Sometimes what happens is the application itself will crash, guys. For example, here 50 people, okay, 100 people, okay, 500, okay, 1000, okay, suddenly 10,000 came. Suddenly application will not only slow down. Okay, in this case application may not only slow down, guys, it will crash itself. Okay, the application may crash, guys. Okay, so whether the application is able to withhold this amount of traffic or not is nothing but stability. Is application stable enough? Okay, is application stable enough? For example, guys, let's take a funny example. Let's say you visited a bar, okay, with your friend. Okay, so in bar what will happen? You will order some drinks, right? So what is your stability if someone asks you? Okay, so if you have taken only less quantity of alcohol or something when you are sitting in the bar, that's okay, you will be stable. But there will be some limit for every person, right? So not every person is same. Some people are very sensitive to the alcohol. Even they take 1 or 2 glasses, they are done. Okay. Whereas other person, even after taking 10, they are very stable, right? So it depends on the person to person. Here also, it depends on the application and application configuration, how stable the application is. Okay. Despite of getting this much of user load, whether that particular application is able to withhold or not, is stable and is able to handle the situation or not, is nothing but stability, guys. Okay. So if the application is not stable, what will happen? First, it will slow down. Okay, the application will slow down. No matter how many times you hit the URL, you will not be able to see the page. That's one thing. And even the user load increases beyond that reach, suddenly the application server will crash. Okay, because it's not able to handle the load. So here, now coming back to the definition of the performance testing. Okay, explanation of the performance testing. What is performance testing? In simple words, performance testing is nothing but testing the speed and stability of the application under different user load conditions. Okay, under different user load conditions, you are testing the speed and stability of the application. That's what is performance testing. Hope you understood what is performance testing now. Okay, performance testing in simple words is nothing but testing the speed and stability of the application under different user load conditions. There are different types of performance testing, guys. Okay, there are different types of performance testing like load testing, stress testing, scalability testing, volume testing, endurance testing. Okay, these are the different types of performance testings available. There are different names for the volume testing. Volume testing can also be called as flood testing, whereas endurance testing is also called as soak and capacity testing. So these are the different types of performance testings. So let me explain about these different types of performance testing at a high level. Coming to the load testing, guys, you are checking whether the application is able to handle the, okay, here as part of load testing, you are testing the speed and stability of the application under acceptable load conditions. That is, for example, if this application can handle 1,000 users, let's say if this application can handle 1,000 users, so we'll verify with less than or equal to 1,000. Okay, not more than 1,000. We'll test the application with user load conditions, different user load conditions varying less than or equal to 1,000, not more than 1,000. Okay. So checking whether the application is handling the expected load or not is called as load testing. Expected load, whether the application is able to handle or not, is load testing in simple words. Okay. So here you are testing the user load. Okay. For example, if an application can handle 1,000 users, so we'll pass up to 1,000 users only, not more than 1,000 users. Less than or up to 1,000 users will pass and see whether the application is able to handle the load. Speed and stability of the application is maintained or not by the application. We'll check. That is what is load testing. Now coming to the stress testing, guys. Okay. Stress testing means behind the load. Okay. So what will happen, guys, if you work continuously in an office? Let's say we generally go to our IT companies, right? So from morning to evening we work. Okay. So what happens if you extend your work? You will get stressed out, right? Same thing here also. If the user load becomes more, okay, if application can handle up to 1,000 users simultaneously, but suddenly 2,000 users came, that is what is stress, guys. Okay, that's what is stress. Application can only handle 1,000, but you are passing 2,000 users. You 2,000 users are accessing the application. Okay, that is what is stress testing. Stress testing, we will pass some unusual load. Okay, we'll simulate unusual load and try to stress the application and see what how the application is behaving under stress. Okay, how the application is behaving, how the application is able to handle the speed and stability of the application under, okay, under stressful user load. Okay, if you double the load, what is happening? Just want to stress out the application and see how the application is behaving, whether it is crashing or slowing down. We will find it out. Okay, that's what is stress testing. Now scalability testing means what? It's also a one of the type of the performance testing where, okay, what you will do is you will check the scalability of the application under different user load conditions. For example, application is able to handle, let's say, 1,000 users simultaneously. You will increase the load to 1,100 and see whether the application is able to scale. Okay, if required, you will give right, whether you will also give some, right, you will increase the servers and all and see whether the application is scalable or not. Okay, again, you'll give 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500. Keep on increasing the user load until you'll go to a point where the application is crashing. Okay, so with that, guys, you can understand that how the whether the application is able to scale or not. Okay, accordingly the user load increases, whether the application is able to handle the user load, and by maintaining the speed and stability of the application or not, you are checking as part of scalability testing. Okay, whether the application is able to scale according to the different user load conditions is known as increased user load conditions is known as scalability testing in simple words. Now coming to the volume testing, guys. Okay, in volume testing, okay, it's not about the user load. Okay, in volume testing, this is not about the user load. It's about the data that the application is using. For example, guys, everyone uses some operating system, Windows machine or some machine we use, right? Even in our mobile phone also. When you purchase a mobile phone, the mobile phone will run very smooth, guys. In the initial days, the mobile phone will run very smooth. The moment you start taking the pictures, you capture the videos, and you increase the data size in that mobile phone, slowly it becomes slow. Okay, day by day, your mobile phone becomes slow until you clear that images or photos or the videos you have captured in your mobile phone. The mobile phone will not become speed, right? The same thing here, guys. Here you will increase the data size in the application. Okay, you will pass more data to the application. Okay, and see whether the application is able to handle the speed and stability of the application. Okay, you will check the performance of the application, that is speed and stability of the application, by increase the volume of the data that the application is using. At this much of data, how the application is behaving. At this much of data, how. Okay, that's what is called as volume testing. Another name for volume testing is flood testing. Then coming to the endurance testing, guys, is another type of performance testing where how long the application can handle the load. Okay, how long the application can handle the, it's testing the performance only, testing the load only, but for how much duration. For example, a person is working in a company, guys. Okay, so he generally carry, right, that big sized bags and all. Okay, let's say he'll take it from the store and put into the truck, let's say. Okay, person goes here and there and do. So maybe initially look very strong, and he can take very huge weights on his back, and he can put that into the trucks. That's fine. So, but that is not endurance testing, guys. Okay, in performance, that is not endurance. So after 10 rounds, the person that who is carrying the load will slow down, right? Right? At continuously, if he's doing the same task, heavy loads he's carrying and putting from the store into the truck, it may last for only some time, guys. Okay, not more than 30 minutes, right? He cannot do that. After 30 minutes, he may fall down also, right? So that particular person endurance is up to 30 minutes. If some other person is able to do that for 1 hour, that person endurance is up to 1 hour. So in performance testing also, when you're testing the performance of an application, okay, we'll continuously provide the load. Okay, we'll continuously put the load on the application and see till what time the application is able to hold the load continuously. Okay, so let's another out of box example is television, guys. Okay, television is also another example where, right, if you watch the TV for 1 hour, nothing will happen. 2 hour, okay, maybe the TV that you are using based on the brand or something may get heated up, right? So for 1 hour it was working fine, but continuously if you are watching for 8 hours or 10 hours, the television that you are watching may get heated up. You have to turn off the TV and give it some rest and again turn it on after some time, right? So here also, guys, application can hold, the application can handle the load to some extent of time, but if you give load for a long period of time, that may or may not handle. To check whether the till what time the application is able to handle the load continuously is known as endurance testing. Okay, so by increasing the duration of that user load, continuously passing the user load to the application and making it to handle the user load continuously for long time, and checking whether the application is able to handle the user load and is able to maintain the speed and stability of the application is known as endurance testing. For other names for endurance testing or smoke testing and capacity testing. Okay, smoke testing and capacity testing are the other names for the endurance testing. So with this, guys, we are done with the performance testing. Hope you got an idea what exactly is performance testing and what are the different types of performance testing available, right? So that's all for this session. The next session, I'm going to answer the next software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 31. That is, what is load testing? Let me answer. Load testing is one of the types of performance testing. Under performance testing, we have different testing types like load testing, stress testing, scalability testing, endurance testing, and volume testing. Hence, load testing is one of the types of performance testing. But what exactly is this load testing? As part of load testing, we test whether the application is able to handle the expected user load or not. Okay, as part of load testing, we check or test whether the application is able to handle the expected user load. For example, guys, there is an application. Okay, let's say there is an application which is expected to handle 100 users. Okay, at a time 100 users, at a time 100 users should be able to access this application without any problem. Okay, when 100 users at a time are accessing this application, the application should not compromise its speed. Okay, speed of the application should not be compromised, and also the application should work in a stable manner. Okay, without losing its stability, the application has to work in this expected 100 users workload. Okay, user load. So how do you perform load testing? As part of load testing, we'll try to simulate, okay, we'll try to simulate a traffic of up to 100 users, that is less than or equal to up to 100 users, guys. Okay, we'll try to simulate or generate a kind of virtual user traffic up to 100 users, that is less than or equal to 100 users, and this less than or equal to 100 users will try to perform operations on this application, and we'll check whether the speed of the application is getting impacted or the stability of the application is getting impacted or not. We'll check. Okay, the application is responding with proper speed, and also the application is not crashing or right, it's working in a stable fashion. We'll check. That's what is called as load testing in simple terms, guys. Okay, this is what is called as load testing. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 32. That is, what is stress testing? Let me answer. Stress testing is one of the performance testing types. Under performance testing, we have different testing types like load testing, stress testing, scalability testing, endurance testing, volume testing, and spike testing. Hence, stress testing is one of the performance testing types. But what exactly is the stress testing and what do we test as part of stress testing? As part of stress testing, we test the application with a user load which is way higher than what the application is designed for. For example, there is an application. Okay. For example, there is an application which is designed to handle a user load of 100 users. Okay. A user load of 100 users it is able to handle. That's what the application is designed for, to handle 100 users. But as part of stress testing, we'll test this application with a user load which is way higher than what the application is designed for. Application is designed to handle 100 users, but we'll stress this application by testing this application with a user load which is way higher than 100 users. That is, we can test with 150 or 200 users and so on. Okay, and this is what is called as stress testing. As part of stress testing, while testing the application with a user load which is way higher than what is designed for, we see how the speed and stability of the application is maintained at that higher user loads. That's what is called as stress testing. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. The next session I'm going to answer the next software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 33. That is, what is security testing? Let me answer. Security testing falls into the non-functional testing category. Okay, security testing falls into the security testing falls into the non-functional testing category. Functional testing category where the testing is performed. Okay, security testing falls into the non-functional testing category where the testing is performed to identify security loopholes in the application. Why the security testing is performed on the application? Testing is performed on the application. Testing is performed on the application to identify security loopholes. To identify the security loopholes and get these loopholes, that is security loopholes, fixed by developers, and get these loopholes fixed by developers. Why? Why the why we have to identify the security loopholes and get them fixed by developers? With an intention of, okay, the reason is with an intention of protecting the application from getting hacked by hackers. Okay, if we don't perform security testing on the application and if we don't identify the security loopholes in advance and get them fixed by developers, what happens guys? Then hackers will take advantage where they will identify the security loopholes and they will hack the application with the possible loopholes in the application. So that's why we have to perform secure testing, and that's what is called as secure testing. Okay, in simple words, secure testing is performed to identify the security loopholes in the application. That is what in simple words we can call secure testing as. So here there is one more word for security loopholes. Okay, there is one more word we generally use in real time for security loopholes, that is known as vulnerability. Okay, the security loopholes are called as vulnerabilities. Okay, technically they are called as vulnerabilities in security testing. Okay, so now you understood what exactly is secure testing. Let me give an example, guys. Okay, let me give an example. So what is the example? I'll take you to this application, guys. Okay, and a sample application is here, right? This particular application I'll take you demo.testfire.net. Okay, let's go for that application. Demo.testfire .net. Okay, .net like this. I'll hit the URL. You'll be taken to this application. So don't perform security testing on all the applications. Okay, so there are a lot of applications on the web, right? You are not entitled, okay, or authorized to perform secure testing on real applications. Okay, if you try to do so, they will treat you as a hacker, guys. Okay, so my sincere advice is, don't perform secure testing here and there on the applications that you are not authorized to perform. So there are some dummy applications where you can perform, or there are some demo applications or dummy applications where you can practice security testing. One of the application is demo.s5.net. You see, they are allowing you to perform the, here they mentioned, right? You are okay to, it's okay to practice secure testing here. That's what they are saying. Okay, that's why we have chosen this application. I'll now show you one scenario. Okay, I'll show you one scenario, guys. Okay, using which you'll understand how secure testing can be performed. So let's do one thing. Let me open the application again, demo.test5.net. Okay, so here I'll take you to the sign in page, guys. Okay, I'll take you to the sign in page of this application. If you have the correct credentials, okay, if you are a registered person, okay, if you have a registered user, then only you can provide the proper credentials here and you should be able to log in. But I'll show you a case where you can log into this application without even having a valid credentials. Okay, so how to do that? So I'll show you, guys. Okay, so there is one example here. You see, I'll run this payload, guys. Okay, I'll run this payload. In case of username, instead of giving a valid username here, I'll pass this payload. The payload says hyphen, okay, single quote, or 1 is equal to 1 hyphen hyphen. Like this, I'll pass the username, and I can pass any password. It doesn't matter what password you are passing. You can pass any random password, ABCD, XYZ kind of. Okay, and here in the username, I'm passing this one of the payload. Okay, so that hacker can do the same thing, guys. Like, hacker will try to give this kind of payload and give any password and click on the login. Even though I don't have the proper credentials, I'm able to get the access to the, not only the normal user, guys, I'm going to get the access for the admin user. I'm getting the access for the admin account of this application. That means I can do a lot of stuff, right? I can delete the accounts, and I have now the permissions to do a lot of stuff. I can transfer the amount from one account to another account, which I'm not authorized for, right? All the people who have an account with this application, I can transfer the funds without their permission now, because I have the admin access now directly. So that much dangerous this is, right? This is what the hacker will do in real time, guys. He will try to insert this kind of payloads, okay, with some random password and all this kind of payloads he will insert and get access even though he doesn't have access, and can do a lot like transferring the funds and sensitive information, and he can breach the sensitive information of yours, and all those stuff will happen, guys. Okay, so to avoid this, we we will we will we will also behave like hackers for a while. Okay, as part of testing, we'll behave like hackers and try to give the same payload that hackers will give in advance. And if you are able to find this particular thing, that we are able to access the application with this kind of payload, then immediately we as software testers are going to report this particular defect to the developers, and developers have to fix them, so that tomorrow hackers will not follow the same procedure and hack the application and get the advantage of the application. Okay, so hope, guys, you understood what exactly is secure testing now. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer the next software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 34, that is, what is static testing? Let me answer. Static testing in simple terms is nothing but the testing performed without running the code that is developed by the developers. Okay, if you are performing some testing which doesn't require you to run the code which is developed by the developers, that testing falls into the static testing. There's an opposite for the dynamic testing where you perform testing by running the code. Okay, by running the code that is developed by the developers, if you are testing, that means that is dynamic testing. Whereas without running the code, if you are performing the testing, that is called as static testing. What are the different activities that fall into the static testing? Okay, what as part of static testing we have to perform? Let me showcase now. Here we have static analysis and reviews. Okay, these are the, at a high level, these are the two activities that we generally perform as part of static testing. Okay, these two activities that I mentioned here, static analysis, and there are different type of reviews, guys. Okay, static analysis and different type of reviews doesn't need you to run the code and perform testing. Okay, without running the code you can perform static analysis, without running the code you can perform reviews. Hence these activities will fall into the static testing category. Okay, so what exactly is static analysis now? Let me explain static analysis. So in static analysis, you see what happens at real time is, okay, developers will be writing the code for the application, right? They will be writing thousands of lines and thousands of files will be there, right? As a project, they will be creating a very big project where we are writing lengthy code, okay? A lot of code will be there for developing the application. So this code, the developers have to check, okay? This code, the developers have to test. How? They have to test each and every line. First line they have to check, second line they have to check. How they have to check? They have to check whether this particular first line has quality code or not, good code has been written or not. And also the developers have to check each and every line with multiple checks. They have to do for each and every line. The developers have to check whether the line written is having good quality code or not. Then they will check whether there are any syntax mistakes in the code. Okay, is the code properly written or not? Okay, the best practices are used, and the best way or better way of writing the code is being done for this line. They will check. They will check whether they will check whether this particular line of code or piece of code is written in a secured manner, okay, without compromising the security, whether they have written like that. Multiple checks will be there for each and every line. The developer has to check whether there is a good quality code, syntax is good or not, best practices are used, or optimized code has been written, and secured code has been, like that. Multiple checks will be there, guys. Okay, if the developer has to do this activity manually, it is a very tedious process for the developers. Okay, who will perform static analysis? Developers only will perform static analysis. But if the developers have to manually check each and every line of code across these multiple checks, that's not a easy process. That's a very tedious process. So what the developers will do is they will depend on some tools. Like there are different static analysis tools available in the market, guys. Like one of the example is SonarQube. Okay, SonarQube is one of the static analysis tools available in the market. What the developers will simply do is, instead of manually checking this, they'll simply input this particular project files to this SonarQube static analysis tool, and SonarQube will scan these particular lines and across multiple checks, and it will generate a report, guys. Okay, it will generate a report for you. The report will contain what are the problems or mistakes in the code. Okay, so is the code using the good quality code has been written or not, the syntax is correct or not, best practices are followed or not, security of the code is good or not, and many more things will be given in the report by the SonarQube. So here manual is not so easy, guys. Okay, so developers for performing the static analysis will input the code they have written to the tools like SonarQube. There are many tools available in the market. SonarQube is one of the tools, and generate the report. And based on the results coming in the report, developers will fix the problems. Okay, in the code. Here we are not running the code anywhere, right? We are only checking the code. Here without running the code, developers are performing the static analysis. So that's why static analysis falls into the which category? It falls into the static testing category. So here the tool the developers may use for performing the static analysis is, one of the tool is, example is SonarQube. Let me take you to the website of the SonarQube so that you can understand more about static analysis here. Just click on this. So SonarQube is one of the static analysis tools available in the market, which checks the code quality and code security. You see, it automatically checks the code quality and code security. Manually checking the code quality and manually checking the code security is not so easy, guys. Okay, what the developers will do is, whatever the code they have written, they will just pass that code. Okay, they will input that code to this tool like SonarQube, and SonarQube will give this kind of report. Based on the results coming, developers have to fix the problems. Okay, so a lot of advantages are there, guys. Okay, with SonarQube, it will save a lot of time for the developers while performing static analysis. Now, Now you understood what is static analysis and how that can be performed without running the code which is developed by the developers, right? So we simply pass the code to the tools like SonarQube and SonarQube will give the results. That's why static analysis falls into the static testing category. Similarly, guys, there are different type of reviews. Okay, without running the code developed by developers, we can perform different type of reviews. Okay, we can perform testing without running the code with the help of reviews. What are the different type of reviews available? Walkthroughs, inspections, code reviews, technical reviews, pair program. I'm not going to explain all the reviews for you here because that will be out of topic anyhow for this answer. So these are the different type of reviews we have like walkthroughs, inspections, code reviews, technical reviews, and pair programming. So as part of these reviews at a high level, what we generally do is we can review a BRS document. We can review a test case document. We can review a test plan document. We can review low level and high level designs. We can review the architectural diagrams created by the developers. We can review the code that has been written by the developers. Here we are not running the code anywhere. Okay, while performing the reviews, we are only reviewing the things. Okay, we are not running the code anywhere, right? As so walkthroughs means right, just walk through the either SRS document or BRS document or any low level high level design. You are just walking through, okay, but you are not running the code anywhere. So you are walking through it with an intention of finding the mistakes in the documents or code, okay, but without running the code you are doing that. Inspections, it's a strict process, okay, it's a casual process. Inspection is official process. Code review, a senior person will be doing the code review kind of thing to identify the mistakes in the code that you have written. Technical review, a technical person will be reviewing the code and suggesting you a lot of stuff, how the things has to be changing and all. Pair programming, two people sitting side by side, okay, one person will be writing the code, other person will be reviewing the code side by side. Such kind of things are there. Different type of reviews are there. None of the reviews will require you to run the code that is developed by the developers. Without running the code developed by the developers, reviews can be tested. Okay, we can perform testing with the help of reviews. Here reviews will be done by different people, guys. Okay, in case of the complete project team also will be involving sometimes. Okay, testers will do the reviews, developers will do the reviews, different teams will do the reviews. Okay, all this static analysis and reviews fall into the static testing because we are performing testing without running the code which is developed by the developers. And what is the advantage, guys? Why we have to perform static testing? Why we have to test something without running the code that is developed by the developers? What are the advantages? The main advantages here are to prevent the defects, guys. Okay, to prevent the defects in the software. Okay, beforehand only we are performing review so that defects will not occur in the application. Okay, to prevent them, to prevent the defects from occurring in the application. And why we have to prevent the defects? Because if you prevent the defects, it becomes very less costly, guys. Okay, so if you prevent the defects later, after the application is completely developed and given to the software testers for testing as part of system testing and all, when the testers will find the defects, the cost of fixing the defects will definitely rise there. Okay, but here in this case, just a modification of the code or it's just a modification of the things in the documents and all, right? It's kind of very less costly to fix the defects and is very easy to fix, guys. Not only less costly to fix the defects or problems beforehand by preventing the defects occurring in the real software, okay, which is generally running. So instead of that, you see here it is very easy to fix and it's less costly to uh, resolve the problems beforehand. Okay, those are the advantages of the static testing, guys. So hope, guys, you understood what exactly is this static testing, and hoping that you will be able to answer this if you come across this kind of question in the interviews. So with this, guys, we are done with this session. The next session, I'm going to answer the next software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 35. That is, what is dynamic testing? Let me answer. In simple terms, dynamic testing is nothing but the process of performing the testing by running the code. Okay, if you are performing testing by running the code or executing the code, that is known as dynamic testing. There is an exact opposite of this dynamic testing known as static testing. In static testing, we are going to perform testing by not running the code. Okay, without running the code, if you are performing testing, that is called as static testing. Whereas if you perform testing by running the application code, that is called as dynamic testing. So what are the different types of testings that fall under the dynamic testing category? You see here all the levels of software testing. There are 4 levels of software testing, right? Like unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and acceptance testing. All these 4 levels of software testing fall under the dynamic testing only. Why? Because while performing unit testing, developers will run a piece or unit of code, right? So they have to run the code to perform the unit testing. Similarly, developers have to run the code related to logically grouped units to perform integration testing. Here also the code is being run by the developers. Coming to system testing, guys, in system testing, software testers will perform the system testing. For example, here, let's say this application you are testing, tutorialsninja.com/demo. Let's say I am searching for something. When I click on the search button, in the background, okay, in the background of the application, some code is running. Okay, without that, you will not get the search results, right? When I enter HP or do some operations on this application, whatever the operations you do on this application, guys, the functionality is working because in the background of this application, the code is being run. Okay, the code is being run in the background of the application. Hence, system testing also is only possible by running the code. Okay, we can only perform system testing by running the code indirectly. Here we are not directly running the code. Like unit testing and integration testing, developers have to run explicitly, but here indirectly the software testers, while testing the application in the background, the code is being run. Hence, system testing also falls into the dynamic testing category. Coming to the acceptance testing, which is almost similar to the system testing, but here the purpose is different. Here, to check whether the main focus is to check whether the client requirements are properly developed or not. In case of acceptance testing, the main focus is on whether the developed software is according to the user needs and expectation is acceptance testing. But here also in acceptance testing, we test this kind of application using the functionality. In the background, the code will be running. Hence, since the code is running, in case of system testing and acceptance testing in the background, they also fall into the dynamic testing category. Okay. So, but what is the purpose of dynamic testing? Why we have to perform dynamic testing? Like unit testing, integration, system, and accept. Why we have to perform, guys? The main purpose of performing the dynamic testing is to find or identify the defects in the software and get this particular defects fixed. Okay. So before releasing the software into the market, we have to find the defects in the software and get this particular defects fixed by the developers. That's what is the purpose of the dynamic testing. So hope guys you got the answer for what is dynamic testing. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 36. That is, what is compatibility testing? Let me answer. Compatibility testing in simple terms is nothing but testing performed to check whether the software is working fine or correctly in all the supported test environments or not. Okay, as part of compatibility testing, we test the application software to see whether that is working correctly in all the supported test environments. Just working fine in one environment is not enough. It should work in all the supported test environments. For example, if I take this application, say Amazon.com application, okay? If the Amazon.com application is working only in Chrome browser and it's not working in Firefox browser, can you imagine the impact? So the end users or customers, okay, they're in real world, the end users or the real customers of Amazon.com may not browse this application only in the Chrome browser. Some customers will use Firefox browser. Some customers will use this application to purchase the different products in different browsers like Opera browser, Brave browser, IE browser, Edge browser. They can use any browser, right? So as software testers, our responsibility is to check whether this kind of applications are working fine in all the supported environments. In this case, browsers. Okay, not only browsers, guys. Some people may use different operating system. Some people will use this Amazon.com in a browser which is available in a different operating system like a Mac operating system or Linux operating system like that. Okay, they may also use this application. They may also browse this application in their mobiles, right? In their mobile phones using the browsers or whatever it is. Okay, in different devices. A lot of things are there. So our responsibility as software testers is to check whether this application is working fine in all the supported test environments or not. Okay, it can be different browsers, different operating system, different mobile devices, different and so on. Okay, so how we can classify the test environments? Okay, as part of compatibility testing, we have to check whether the software under test is working fine in all the supported test environments or not. But how to classify the test environments? Test environments can be classified according to the hardware. Okay, so not everyone uses same hardware, right? Okay, some people will use Dell, some people will use okay, Samsung,
Some people will use HP, like that, lot of things, guys. Okay, so some people will use test, they will not use laptops. Okay, they may use desktop computers. Okay, some people will use surface kind of stuff. Okay, different hardwares will be there. Okay, different hardwares with having different configurations. Some people will have the RAM as 8 GB. Some people will use the RAM as 4 GB, and so on. Hardware will differ from, because if you go and check different end user machines, not all machines are same, right? Okay, some people will use different laptops, different branded laptops, different branded laptops having different hardware things, like different RAM, different CPU, and so on. Okay, so our application, that is, okay, that we are testing, should work in all the supported hardwares, and it should also work in all the supported operating system, because not everyone will use the application not only in Windows operating system, right? Okay, they may use a different operating system like Mac, and they may use in different operating systems like Linux operating systems, and so on. So we have to check the application in all the supported operating systems, and not only operating system, but also different browsers. As I just now showed you, right? This application, if it is working only in Chrome, doesn't matter, right? Doesn't make sense. It should work in Firefox, Opera, Brave, IE, Edge, and so on. Okay, Safari, and so on. And not only that, in different mobile devices it should work. Nowadays everyone is using different sizes of mobile devices, right? Some people are using smartphones, some people are using right, tablet kind of devices like iPad, okay, and Android tablets, and so on. Okay, so it should work in all the different varieties of mobile devices, and this particular application should support different networks. Okay, not everyone will use the same network, right? Some people will use direct internet connection, some people will use like mobile internet connection, right? Some people will use broadband as an as part of internet connection, and so on. Different networks will be there, different way of communications are there. All the different supported networks should be tested. Okay, the application should be tested in all the supported networks. Not only that, guys, sometimes what happens is, when you want to use an application, that application cannot be directly installed and used. Okay, it depends on another software. For example, if you take an Eclipse IDE or IntelliJ IDEA editors, okay, so where you can write your Java programs or Python programs or whatever it is, such kind of editors you can use for writing the code, right? But they are not directly available. Okay, you cannot directly install and use them. So for this kind of editors to work, beforehand you have to install some software, preset software, like you have to install Java in your machine, or you have to install Python in your machine. Then only these particular editors are going to launch and work. Okay, so other supported software, okay, so via which the software should work, also need to be tested as part of compatibility testing. Okay, whether, because where the compatibility testing will come into picture is whether the editors or whatever the softwares that are demanding the prerequisites like Java or something, right? Whether they are working together or not, we have to check as part of compatibility testing. Not only that, guys, versions make sense. For example, this is Windows 11. Okay, Windows 11 is there, Windows 10 is there, Windows 8.1 is there, Windows 8 is there, Windows 7 is there, and so on, right? Windows XP, and so on. Different versions of operating systems are there. Different versions of browsers are there. Different versions of softwares, other softwares like Java versions are there, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, and so on. Okay, whether the application under test is supported by all the supported versions of the hardware, operating system, browsers, and all, or not, also we have to check as part of the compatibility testing. It's not a simple thing, guys. Compatibility testing is not a simple thing. Okay, it is a very complex thing, where the application, if it is working only in one test environment, that doesn't make sense, because there are a lot of test environments that support the application, and the real end users or customers actually use the software, okay, that is getting released into the market in all the different environments, because not all the customers will have the same environments, right? The environments will differ in hardware, operating system, browsers, mobile device, networks, other software and versions, and so on. Okay, so that's what is compatibility testing, guys, to check whether the software under test is working correctly in all the supported test environment classified with all these different categories or not. We have to check. So there's something like backward compatibility testing and forward compatibility testing. What is backward compatibility testing and what is forward compatibility testing? Let me explain now. So let me give an example, guys. With that example, you can understand what exactly is backward compatibility testing. For example, you have the coming to the backward compatibility testing. Yes, let's say you have the latest version of MS Office. For example, if I search for MS Office here, I have MS Office software in my machine, which is of 2019 version. Okay, It's 2019 version. Whatever the MS Office software I am using in my machine is nothing but the MS Office 2019 version. Whether that MS Office latest version, as per today's date, MS Office 2019 is latest. That particular 2019 latest version of MS Office is still working in the older operating system of Windows or not. Whether the latest version of MS Office 2019 is compatible with the older operating system version, that is Windows 8. I have Windows 11 in my machine, but is MS Office 2019 is compatible with Windows 8 or not? Checking that kind of thing is known as backward compatibility. If it has to support, for example, Windows 8 is supporting MS Office 2019, then as software testers, we have to test whether MS Office, latest version of MS Office, that is 2019, is working in the older version of Windows operating system, that is Windows 8. Testing such kind of thing is known as backward compatibility testing. Okay, developed software, the latest developed software is compatible with the older versions of other software or not is known as software or hardware is known as backward compatibility testing. It can be hardware or software based. Okay, coming to backward compatibility. Forward is reverse of the backward compatibility is the forward compatibility. So what is forward compatibility? Developed software, the latest developed software is compatible with the new versions or not. For example, long back, okay, let's say the developers have long back developed this MS Office 2007 version, okay, MS Office 2007 version they have developed. That MS Office 2007 version is still working on the Windows 11, the latest Windows 11 or not. Here forward we are checking. Our software that we are testing is MS Office. MS Office 2017 or 2007 or 2016, whatever you take is that particular older version of MS Office is still working with the latest Windows 11 operating system, or this is Windows 11 operating system. In that Windows 11, the older version of MS Office is working or not. Checking that is forward compatibility. We are checking our software on the latest versions of the software is known as software or hardware is known as forward compatibility testing, which is an opposite of the backward compatibility testing. Okay, so there are a lot of tools available in the market, guys. Okay, for compatibility testing, there are a lot of tools available in the market. Like there are some cloud platforms like Browser Stack and Sauce Lab, and there are some desktop kind of softwares like virtual desktops. Okay, this kind of tools we can use to perform the compatibility testing. Why we have to use tools for performing the compatibility testing? Let me explain. For example, guys, I'll take this application, Amazon.com application. Okay, this Amazon.com application should work in a Chrome browser of Windows 11 machine. Okay, and also at the same time, I want to test this Amazon.com in the Chrome browser of Windows 10 machine. I want to test the same Amazon.com in the Chrome browser of Windows 8.1 machine. Chrome browser off. Again, I need to test Amazon.com in the as part of compatibility testing. I need to cover a lot of test environments. Okay, Windows 8, Windows 7, like that. From Windows 7 onwards, Windows 11, that many operating systems in the Chrome browser. Not only Chrome browser, in different browsers like Firefox, IE, in all the different operating system, different browsers I have to check. And also not only that, guys, I have to test this Amazon.com in different browsers in Mac machine. I have to test Amazon.com in different flavors of different Linux operating systems in different browsers. That many combinations are there. But is it possible for me to purchase so many machines having different operating systems and different versions of operating systems and different browsers installed? Is it possible for me to purchase? Not only me, guys, a company cannot also purchase so many things, right? So if a company in a company there's testers and the testers have to test this particular application in different operating system versions, and in the different operating system versions in the different browsers they have to test. Is it possible for the company also to procure or purchase so many machines, so many laptops having different operating systems and different flavors of Linux and different Mac operating systems and Mac operating system versions and Windows operating system and Windows operating system versions? It's not possible, guys. Okay, literally it is not possible. That's where what came into picture is this kind of tools came into picture, like Browser Stack and Sauce Labs kind of tools. Okay, there are many other tools available in the market. So these are the leading ones. Browser Stack and Sauce Labs are the leading ones in the market. What are these, guys? Okay, they are cloud platforms. Okay, this Browser Stack and Sauce Labs are the cloud platforms where everything is on the internet, guys. Okay, you just need to create an account with the Sauce Labs or Browser Stack. For example, if I take you to one of the things like Sauce Labs, okay, Sauce Labs. Okay, just let me search Sauce Labs. Here is the, you see, so here this is a kind of thing, guys. Okay, so Sauce Labs is a kind of thing where you can it's a cloud platform, guys. You just need to sign up for this Sauce Labs. Once you sign up for this Sauce Labs, guys, okay, what will happen is once you pay some license amount, okay, it's not free, guys. Okay, so for trial it is available. You can check for trial. My trial got expired already, so you can try it. If you want to still try Sauce Labs, you can try it, guys. Okay, try it free and then you can use it choose a plan and all. So here it's a virtual cloud containing lot of operating systems, lot of browsers and all. Okay, ready-made. Not only that, guys, not only browsers and operating systems, but also a lot of devices. Okay, so you can take any device. Okay, you want OnePlus 7, you can find it here on the cloud. Okay, if you want iPhone 13 Pro Max and all those stuff. Okay, you can find all the devices here on the cloud. They are not real devices. Okay, they are virtual devices. Okay, virtual devices, virtual test environments will be hosted on the cloud somewhere on the remote machines, and you can access. It's like a pay and use base. You don't own them. Okay, you don't own these machines, or you don't own these devices, but you can use them by paying this. Okay, pay and use kind of stuff. Okay, it's like you are paying and using this test environments that are available on the cloud, guys. Okay, so I'm just trying to see like if I can show you some images or something. Maybe that will be there on the images section. Okay, if I say SaaS Labs, and I can show you some images, guys. Okay, where you can see. For example, guys, is one of the screen inside the SaaS Labs, because I cannot create an account and show you the SaaS Labs now. So once you log into the once you sign up to SaaS Labs, and if you go with a trial plan or paid plan, then SaaS Labs kind of application will provide you this kind of cloud environments. You see, you can select a different browser, a different okay, in a browser you can select a different version. Okay, you can select the mobile things and all those stuff. Okay, a lot of things are possible here, guys. Okay, mobile also is there, and a lot of things are possible. You don't have to purchase so many environments, right? This many combinations you cannot purchase, guys. Okay, this kind of companies are providing the collection of different operating systems, browsers, and different browser versions and all. Not only desktop applications, but mobile devices and all those stuff. Okay, you don't have to purchase all the combinations, and simply by it's a pay and use kind of service where you pay some license amount for a month, and you can access all these environments at a cheaper cost. Okay, that's what is SaaS Labs. Similarly, browser stack is also same as. Okay, it's like they are competitors kind of thing. Browser stack and SaaS Labs are competitors. Okay, same concept. On the internet, you just need to create an account, and you just pay some amount if your trial has expired, and you start using the different environments. Okay, instead of purchasing them. Fine. So apart from that, guys, okay, if you apart from that, you can also use virtual desktops. Okay, so you can use virtual desktop softwares like VirtualBox and VMware. Okay, using these softwares, right, you can install, you can access multiple operating systems in the, you can have multiple test environments in the same machine of yours. Okay, for example, in my machine I have Windows 11. If I want Windows 10, or if I want Linux Ubuntu in my machine, if I want, then I can install VirtualBox, guys. Okay, on my main machine I have Windows 11. On that Windows 11, I'm installing a software like VirtualBox software. I think I already installed. Let me search for the VirtualBox software. You see, this software you can download from Google. You can Google search for VirtualBox and you'll get this software. Okay, it's from the Oracle company. It's for free, guys. Okay, you can try this out. So let me, I'm launching that VirtualBox software here. So this is how it looks. You see, in the VirtualBox software, I created an instance for the Ubuntu. How to create the instance, that's out of topic. Just focus on that. Here, in my Windows 11 machine, if I want to access Ubuntu, then with the help of this VirtualBox software, I'll create create a virtual test environment in my machine. On the top of Windows 11, I can access Ubuntu operating system. Okay, I'll just start the operating system like this. Okay, I'll just start the operating system like this. So Ubuntu will start in my machine. Okay, so there are different softwares available in the market. Not only VirtualBox, guys, there are other competitor softwares for VirtualBox, like we have virtual machine. You see, in my Windows machine, I am able to launch Ubuntu software. Okay, in a while Ubuntu will start. Just wait for that. Ubuntu will start. So why I have to create this kind of test environments? Because my application has to be tested not only in Windows 11, but also it has to be tested in Linux Ubuntu operating system also. So in that case, I cannot purchase another device, right? I cannot purchase another laptop and install Ubuntu there. Instead of doing that, I'll use this kind of softwares like VirtualBox or virtual machines, and from there, I'll start the operating systems and use them. Okay, so it will start in a while, guys. Okay, it's still loading and all. Okay, it's taking some time. So let me see. Yeah, you see Ubuntu is starting in my machine, right? It's loading. Ubuntu is loading in my machine. So let's wait for some more time. So I'll just show you that screen, and then I'll just stop this session. So the Ubuntu is starting here. As you can see here, guys, the Ubuntu operating system has been launched in my Windows 11. my main machine has the Windows 11, and in my main machine where Windows 11 is there we have the VirtualBox software. Using via the VirtualBox software, we are able to launch another kind of virtual machine. Okay, this is not the real machine, this is a virtual machine. Windows 11 is the main machine, actual machine, but here this is a virtual machine. This kind of software exists, guys. Okay, so this kind of software help you to perform compatibility testing, because not always you can have a lot of money to purchase all the test environments where your application can be tested. So in such kind of cases, guys, we can create this kind of virtual box kind of environments, or we can use cloud platforms like Sauce Labs to perform the compatibility testing. Okay, you see here different browsers are there and all those stuff. Okay, you can use them and all. So with this, guys, I have answered you what exactly is compatibility testing in detail. Now you can answer like whatever the way you understood here, you can answer the same answer to the interviewer if you get this kind of question in the interviews. Okay. So that's all for this session, guys. See you in the next session where I'm going to answer the next software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye-bye.
Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 37. That is, what is reliability testing? Let me answer. Reliability testing, in simple terms, is nothing but testing the application functionality continuously for a period of time. Let's say you are testing the same application in the same test environment continuously for a period of time to see whether that particular application is working fine or not, is nothing but reliability testing. Any software application that has passed this reliability testing can be said as a reliable software. Okay, if a particular software is working fine, even after testing it continuously for a period of time, then we can say that that particular software is a reliable software. Simple words. Okay. So as part of reliability testing, we perform a lot of things, guys. Okay. Not only we'll test the application functionality continuously for a period of time in the same environment, but we have few checklists here. Okay. So what is the checklist of the reliability testing? So first thing is the same thing, that is continuously using the application for a good period of time, good amount of time to see whether the application is working fine or not. Okay. That is the first check we do as part of the reliability testing. Second check here is same result over different time periods. For example, in the morning 9:30 a.m., you tested the login functionality of the application, and with the valid credentials, you are able to log in. Now at the evening 4 p.m., again you gave the same valid credentials in the login functionality, and you are checking whether you are able to log into the application or not. Okay. If you are still able to log in, that means the application software is reliable. Okay. In the morning with the same credentials, you got logged in. The evening also with the same credentials, you should get logged in. Okay. Then the application software can be said to be reliable. Okay. Then another checklist we can try out is, let's say the same application at the same time, different people are testing the application. The same application they are testing, but different people are testing the same application at the same time. While performing the same functionality, everyone should get the same result. Okay. So one person getting one result and another person getting another result for the same functionality doesn't make the software reliable, right? Everyone who is actually testing the same functionality at the same time and are getting the same result, then that means application software is reliable. Then other checklist item for testing the reliability testing here is repeating the same test multiple times continuously to reach any particular failure point if possible. Okay. For example, you are testing a login functionality, you give the valid username and password and click on the login button, and continuously you click on the login button, guys. Okay. So to repeatedly you are doing some action or test, okay, to see if the application is failing in this case or not. Okay. Such kind of repeated testing, okay, frequent repeated testing you do, right? That is also one kind of checklist that can be performed as part of reliability testing. And during when you perform reliability testing, that is when you are testing the application functionality continuously for a period of time, you should not get any failures. Okay. If you are getting any failures, means the application software is not reliable. Okay. It has failed the reliability testing thing. And these are the some high level checklist items for performing the reliability testing, guys. Apart from this checklist, there are even more. Okay. Big list of checklist is available for performing the reliability testing, but these are the major ones. So hope, guys, you understood what exactly is reliability testing and what we'll be testing as part of reliability testing. So that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to answer the next software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 38. That is, what is compliance testing? Let me answer. Compliance testing in simple terms is nothing but testing whether the developed software meets the standards and regulations. Generally, in real world, there will be some organizations which sets some standards and regulations. Okay, so let's say there is a software and that software has to be developed according to an organization set standards and regulations. Okay, so in that case, guys, as software testers, we need to perform compliance testing to check whether really this particular software has been developed according to the standards and regulations set by this organization. Okay, that's why we perform compliance testing. So let me give some examples of some organizations which generally set some standards and regulations for the software. So coming to the IT world, guys, that is software world. Okay, we have one organization named W3C, which stands for World Wide Web Consortium. Okay, if some developers are developing a web application and they have to develop according to the W3C standards. Okay, so W3C organization sets standards and regulations. These developers have to develop the web applications. As software testers, when we perform compliance testing, we check whether the developed software developed by the developers is according to the standards and regulations that are set by this W3C or not, we'll check. Okay, so that's one example. There are other organizations also, guys, not only W3C, we have IEEE and many other. Okay, so based on our software, okay, based on our type of software and based on the type of standards and regulations that software has been developed against, we have to choose that particular organization's standards and perform the compliance testing. Okay, at high level. So let me go out of the topic for a while. Okay. Let me go out of the software for a while. Let me go to the real world. Okay. So it's not about software, guys. Okay. Just to understand what is an organization, how it sets the standards and regulations. For example, in India, guys, we have one standard. Okay. It's a non-IT. In India, we have a standard known as ISI, which stands for Indian Standards Institute. Okay. ISI in India stands for Indian Standard Institute. This is an organization in India, guys. Okay. Which sets some standards and regulations for the industrial products. Okay, for example, some companies manufacturing the helmets. Okay, let's say some companies manufacturing the helmets and it's selling the helmets in the market. So there will be some separate team which will be testing the, that is which will be performing the compliance testing to see whether this produced helmets or manufactured helmets are developed or created or produced according to the standards set by this ISI or not. Okay, that's what is compliance testing is. It can be applied to the non-IT world also. Okay, in case of India, we have this ISI, Indian Standards Institute. So we standards which set standards and regulations for industrial products. According to this industrial set standards and regulations, if the helmets have been produced, on the helmet you will see a mark known as ISI mark. Okay, then you can feel that this is a very good quality product. Okay, you'll get a feeling that it is a very good quality product. Same applies for the IT world, guys. One example is W3C, other example is IEEE and so on. Okay. So simply compliance testing is nothing but testing whether the developed software meets the standards and regulations that are set by different organizations. Okay. That's what is compliance testing. So who will perform testing here, guys? Okay, software testers can perform testing, but generally in real world, what happens in real software world, what happens is who will perform this compliance testing is an independent company which is specialized in this kind of standards testing. Okay, which is specialized in compliance testing against that particular type of standards. Okay, so someone who is specialized in that checking or testing will perform the testing in real world. Okay, real time. So there are two terms, guys, here. As you can see, compliance testing is there, conformance testing is there. Okay, there are two terms. So a lot of people say that both are same. Okay, compliance testing and conformance testing both are same. They are all about testing whether the developed software meets the standards and regulations. That's correct, guys. But what is the difference between compliance and conformance testing? Even though both are about the standard set, okay, both are about the same thing, guys. Okay, to check whether the developed software is according to the standards and regulations set by an organization. Both are about the same. But coming to the compliance testing, guys, okay, here formal way is there. Okay, so here we'll test the things formally and precise way of testing standards. Okay, we'll do a formal process and also in a precise, clear cut way of testing the standards will be there. Okay, but the purpose is same, guys. But coming to the conformance testing, okay, how it is conformance testing is different from the compliance testing in testing the standards of a particular software. Here conformance testing will perform testing the standards in an informal way. Okay, informal way, it's not a formal way, informal way, and also less precise. It should not be very accurate, kind of less precise way of testing standards. Okay, so hope guys you understood what is the difference between compliance testing and conformance testing. So hope guys you understood what is this compliance testing now. Okay, so that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 39. That is, what is localization testing? Let me answer. Localization testing, in simple terms, is nothing but testing performed to check localized version of a product. Okay, a testing which is performed to check the localized version of a product is known as localization testing. But what exactly is this localized version of a product? A localized version of a product means a product which works for specific culture or locality, okay, is known as localized version of a product. Testing such kind of, okay, testing such kind of localized versions of the product is known as localization testing. Okay, testing performed for checking the localized version of a product is known as localization testing. I'll give you an example, guys, so that it will be more understandable for you. What are the examples here? If you take Windows operating system, I'm using a Windows operating system. As you can see on the screen, my operating system is Windows operating system, which is Windows 11 as per today's date. Okay, this is Windows 11 operating system. So when I click on some options on this operating system, all the options are coming in which language? They're coming in English language. You see the browser, under the browser name, Edge is in English. Microsoft Edge tooltip is coming in English. All apps is in English. Wind is in English. So whatever the options you select here, all this type here to search. All these are coming in English language on this Windows operating system. But do you know that there is a Windows operating system which is specifically created a localized version for Japanese people? Okay, there's a Windows OS product which is a localized version of Japanese. Okay, for Japanese people there is a localized version of Windows operating system. Okay, let me show you the example, guys. Okay, this link, I'll open this here. You see, this is a localized version of Windows operating system for Japanese people. Okay, you see all the options are coming in which language? Japanese language here. Okay, similarly there is a localized version for Korean people also. Okay, so the one who speak in Korean, right, or understand Korean, right, they actually use this kind of operating system, Windows operating system, which is based on Korean. You see all the Korean stuff is coming here. All the options are in, not in English. Okay, few are in English. It's not completely Korean, but you see most of the things are Korean, right? Most of the things are Korean. Fine. So like that, guys, there are localized versions of a product. But why the companies have to develop such kind of localized versions of the product? English is enough, right? It's a universal language nowadays, but still Japanese is there, Korean is there. Why the companies like Microsoft is building Windows operating system, are creating this Windows operating system, a localized version for Japanese and Korean people? The reason behind that is, so they will get more people, okay? More people will use the software. There will be some set of people, guys, who don't use Windows operating system because that is in English. They don't know English. Okay, there are some people around the globe in different localities around the globe having different cultures and all. They don't understand English, guys. Okay, so if this company like Microsoft is building Windows operating system for different, okay, localized versions, if it is creating like for Japanese people, Korean people, and so on, Chinese and so on, then what will happen is it will increase, okay, the number of people using the software. Okay, the number of people that are using the software around the globe will rise, because so there will be some people who can use a Windows operating system using Japanese. Okay, that kind of people will use Windows operating system using Japanese. Okay, so more people are going to adapt to the software, guys. Okay, that's the only advantage that is going to get as part of localizing a product. Okay, by localizing a product version, this is what the advantage that companies will get. They will get more market. Okay, more people start using the software. Fine. Two, you see here, as software testers, we have to test this kind of localized versions of the products to see whether they are working fine or not. Okay, and they are adhering to their culture, values, and rules and regulations of their localities and all. Okay, so all these things keeping in mind, we have to perform localization testing. Okay, so there is a checklist, guys. Okay, to understand the localization testing in a better way or in a detailed way, there is a checklist for that. Okay, what is the checklist here? You see, based on the language. Okay, based on the language. So as part of testing a localized version of a software, we have to take care of this checklist. Okay, this is not the entire checklist. Okay, but at a high level, you will get an idea what exactly the localization testing is when you go through this checklist. Okay, so examples of the localization testing kind of thing we'll perform here is based on the language, guys. You see, different localities or cultures may use different number formats, right? They may not use the same number format. Okay, so in India, we use a different format. In USA, they use different number format. Okay. So we have to, while testing the localization, while performing localization testing on a localized version of a product, we have to see whether that kind of formats are being followed as per the locality needs and requirements. That kind of number formats are being used or not, we have to check. So writing directions. Not everyone writes from left to right, right? English, we generally write from left to right, but not other other languages, okay, other locality languages may not be writing from left to right. If you take an language like Urdu or something, they write from right to left, guys, okay. So right to left. So spelling variants, spelling, so because different languages have different grammar and spellings. English is a different thing, whereas Japanese way of writing the spellings or grammar will be different. We have to make sure that things are good. Different language rules will be there, and keyboard shortcuts, okay. So keyboard shortcuts will differ for different languages and all, okay. So all these things we have to check when you are performing the localization testing on the localized version of a product. Now date and time formats, okay, these are also differs, guys, okay. In US they write in a different way. In India they are right, in India most of the people write first for first date, then month, and then year. But in US they start with month, then date and year. So it differs, right? For different locality, different formats are followed. We have to make sure in the localized version of the product this kind of formats are being followed as per the locality needs and expectations or not. We have to check. Calendar types, different type of calendars are used. Currency, you see in US we have dollars, in India we have rupee, and so on, right? So keyboard usage, okay, I already explained that keyboard usage. You see different locality people use different types of keyboards, okay. So not all keyboards are same. So we have to see in which locality, which type of keyboard is being used, and whether they can use that localized version or not using the keyboard or not. We have to check. Aligning and organizing the data. Okay, once you change the English format to another format, another language or something, the alignments will change, guys, because the size of the words. Okay, login maybe just login here, but in Japanese or something, for example, here if you take, so in one of the language, you see the size is this much. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 letters is there. Okay, for this option, but here it's like a different thing, right? Only 2 letters are there. Okay, only 2 letters are there. Here, here 3 letters. Here 2 letters. And let's see another one. Let's see other one. You see this option. If you see how many letters are there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 letters are there. Another language or another localized environment we have 1, 2, 3 only. So it differs, right? So accordingly, we have to make sure the UI part is good or not. Okay, alignment is correct or not. Alignment of these words and letters is correct or not, because they change from language to language. Symbols and icons. Okay, symbols and icons. So let's say like what symbols we are using. Are they proper symbols or not? Okay, so based on the locality, icons and symbols are properly used or not. We have to check. In some localities different symbols will be followed, in some other localities different symbols will be followed. So we have to make sure the symbols and icons are correlating with their location. Okay, locality. Sensitivity of information, guys, okay. Something that is good in one location may not be good at another location, guys. Okay, it something that you casually write in one locality, which works in one locality, that may not be applying to that kind of words, may should not or may not should not be used in other localities, right? So there are kind of cases, sensitive information according to the localities to be taken care of. Okay, not everything will work in all the locations. Legal requirements, legal things are different, right? For example, if you are building an income tax application in India, the way of the income tax and all the things will be different, whereas if you go to Dubai, UAE, or USA, okay, the way the things are is different, right? So the process, the legal things are different. For example, in India, if you just cross a traffic signal or something, okay, the amount of fine they we charge at India is less, but uh, in Dubai or some other places, that is very costly, guys. Okay, costly affair. Like if you just cross the signal, then you are gone. Okay, very strict rules will be there. So we have to see whether our application is adhering to those local requirements and legal requirements and all rules and regulations, standards and regulations or not. We have to check. Culture matters, right? Culture matters. So we have to see how the names are provided. Some places like first name last name will be there. Some people will be using first name middle name last name. It can be depending on the localities, guys. Title means like how you are respecting the person, Mr., Mrs. Okay, in different languages. For example, if you go for Telugu language, okay, Srimati kind of thing will come into picture. So that is titles. Then government numbers. Okay, so different localities will have different security numbers and all those stuff. Okay, so how the other numbers in India, like in US, there will be social security number, like the different things. Passports types also will be different. Colors used should be different according, the color should match with the locality. Images, the kind of images used, okay, whether they are like, we have to check the images, guys. We have to test the images to see whether they are localized or not. Okay, they got converted to that particular locality or not. Okay, symbols, we have to see all the symbols are properly according to the culture they are mentioned or not. Okay, locality and culture, and many more is possible, guys. This is just a small high level list. just to make you understand what exactly is localization testing and how it is performed on a localized version of a product. Now, guys, we came to the end where I'm going to explain the difference between the localization testing and internationalization testing. Internationalization testing is also called as globalization testing. Okay, whatever I explained so far is the localization testing, but there is something known as internationalization testing and globalization testing, which both are same. So what is the difference between this localization testing and globalization testing, that is internationalization testing? Let me explain now. Okay, so I'll take an example of amazon.com. Okay, I'll take an example for this to make you guys understand what is the difference between localization and internationalization. I'll take an example of amazon.com. Okay, so let me go to the amazon.com website. Here I'll say amazon.com. I'll say once I go here, guys, once I go here, you see there is an option here. The flag of USA is coming and English language is being selected. And there are different other countries also, like we have Portuguese and we have other countries. Okay. A lot of other countries, Japanese, Chinese, and a lot of people, a lot of countries are there here. So what I will do here is, guys, once I hover the mouse on this, I want to change it. Okay. I want to change country and region. Okay. I want to use Amazon in India, not in, because I'm from India, right? Okay, I'm from India. I want to use this Amazon application in India. So for that, I want to first change the country and region. Okay, once I select the change country and region, here I'm getting a drop down, guys. Okay, just select that drop down and you see different country flags are there for China, for India. Okay, let's say I'm from India, right? I'm from India, so I want to select India and just I'll say go to the website. You see, the moment I say go to the website, instead of amazon.com, you see amazon.in is coming. In stands for India. Okay, in stands for India. Not only that, guys. Okay, not only that, guys. In India, people understand English. Okay, in India, people understand English. Only the conversions may be in rupees. For example, if you go to any of the products, for example, this let's go to this one of this product, guys. Okay, you see, it is in rupees. Okay, it's in rupees. Okay, the local currency is being specified. If you are testing this particular application in India, guys, you will make sure that whether rupee symbol is being coming or not. Here, dollar should not come. When you are testing this localized version of this Amazon application in India, okay, localized version according to India, if you are testing this particular application, you should see rupee symbol. What if you use this Amazon.com with the US? Currently, the country is selected as US, and if I select any of the option here, on the top you see dollar symbol is coming. Okay, so testing whether the application is working according to the local needs, okay, or the locality needs or culture of the locality where you are using the application is known as localization testing. If I am testing this application to see whether it is adjusting to my local needs, my country needs, or not, nothing but it's a localization testing. What I'm doing is a localization testing. Okay, here I'm testing this application. Not only this, guys, if you dig deep into this Amazon in India, again they divided into they localize this particular Amazon application in India to multiple languages also. Okay, for example, I go to my mother tongue Telugu. Okay, so I'll click on this Telugu and I'll be taken here, guys. I'll be taken here. So you see, all the words are coming in Telugu language now, right? And they should be kind of, right? They should adhere to my rules and regulations, and it should not impact my culture and all. Okay, so everything should be properly written here. Okay, so everything is coming in the Telugu language. Okay, that which is my mother tongue and all. So like that, guys, I can test this application. If I'm testing this application for my locality where I'm staying, okay. So in India, I stay in Telangana, and where Telugu is the mother tongue. So if I'm using this application in my local language with all the stuff, okay, if I'm testing that application in my local language, that means it's a localization testing. Okay, you see all the options are coming, right? All the options are coming. So all the options are coming here, and everything is coming in Telugu, okay, which is localized, local. It's a local environment. If I'm testing this localized version of the product, that means localization testing. But what is globalization testing then? What is globalization or internationalization testing? It means testing whether the same product, for example, here the same Amazon.com product, okay, Amazon.com product is working in different cultures or localities across the globe. Okay, is this Amazon.com to see whether if to see whether this Amazon.com is working for different localities around the globe. For example, Amazon.com is working for US. Amazon .com is working for Portuguese. Okay, in Portuguese also, in Portuguese also it is working. Okay, in Portuguese also it's working. So for different places, is it working or not? Amazon.com is working for different localities, different locations, and all those stuff. Okay? So let's go with one of them. canceller and applying. I applied something. You see, it's working in some other locality wise. Okay, so but the application is same, right? The same application, by changing the options in the application, it is working for different localities. Okay, it's working for my mother tongue Telugu. Okay, at my locality it is working. It's working for Portuguese and working for Chinese. It's working for Japanese. Lot of localities it's working. So testing the capability of the application, whether that is working or not for different cultures or localities around the globe at a high level, is known as internationalization testing or globalization testing. Here, internationalization, globalization testing means multiple localities you are testing. But here in localization testing, only specific culture or locality, only one locality or culture you are specifically focusing and testing. That is called as localization testing. At abroad, it is a, if a single application is working for different localities, testing that whether the application is working for all the localities and cultures is known as internationalization, globalization testing. Okay? Testing only for a specific culture or a locality is known as localization testing. So hope guys you got the idea what exactly is localization testing now. So with this guys, I'm done explaining or providing the answer for this interview question. So that's all for this session guys. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 40. That is, what are test cases? Let me answer. Test cases contain a set of instructions. What does the test cases contain? Test cases contain a set of instructions. Using these instructions, the software testers will verify whether the application functionality that is developed by the developers is working as per the client specified requirements or not. Okay, that's what is the purpose of the test cases. So these test cases that I'm talking about here can be created inside a document. Okay, we can create these test cases containing a set of instructions inside a document. So the document can be an Excel file, guys, as simple as an Excel file. Inside an Excel file, we can create the test cases. Or in most of the projects, guys, the test cases will not be created directly inside the Excel file. Rather, the test cases will be created using test management tools. Okay, the different projects will be using different test management tools based on the companies and all. So in the test management tools, we'll be writing the test cases. Either in some companies, test case will be written inside the Excel file, whereas in some companies, test case will be created inside the test management tools. Okay, so one example of a test management tool is Jira. We have ALM. Okay, ALM, Jira, and many test management tools are available in the market, guys. So depending on the company and projects, so we use the test management tools, and in the test management tools, we are going to create the test cases. Okay, if there is no test management tool used by your project, then the project team will create the test cases inside the Excel file. Okay, a normal document like Excel file, either Excel file or test management tools like Jira, etc. will create the test cases. I'll show you an example of a test cases document created inside a document, guys. So instead of a test management tool, I'll show you an example of a test cases which are created inside a document like Excel file. Okay, so here is the document, guys. As you can see on the screen, it's an example for the test cases created inside a document like Excel file. Okay, Microsoft Excel file. So here, as you can see, guys, all these are the test cases belonging to this login functionality, guys. Okay, the login functionality of the application. For verifying the login functionality of the application, a set of instructions are provided inside this particular tab sheet of this Excel file. Okay, so how many test cases are there? Let's see here. There are around 23 test cases for the login function. For testing the login functionality of this particular application, there are 23 test cases created. What is the application for which this particular test cases are created? As you can see in this, the URL of the application is mentioned. This is application for which this particular test cases are created. In order to verify or test the functionality of this application to see whether the application functionality is as per the client specified requirements or not, these particular test cases are created. Inside the test cases, the set of instructions are provided. You see, a lot of instructions in the form of steps are provided here. There are around 23 test cases for this login, for testing the login functionality of this particular application. This is the login functionality, guys. To test the login functionality of the application, here we have 23 test cases, around 23 test cases created and provided in the form of instructions in this document, that is Excel file document. Okay, so this is an example of a test case document. Okay, this is an example of the test case document. You see, what does it contain? Test case ID is there. Okay, this particular test case document contains a test case ID. So you see, this particular test instruction should be different from this particular instructions. So unique IDs are given here with the names like TC means test case, LF means login functionality. Okay, Here LF means login functionality 001, like that 002, 003 login functionality 0, like that 23 are there. And here title for each and every test case for this login functionality, there is a title specified. Okay, there is a title, and there are prerequisites. Okay, before you start testing, you should make sure you have followed, you have these prerequisites ready. And after the prerequisites are satisfied, you can start testing using the steps. Okay, these are the actual instructions, you can say. We blindly have to follow the instructions and perform testing. Okay, this is the test data that we have to pass while testing the test case. And this is what should happen. Okay, when you follow these instructions, and when if required you provide this test data, so then you should get this particular result specified under the expected result column. Okay, if the expected result is matching, okay, while you are verifying this particular test case, okay, instructions, when you are verifying against the client requirements, if you are getting a different result, okay, actual result means while testing whatever the result you got is actual result, guys. Okay, if the actual result is different from the what is expected, what should happen, in that case we are going to fail the test case. Okay, here we are going to fail the test case when whatever that you are testing is not matching with whatever is expected as per this instruction. We are going to fail the test case. But what if the actual result is matching with the expected result, actual testing result is matching with the expected result of these instructions, then we'll pass the test case. Okay, like that we can provide this is status case. Okay, status, we have to mention the status here. So this is what is a test case at a high level, guys. Okay, this is what is a test case at a high level. So guys, so how do we create the test cases? First, we'll create something known as test scenarios, guys. Okay, so before we create the test cases, we create test scenario. So what is test scenario? Test scenario is a high level test case. Okay, a high level test case you will create. For that high level test case, you will create positive and negative test cases. Okay, n number of positive and negative test cases possible you will create for this high level test case, that is test scenario. So for example, in this document, I'll show you. For example, guys, here first I created in this particular test case document, I provided this test scenarios tab or sheet in which the high level test cases are provided. That is, test scenarios are provided. For example, one of the test scenario is test scenario 002 is regarding the login functionality. Verify the working of the login functionality is simply the high level test case. That is nothing but the test scenario. For this particular single test scenario, for this particular uh, scenario related to the login functionality, you see how many test cases are created for this login functionality. How many test cases are possible? 23 test cases are possible to verify the working of the login functionality. 23 test cases are possible for the application that I just now shown. So how the test cases are differing here? Only one scenario is there: login functionality. Testing the login functionality is a scenario. For that, how many test cases are coming? 23 test cases. How? Here you see what we are doing. Verify logging into the application with valid credentials. Okay, that is one test case. Verify logging into the application using invalid credentials. Okay, here valid credentials, you are testing the login functionality. Invalid, you should not get logged in with invalid credentials. You should get logged in with valid credentials. These two test cases. Now third test case. Verify logging into the application using invalid email address and valid password. Valid email address and invalid password, like fourth test case. Fifth test case, let's go with the fifth one. Without providing any credentials. Okay, verify logging into the application without providing any credentials you want to log in. Okay, so if you don't provide credentials, it will not allow you to log in. That's what should happen. Okay, that's what is expected here. And verify the forgotten password link, okay, is available on the login page or not. Okay, verify logging into the application only by using the keyboard keys without using mouse. Verify have the placeholder text or not, whether this email address field and password field have the proper placeholder text. You see some grayed out email address and password text is available inside the text field. Those text is available or not. Verify logging on the application and browsing back. A lot of test cases are here, guys. Okay, for a login functionality, this many test cases we have created. But how many scenarios are there? Only one scenario will be there for the login functionality. Verify the working of the login functionality is a high level test scenario or high level test case, for which we created this many number of test cases. Okay, so guys, how do we create the test cases? First, we'll create the test scenarios. For that, each and every test scenario will create good number of test cases. Okay, possible number of test cases. That's how we create the test cases. So what are the different columns we have in the test cases, guys? As I already explained here, what are the different columns we have in this test case document? Test case ID, like that. Okay, test case ID, test scenario. Okay, for which we are creating all these test cases, multiple number of test cases for the functionality. Test case title, prerequisite, test steps, test data, which has to be used while testing this steps and all for the particular test case. Expected result, what should be the result? Okay, what is expected is this one. Actual means when you are testing, whatever the actual result you got, Okay, that's what testing result. This is the testing result. This is the expected one. If both are matching, the test will pass. Okay, under the test status will pass. And on the top of that, we have the priority, guys. Okay, so sometimes we'll not get time for testing all the test cases. So we'll depend on the priority. We'll first test the P1. You see, whatever the test cases that are mentioned with priority one, high priority, we'll test first. For example, there are some test cases having P3, third priority. Okay, we can delay them. Okay, first we'll test the high priority test cases. Later we'll go with the next priority. Okay, so if you don't have much time to perform to test the entire test case document for testing an application, in that case we'll first go with the high priority test cases. We'll first test the high priority test cases, then based on the time we'll go with the next priority. Okay, once all the high priority test cases are completed testing as per all these functionalities of the application, once they are completed, we'll go to the second priority. Okay, we'll start testing all the second priority test case across all these functionalities, then third priority test case, and so on, fourth priority, and so on. Okay, like that we'll perform testing. And test status just now explained, right? Test status is this either you can say this as a result or status, guys. Okay, anything is fine. You can even mark it as status also. Okay, here we'll give our final judgment if this actual result is matching with the actual testing result is matching with the what is expected. That is expected is nothing but the client requirement here. Okay, if the actual testing result is matching with the client requirement, we'll pass the test case. Otherwise, we'll fail the test case. If you fail the test case, we have to report a defect in the defect tracking tool, and that defect details should be provided under the comments. For example, here you see if this here actual result is not matching. You see, user is getting logged out. User should not log out. Okay, is getting logged out, but expected is should not log out as per the client requirements. So since they are not matching, we have reported a defect here, failed due to the defect with the defect ID that we have after we'll get the defect ID after reporting the defect the defect tracking tool. Okay, so those details we have to provide here. So guys, with this I'm done explaining about the test case. This is what exactly are the test cases, guys. Okay, in simple words, test cases contains a set of instructions. Okay, test cases contains a set of instructions using which we can verify. Okay, we using which we can verify the application functionality which is developed by the developers is working as per the client specified requirements or not. Okay, your client specified requirements are provided here, matching or not, we will verify. Okay, that's possible with the help of the test cases. So hope guys you got the answer for this interview question. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 41. That is, what columns are present in test case template? Let me answer. In any test case template, we have these listed columns. They are test case ID, test scenario, test case title, prerequisites, test steps, test data, expected result, actual result, priority, status, and comments. These are the several test case columns we generally have in a test case template. So why do we have to provide the test case ID? We provide the test case ID in a test case template to make the test case kind of unique from other test cases. For example, if you can see this document here, for the login functionality, there are around 23 test cases. Again, for the logout functionality, okay, this is a logout functionality, we have created around 11 test cases. Forgot password, another functionality has 25 test cases, and so on. So to make each and every test case uniquely identify, okay, to make each and every test case uniquely identify from the other test cases, we have to provide this test case ID. For example, if you see one of the test case ID here, TC means test case, LF means login functionality. Okay, for login I mentioned LF. You can provide anything, guys. Okay, I just provide LF 001. Whatever the second test case, it is also having TC underscore LF, but 002, which is having a different ID. This test case has a different ID. This test case has a different ID. What about logout? If I go to the logout functionality test cases, the first one we'll see TC means test case, but here LG is there. Here LF is there. Here LG is there. I separated it. I made it unique, right? Because 001 will be common, TC will be common. Here also TC is common, 001 will be common. So the middle thing should be different. So to make this first login test case different from the first logout test case, I have to give a different wording here in between. That is LF I gave here for login functionality. For logout I gave LG. Okay. For logout I gave LG. For forgot password I gave FP. You see TC underscore FP underscore 001. So Hope guys you understood what is test case ID. Unique ID will be provided for each and every test case in a test case document under the test case ID column. Okay, fine. Next column we have in the test case template is test scenario guys. Okay, for which test scenario you are creating this test case. For example, here all these test cases belong to the login functionality. So the test scenario is login functionality here. Okay, you see everywhere login functionality, login functionality. The scenario name is provided here. Okay, ts underscore 002 login functionality. For this high level scenario, high level test case, that is a test scenario. What is a test scenario guys? Generally test scenario means a high level test case. Okay, it will be something like this. For example, if I take you here, here we have the test scenarios mentioned. Okay, in this test scenario sheet, in this particular document, example template document, we have this list of test scenarios for this particular application. There are around, how many test scenarios are there? Let's see. 31 test scenarios are there. For each and every test scenario, for this, for example, the first test scenario is about register functionality. Verify the working of register account functionality. The first test scenario, it's a high level test case. This high level test case or this test scenario contains 27 test cases. You see, if I go to the register page, we have around 27 test cases created. Similarly, if you go to the next test scenario, and this second test scenario, ts underscore 002, is for login functionality. Verify the working of the login functionality. For this, how many test cases I have created? 23 test cases. Let's go here. You see, there are around 23 test cases. So test scenario is a high level test case. Okay, test scenario in simple terms is nothing but a high level test case from which we can derive multiple test cases. Okay. Now next one is test case title. For each and every test case, we have to specify a title, guys. Okay, in less few words. Okay, at a high level, we have to describe this particular test case. Okay, we have to describe the test case at a high level in few words. That is nothing but the test case title. If someone reads this particular test case title, they should understand what this particular test case is all about. For example, here if I read this for you, test case title, verify logging into the application using valid credentials. Okay, so that means we are going to perform testing by providing the valid credentials into the login functionality. Here let's go with the next set test case title, verify logging into the application using invalid credentials. That is invalid email address, invalid password will provide to the email address and password fields and try to log in. We should not, application should not allow us to log in. That is a test case. So hope you are able to get what is a test case title, right? High level description of the test case in few words is nothing but the test case title. The next one we have the prerequisites case. Okay, before you perform executing this particular test case with the help of these steps, you see there is a column like test steps. There are a lot of steps here. Before you run this particular test case by following these steps, okay, what are the steps I have to be ready with? Okay, what are the prerequisites I should be ready with? First, I have to open the application URL in any browser, right? Without opening the application URL, can I do all these operations? No. I cannot execute any of these steps without opening the application URL in any supported browser. And also, I should have an existing account created. Okay, if I have to verify whether logging into the application with valid credentials is working fine or not, just before running these steps, I should have an account created with some details, right? I should already have created an account with this application, and with that account details exists only, I can perform these steps. So this kind of steps we can write in the prerequisites, guys. The steps which have to be performed before running these test steps is known as prerequisites. Okay. So what should be performed before executing the test cases to execute the test steps is nothing but the prerequisites. Now, test steps. Test steps, as you can see here, each and every test case has some test steps. We have to blindly follow the steps, guys. Okay, click on my account means you have to click on my account drop menu. Click on login functionality means you have to click on the login option. Okay, by looking at these steps, you have to perform the operation on the application as part of verification or testing. So detailed steps, these are nothing but the detailed steps for running this particular test case. These are the detailed steps that we have to follow to verify the test case. Okay, fine. Test case instructions to verify the functionality of the application are nothing but the test steps in simple terms. Okay. Now test data, guys. You see here we have the test data. In order to perform testing of this particular test case, okay, here we have to enter a valid email address into this email address field and valid password into this password field. So already I have to create an account, right? I should have an account created, and with that account credentials, I should log in. Okay, with that valid account credentials, I should log in. So I already created an account, guys, with this email address and password. I already created an account with this email address and password. If I provide to these steps while executing, then I will be able to verify this particular test case. So this is the test data that is required for running this particular test case or executing this particular test case using these test steps. Test data required to be provided while executing the test case instructions is known as test data in simple terms. Then expected result. as per the client requirements, okay, as per the client requirements, when I perform all this operation till here, what is expected, okay, as per the client requirements, when I perform all these instructions, what should be expected, what the client is expecting here, okay, according to the client requirement specifications or whatever it is, what should actually happen, okay, on performing these steps. So here, as you can see, expected result is another column, guys, where the client specified requirements are mentioned here in the form of expectations. User should be navigated to the login page. Okay. When I provide valid credentials and click on the login button, what should happen as per the client requirements or general expected thing is user should be navigated to login page, right? User should log into the should be navigated to the login page. When someone clicks on the login option here, verify ER1 is there in the second step. When someone clicks on the login option, user should be navigated to the login page. It's first one. The fifth step. After fifth step, we have to verify ER2. That is second step in this expected result. Once the user enters the credentials valid, clicks on the login button, user should get logged in and taken to the account page. Okay, like this expected results are there. Okay, so what is the expected result as per the client requirements? Okay, on performing the steps, what should actually happen is the expected result. Now, the next column we have is the actual result column, where here we'll be writing our observations. Okay, so when we follow these particular steps, okay, when we follow this particular prerequisites and steps and data and all those stuff, what actually is happening in the application? Okay, so when I really enter the valid credentials by testing this application, when I am verifying the application, let's say when I am verifying this particular application, after I click on the my account and select login, I am taken to the login page. One of the expected result is pass here. Okay. Now here I need to enter the valid email address and valid password, let's say. Okay, valid email address and valid password I have to enter, and then I have to click on the login button. Then I should be taken to which page? My account page, as per the expectation. Actual also same thing is happening, right? When I'm verifying the application manually like this, whatever I shown you right now, the same thing is happening. User is navigated to the login page and user got logged in and taken to the account page. Yes, you see, as you can see, I got taken to the account page. So actual result is also same. Okay, when I am expected is same, and when I am testing the application, I got the same result. When actual and expected are matching, then I'll give the status of this particular status column. Okay, then I'll give the status column as pass. Okay, if both are not matching, I will just fail it. So what is actual result? What is actual result we observed while verifying the application with the given steps? Okay, that is actual result. Now, status I just now showed you, right? Provide the status of the execution for the test case. If this actual result that while verifying the application, whatever the result we got is matching with expected result, then under the status we have to mention pass. Okay. Otherwise we have to fail it. If you are unable to test, you have to say block it. If you have not tested it, you have to say not tested. Okay. So for now, since actual result is matching with expected result, here under the status we will provide the result as or status as pass. Okay. The test case got passed. Provides we have to provide the status of that execution for the test case that got executed as either pass or fail or blocked or not tested. We have to provide. And priority, guys. Next one is priority. So what is priority? You see, every test case is not of the same level. Okay, some test cases have the higher priority over the other test cases. Especially, guys, when you have less time. Okay, for example, you only have 2 hours to complete the testing, and this many test cases need to be executed. Can you execute all the test cases? All thousands of test cases can you execute? No, right? So what we'll do beforehand while creating the test cases, we'll mention this priority column and mark the test cases according to their priority levels. Okay. So you see, login with valid credentials is very important, right? Every user tries to create an account and tries to log in with valid credentials. So higher priority. So this few test cases are high priority. Then this is usually third priority. This is the third priority. Like the different priority test cases exist, guys. Second priority, fourth priority, and so on will be there. Okay. So when you have less time for executing the test cases, what you will do is cleverly or smartly when you are performing the testing, you will only execute the high priority test cases first. Okay. If you have more time, then you will go for the next priority test case. Okay. Once you complete all the high priority test case, P1 test cases for all these functionalities, if you have still more time, then you will go with the P2. If you still have time, you will go to P3 test cases. If you still have time, you will go to the P4 test cases, like that. Okay. So based on the priority, we have to run the test cases. Which test cases need to be executed first is all about the priority case. Okay. We generally provide the priority column in the test case document to classify which test cases need to be executed first, which test cases need to be executed later. Okay. Based on the priority, we have to run the test cases. That's why priority column need to be mentioned in the test cases. Now coming to the comments, last one is comments, guys. Okay. So here in the comment section, we can either call it as comments or remarks or whatever it is. In the comment section, if we can write any additional information, guys. Okay, we can write our observations. If you have any observations, you can write here. If you have any additional information you want to write, you can write here. Or if any particular test case fails, okay, if the actual result is not matching, whatever the verified result is not matching with the expected result, in that case you will fail the test case under the status column. And why it is failing, you have to write here. It got failed due to the we have to report a defect, and we have to mention the reason why it got failed. Okay, so for example, even this particular test case got, we are unable to test. Okay, why we are unable to test, we have written here. You see, this kind of additional information or observations, or if any particular test case got failed, why it got failed, such kind of information we have to write under the comments or remarks section of the test case. So so guys, these are the different columns we have in a, generally we have this kind of columns in the test case templates. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. That's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 42. That is, what columns are important in test cases? Let me answer. In a test case template, we generally have these columns, that is test case ID, test scenario, test case title, prerequisites, test steps, test data, expected result, actual result, priority, status, and comments. I feel all the columns are important, but if I have to compare and segregate that even more important columns, okay, then in that case, these highlighted ones are the more important than the other columns. For example, test case ID is a important and compulsory one compared to other stuff. This kind of things looks optional for me. For example, test scenario is an optional, priority is an optional, comments is an optional, but test case ID is mandatory. That's why I'm segregating them into the more important category. Even though all the columns in the test case template are important, but these highlighted ones are even more important. Test case ID, test case title, prerequisites, test steps, test data, expected result, actual result, and status. Okay, the actual status like pass or fail or something. Okay, these are the columns which are more important in a test case template. So that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 43. That is, what test case management tools have you used? Let me answer. So, in my projects, I've personally used test management tools like Jira with Zephyr and version 1. These are the two test management tools I've used. Okay, that's my answer. You can answer your version, guys. Okay, because in my projects, I've used the Jira plus Zephyr and version 1 test management tools. But what are the popular ones that are available that many projects in the market use? I've listed down them also. Okay, Jira and Zephyr. Jira plus Zephyr is a plugin on the top of Jira, guys. Jira by default doesn't have the test case management capability. Okay, it's a test management tool. Jira is a test management tool. If you want to create the test cases or write the test case inside Jira, on the top of Jira, you have to install Zephyr. Okay. Similarly, guys, here also X-Ray is a plugin. Okay, which you have to install inside Jira. Some people prefer to install Zephyr on Jira. Some people prefer to install X-Ray plugin on Jira, like so on. Okay, to create the test cases inside the test management tools. Then other popular one we have in the market is test trial. Okay, a lot of people like it. Version 1. Okay, which I have used in one of the projects. And ALM. Okay, so earlier it was called as a QC Quality Center. Now it is ALM. Okay, then TestLink. It's an open source and free one, guys. Some companies like who don't want to spend license amount and all, right? They go with the TestLink, which is one of the popular ones. Okay, which is an open source and popular one and free in the market. TestLink. Then we have Bugzilla, Qtest. Okay, these are the popular ones, guys. How can I claim that this listed test management tools are the popular ones? How can I claim that? Because I conducted a survey, guys. Okay, I'm not saying simply these are the popular ones. I conducted a survey actually. So, so I'll show you the survey here. Okay, so I conducted the survey on my LinkedIn where I asked everyone to mention what is the best test management tool or kind of thing. Okay, so you can see the survey results. So let me show you the survey results, guys. Okay, So what I asked this question: what are the popular test management tools available in the market? And I asked everyone to participate. You see, a lot of people participated here. Okay, so almost 80 people, 80 comments we got, and everyone has commented. Someone commented Redmine, someone commented Jira, Bugzilla, Test Trial. You see, many inputs came here. Okay, many inputs came here. So by consolidating these inputs that I have received from the survey, I listed down the popular ones here. Okay, these are the popular ones that people are using in the market. Okay, that people are using in their projects as part of test case management. Okay, these are the test management tools which allow you to do the test case management. Okay, so but in my projects, I've come across these two test management tools. Okay, test case management tools: Jira plus Zephyr plugin installed on Jira, and version one. Okay, these are the two things I have used, and other popular ones are this one. Okay, based on the survey results. So hope guys you got the answer for this question and how to answer if you come across this kind of interview question. Okay, during your interviews. So that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 44. That is, what is use case? Let me answer. Use cases describe the functional requirements of a software from the end user's perspective. But who will create these use cases? In real time, use cases are generally created by business analyst, the one who knows the business well. Business analyst will create the use cases to describe the functional requirements of a software from the end users perspective. After creating these use cases, business analyst will share these use cases, that is use case diagrams, with the project team where developers and testers are available. These developers and testers will go through these use cases, that is use case diagrams, to understand the application well. So this is what exactly the use cases are. But how does the use cases will look like? To understand how the use cases will look like, I will explain you some basics. Okay. So the use cases are nothing but the use case diagrams, and they generally contain these components. Okay, in the use case diagrams, we generally use or create systems, actors, use case, and relation. Okay, we represent the systems in the use case diagrams with this symbol known as this kind of rectangle symbol. Okay, which is nothing but a system. Actor. We also represent some actors inside the use case diagrams. To describe these functional requirements of a software, all these components need to be represented in the use case diagrams, and these use case diagrams will be created by the business analyst and shared with the project team so that the project team can understand the application well. Okay, that's what is the use cases are. And apart from that, systems which are represented like this in the use case diagrams, actors which are represented like this in the use case diagrams, we represent the use cases like this. Okay, in the diagram, in the use case diagram, we represent the use case. Multiple use cases can be represented in a single diagram, guys, and they will be represented like this. Okay, kind of oval symbol, kind of relation. Okay, there's one more thing like relation. Okay, relation between this actor and system and use case and all. Okay, this kind of arrows will be there. This is only one example, guys. There are multiple type of relations possible in the use case diagram. This is only one example. So using all these kind of components, we represent this kind of components in the use case diagrams to describe the functional requirements of a software from the end user's perspective. Okay, generally business analysts will do that. So to revisit again the explanation about what exactly the use cases are. Use cases will be useful for communicating the ideas. Okay, if someone has an idea and that idea has to be communicated with other person or other people, then the idea can be communicated in the form of these use cases, that is use case diagrams. Okay, we can represent the ideas using these symbols and all. We can create the use case diagrams, and by representing or communicating these ideas in this diagrammatical format, the other people or team can understand. So business analyst will create these use cases for communicating the business ideas, business requirements, or application flows that are expected to be developed and tested by the project team. Okay, so in the form of use cases and use case diagrams. Okay, so I'll finally show you a kind of an example use case diagram which is already created. Okay, this is the example of a use case diagram, guys, for what it is created for a banking application, guys. Okay, you see here in the background we have the blue color box, right? A blue color box is there. This blue color box is nothing but the system. I showed you right here. System will be represented in the like this. Okay, the system, this is nothing but the system, guys. So banking application is represented as a system here, and there are some actors. You see, there are some actors I mentioned, right? There are some actors we'll use. So this in this example, the actors are the customers. Okay, there are two types of customers here: new customer and existing customer. All these are actors. On the other side, bank is also an actor. Okay, The actor can be a user or another system, okay, or external system or an external device or whatever it can be. So here customer is represented as an actor, and here bank is represented as an actor. Inside the system, guys, you see some orange color oval kind of symbols are there. These are nothing but the use cases. Okay, I showed you, right? Use cases will be represented as this oval symbol in the use case diagrams. These orange color things are nothing but the use cases. Okay, for and also there are some relationship between these components, right? Relationship between the system actors and use cases, and we generally mention the relationship with this kind of arrows and all. You see here, the customer is trying to log in into the application. Okay, so relation between this actor and this use case is this line. Okay, we represent a relationship between this customer and login use case with this line, guys. Okay, that means customer is trying to log in into this banking application with some credentials, and based on that, the application will verify. Okay, another use case is there here, that is verify password. Application will verify the password whether it is a correct password or incorrect password or username and password. Okay, so and after that, guys, okay, the application will display some error message, login error. If the invalid credentials are provided, login error will be displayed. Okay, and the customer can also view the balance. Okay, so from this bank, customer can view the balance. Customer can also deposit some amount into the bank. Customer can also make payment from this bank. There are different type of ways the customer can make the payment from this bank. From credit card payment he can make, and he can pay from the savings account also. Okay, so like this, guys, some functionality has been described here, right? Some functionality of a software has been described in the form of this use case or use case diagram. From the end user's perspective, the diagram has been created. In real world, this kind of diagrams or use cases diagrams will be created by the business analyst and shared with the, and later that particular use case diagrams will be shared with the project team where developers and testers are available. And these developers and testers will go through this kind of use cases, use case diagrams to understand the application well. Okay. So hope, guys, you understood what exactly the use cases are. So that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 45. That is, explain main elements of use case. Let me answer. There are mainly four elements that we can use inside the use cases or use case diagrams. What are those four main elements of the use cases? First main element is systems. Second one is actors. Third one is use cases, and the fourth one is the relations. Okay. So in use cases or use cases diagrams, okay, we'll use these elements in different formats. For example, systems will be used like this. Okay. We'll represent the systems in this way inside the use case diagrams. Actors will be represented in the use case diagrams like this. Use cases will be represented in the use cases diagrams like this oval symbol, and relations will be represented in the use case diagrams like this. These are the four main elements of the use cases or use case diagrams. I'll show you an example of a use case diagram which is built using all these four main elements of the use cases. So this is an example. As you can see, there is a banking app. Okay, and here several actors are provided. You see in this use case diagram, we have actors, customer and new customer, existing customer types. These are the actors, and other side we have the bank as an actor. The actor can be the actor can be a person, okay, or it can be a system. Okay, the actor can be a person who can interact with this particular system, or it can be another system, guys. Okay, another system interacting with our system. Okay, it can be actor also. So here bank is one actor, customer is one actor. Under customer there are subtypes also, like new customer, existing customers are there. These are actors, guys. Okay, we can represent the roles. Okay, different roles in our business, or different third party systems or external systems or external devices as actors. That's one thing. And here system is represented in blue background. As you can see, the banking application is represented, the actual application that we are talking about or describing about, right? The application that we are describing about is nothing but the system in this case. That is nothing banking app, which is represented using the blue background. Okay, fine. And use cases. What are use cases, guys? Use cases are the activities that this customer will perform. For example, customer will perform login. Okay, will try to log in into this system. That is banking application system. Customer will try to log in. Here, login is a use case. Similarly, the application, banking application has to verify the password, right? So verify password is also use case. Display login error. Application has to display the login. That is also a use case. The customer will view the balance. That is also use case. Deposit the amount. All these activities that actors can perform on the system are nothing but the use cases. and there is a relationship between the roles, okay, roles or systems or these use cases, okay. There are some relationships. You see, there are different type of relations. For example, customer is trying to log in, is trying to view balance, is depositing amount. This is what is the relation between the customer and this system, banking app system, along with the use cases. Okay, the relationships are represented using this lines here. Okay, between the customer and these use cases, and also there is some relationship between this use case and this use case, right? So this is also relation. Okay, different type of relation here. It includes and it extends. Okay, kind of relation. And here another type of relation occurs here. For example, you see there are two types of payments using which customer can make the payment. Okay, so you can customer can make the payment using credit card. You can make the payments from savings account and all those stuff. Okay, so guys, these are the four main elements. Okay, these are the main elements of the use cases. What are the main elements of the use cases? Systems, actors, use case, and relations. Okay, relationships. These are the four elements of the use case, and this is the example for that. So hope guys you got the answer for this interview question. That's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 46. That is, what is test scenario? Let me answer. Test scenarios are nothing but high level test cases. As an example, I created a list of test scenarios for a sample application. Let me show you the application first. This application, guys, it's an e-commerce application. For this particular application, I created sample test scenarios. Let me show you the test scenarios I created for this application. These are the complete list of scenarios I created for this e-commerce application. Okay, so I got around 31. That means there are 31 high level test cases. Okay, all these test scenarios are nothing but the high level test cases. For example, we'll take one of the test scenario. Out of 31 test scenarios, I'll take one of the test scenario related to login functionality that everyone is aware of, right? So this particular test scenario is a high level test case for this login functionality. So how do we write the test scenario? Test scenario ID will be there, TS underscore 002. And here, description of the test scenario. Verify the working of login functionality. This is what is a test scenario, guys. It is a high level test case. Okay, it's simply stating that we have to test login functionality. We have to verify or test the login functionality. It's stating at a high level. To test this login functionality, we can create multiple test cases. Okay, you see, for testing this login functionality, I got low level test cases, that is 23 low level test cases. That means test scenario here, whatever the scenario I created here is a high level test case. For this high level test case, to to complete testing of the high level test case, I need to test all this derived 23 low level test cases. Okay, for this login functionality I created 23 test cases. I'll show you, these are the actual test cases. Okay, these are not the test scenarios, guys. For that particular test scenario of login functionality, I created this many test cases. Okay, so I got around 23 test cases for this login test scenario. Okay, for test scenario ts underscore 002, I got 23 test cases to perform testing. Once I complete testing of this 23 test cases of the login test scenario, then login test scenario will be tested completely. Okay, so hence guys, hence in simple words, test scenarios are nothing but the high level test cases. Okay, test scenarios are nothing but the high level test case. Verify the working of register account functionality is one test scenario. Verify the working of login functionality is another test scenario. Verify the working of logout functionality. Verify the working of forgot password functionality. Verify the working of search functionality. Verify the working of product compare functionality, like that. Verify the working of wish list. Okay, all these are the test scenarios. For each and every test scenario have, okay, low level test cases. Okay, you see one of the test scenario here, verify the product display page functionality for different type of products. 37 test cases are there. Okay, these are the low level test case, and test scenario is a high level test case. So hope guys you got the answer for this particular interview question, what is test scenario. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 47. That is, what are positive test cases? Let me answer. Positive test cases are the test cases that are created to test whether users can perform appropriate actions on the application by providing the valid data. Those are the positive test cases. Example for a positive test case is login with valid credentials. Let's say I'll take you to this application tutorialsninja.com/demo. I'll take you to the login. page of this application. Here, the user is going to perform an appropriate action by providing the valid credentials into this login functionality and try to log in. Okay. So he'll provide the valid email address. He or she will provide the valid password here and click on the login button, and it got logged in. Okay. The test case got passed. Okay. Here you got logged in means he or she got logged in means the test case got passed, but the appropriate action has been performed. This is generally how the user is going to use the application as part of the login functionality by providing the valid credentials. Okay. And the application should allow the user to log in. So this is a positive test case. Okay, this is an example of a positive test case. What about the negative test cases? Negative test cases are the test cases which are opposite of the positive test cases. Okay, opposite of the positive test cases are the negative test cases. The intention or purpose of running or testing the application using the negative test case is completely different case. Okay, here intention is different. Here intention is different. Negative test case intention is different. Here the intention of using the negative test cases for testing is to break the application. Okay, we are trying to break the application, we are trying to find the defects in the software. That's what is the intention. But in case of positive test cases, the intention is to see whether user is able to use the application properly or not. By providing the valid data, user is able to use application in a smooth manner or not, is the intention in positive test cases. But in case of negative test case, which is an opposite of the positive test cases, here the intention of testing is to break the application software. Okay, by providing invalid data into the software. Okay, while using the application functionality, you will try to perform inappropriate actions on the application that generally users don't do. Okay, and also we'll try to pass invalid data into the application with an intention of breaking the software or finding the defects in the software. Those are nothing but the negative test cases. Okay, those are nothing but the negative test cases. Examples for the negative test case are login with invalid credentials. Okay, no user will try to log in with invalid credentials, right? Generally no user will try to provide invalid credentials here like this. Okay, some a non-existing email address, non-existing password, and try to log in. This generally users will not try to perform. It is an inappropriate action. Not only that, guys, what if the user is trying to click on the login button without even providing these credentials? Okay, without even filling the email address field and password field, the user is trying to log in. That is also an inappropriate behavior or action of an application of a user on the application, and which will be performed as part of negative test case. Okay, using the negative test case, we perform this kind of testing with an intention of breaking the software or finding the defects in the software. What if the developer has not implemented the code for handling this kind of situation where the user is trying to log into the application without giving the credentials? Okay, so to find out such kind of things, such kind of problems in the application, we use negative test cases. Okay, so as part of software testing, guys, we use both positive and negative test case. Okay, we not only test the application using positive test cases, but also we combine the positive test cases along with the negative test cases to complete testing, guys. Okay, so fine. So hope, guys, you got the answer for what are positive test cases in this session. Okay, so that's all for this session, guys. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 48. That is, what are negative test cases? Let me answer. Negative test cases are the test cases that are created to test with an intention of breaking the system or finding the defects in the application by performing inappropriate actions on the application by providing invalid data into the application. Okay, these are negative test cases. Examples for the negative test cases are when you try to log into an application with invalid credentials. Intentionally, you are trying to perform inappropriate action on the application by passing invalid data, that is invalid credentials into the application. Okay. Generally, the normal people who are trying to log into the application will not provide invalid credentials, right? Intentionally. But here, as part of negative test cases, we are testing with an intention of breaking the system or identifying the defects in the system by performing inappropriate actions by passing invalid data into the system. Here, invalid credentials we are passing. Not only that, guys, another examples also, lot of negative test case example I can give. So when you try to pass invalid email address and valid password, when you give valid email address and invalid password, okay, in one case, all these are negative test cases only. And in some case, guys, you don't provide any credentials. Okay, you don't provide any credentials. So you try to log in without providing any credentials, that is without providing any data. That is also an invalid data only. So these are few examples of the negative test cases, guys, where you are trying to, okay, test the application with an intention of breaking the application, okay, or finding the defects in the application by performing inappropriate actions on the application that general normal users don't do, and by providing invalid data into the application while testing. Okay, those are the negative test cases. Opposite of the negative test cases are nothing but the positive test cases, where Using the positive test cases, you are going to test whether user can perform appropriate actions. Okay, normal way of using the application, you test case by performing appropriate actions and by passing the valid data, you test the application. Okay, that kind of test cases which test the application with the appropriate actions and providing the valid data are nothing but the positive test case. Example for the positive test cases are login with valid credentials. Okay, login with valid credentials is a perfect example for the positive test case, where general user will try to do same thing, right? He will open the application, go to the login page, and he will immediately enter the valid credentials without thinking much. Okay, the intention of the normal user is not to break the system, right? The intention of the normal user is to log into the system. Okay, those are the positive test cases. In real time, guys, as software testers, which type of test cases we have to use for testing? We have to use both, guys. Okay, we have to use both positive test cases and negative test cases together. We have to use to finish up or complete the testing. Okay, not always in positive test case we get the defects. Okay, but also when you attach negative test cases, when you perform negative test cases on the top of positive test cases, then you'll get most of the defects in the application. So hope, guys, you understood what exactly are the negative test cases. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 49. That is, what is behavior driven development? Let me answer. Behavior driven development in short is known as BDD. Okay, BDD stands for behavior driven development. To understand what exactly is this behavior driven development, we need to compare this behavior driven development with the traditional development. Let me compare. So this side I'll write traditional development. Okay, traditional development process. This is a traditional development process. And on the right side, I'll write behavior behavior driven development process. Okay, so what is the difference? What is the difference between the traditional development process and with the behavior driven development process? What is the difference between these two? Okay, if you understand what is traditional development process and how it is different from the behavior driven development, you will understand the behavior driven development process better. Okay, in traditional development project, okay, in traditional development, if a particular project is there which is following the traditional development approach, what happens is, I'm going to explain. Let's say, okay, let's say there is a company, guys. Okay, let's say there is a company, and the company has received a project. Okay, so some other company has outsourced this project to this company, and this company has got this project. Okay, where this company has to assign the developers and testers and have to develop this particular software that the client is asking, and has to test it and release into the market. Okay, end to end services this particular company has to provide, where just by taking the requirements of the software, this particular company has to assign the developers and testers who are going to develop the software and test and release the software into the market. Okay, so that's what is the project all about. So if this particular company, okay, if this particular in this particular company, whatever the project team has assigned, if it is following the traditional development process, what will happen? I'm going to show. So what will happen here is, if the traditional development approach or process is followed by this company, then what will happen is, this company will focus on, the project team will focus on tools. Okay, what tools we have to use. Okay, as part of planning, they will decide which tools they have to use for developing the software, which programming language they have to use for developing the software. Okay, so what resources and skill set. Okay, what resources and skill set are required, how much duration is required for completing the project. Okay, how much duration is required for completing the project, and so on. Okay, this kind of stuff will be discussed, okay, as part of planning. And whether we can complete the project on time or not, yeah, how much complexity, what are the technical challenges here. Other thing is, like, they will discuss about the technical challenges. Okay, what are the technical challenges, what we have to take care, architecture level or whatever the level. So all these discussions are happening at the technical level, guys. Okay, the focus is, where is the focus in case of traditional development project? The focus is more on the technical side. Okay, so the the project team, okay, who is going to develop and test and release the software into the market from this company, is focusing more on the technical aspects, but there is something that this project team is missing. What is that something? So the project team is not putting the focus, okay, or it is not giving the ultimate focus to the communication part. Here, communication is not the first focus. The major focus here in this traditional development approach is the technical stuff. Okay, so what technicalities are the? This is very important for the team. Okay, to proceed further. Okay, so they are focusing on the technical stuff, rather they are not giving much importance to the communication. What will happen if the project team is giving more importance to the technical stuff, like tools, programming language, resources, skills, duration, and technical stuff, challenges, and all? And if they don't give much importance to the communication, what will happen? If they don't give, if the project team doesn't give more focus to the communication, if they give less focus to the communication, what will happen? They cannot understand the application well. Okay, understanding how to develop is fine, but what to develop is missing, right? Understanding application, okay, understanding, okay, what to be developed, what to be developed as part of this project will be missing. Okay, this particular, if communication is less, here the focus is not on the communication, focus is not on the communication, so this part will be missing, guys. Okay, less focus is on the communication. So understand, since there is less communication happening between the client and the project team, the project team will not understand what exactly has to be developed. They know how to develop. Okay, how to develop is fine, guys. Okay, how to develop, how to develop, how to develop is okay. This part is okay because the focus is on the technical challenges and technical stuff like tools and all, right? They know how to develop. Okay, so how much complex application is they are ready to develop, but they are missing something, guys. They are giving less focus to the communication, which is leading to the less understanding of what to be developed. So what will happen if the communication is less and the project team doesn't understand what to be developed? What will happen? I'll show you, guys. Okay, for example, the client is asking for this kind of thing. Okay, let's say the client is asking for a tree. Okay, to the tree a rope has to be tied, and to that rope a tire has to be tied. Okay, so what is the purpose of this kind of thing, guys? You can swing on this, right? You can swing here and there. Okay, you can play with this. Children can enjoy, even the elders can swing and enjoy. That's what is the client is expecting. But what happened was, so technically, the team is very strong. The project team is very strong. In case of a traditional development, technically the project is very strong, but communication is missing. What happened is the project team, though they are technically strong enough, they know how to tie the rope to the tree and how to attach this part to the ropes and all. They understood the requirements differently, guys. Okay, since communication is given the less importance in the traditional development process or approach. Okay, they understood the requirements in a different way. Instead of delivering this kind of thing, the client is asking what the customer wanted is this one. Okay, they want to play with this part. Okay, they want to swing and play here. But what the project team has delivered, project team has delivered a wrong thing. Okay, they have asked for this kind of thing to play, but the project team has delivered something where you can just sit and enjoy the scene. Okay, so this is not what the project, what the client is expecting. That's what is the problem, guys. Okay, no matter how technical you are, how many good tools you are using, how much skillful the resources are. Okay, no matter what type of technical problems you are facing, it doesn't matter, guys. If you are missing with the communication, then customer will want something and you will deliver something. That's the problem with the traditional development process. To overcome this process, okay, to overcome these challenges where the less importance is given to the communication and less importance is given to understanding of what to be developed, okay, rather than how to be developed. Understanding what to be developed is not given much importance in the traditional development process. To overcome that, BDD came into picture. Okay, behavior driven development process came into picture. So how this kind of scenario gets changed in the behavior driven development process, I'm going to explain now. Okay, so in behavior driven development process, what happens is, let me explain in detail, guys. Okay, what happens in behavior driven development is, so first there's a process, guys. Okay, it's a process. So in this process, what will happen is, first you see, if you talk about agile projects, guys. Okay, in agile projects, you know, right, there will be someone who knows the business well. Who is that one role who knows the business well in the agile kind of agile development projects? So product owner, right? There will be someone known as product owner. Okay, some user role known as product owner will be there, who knows the business well. This product owner, what this product owner will do is, the main responsibility of the product owner is to create the user stories. That is a small chunks of requirements. All these are the requirements, guys. Okay, in the behavior driven development process, as I told you, right, before we go to this explanation, you have to understand that here more importance will be given to the communication. That is, what to be developed is given more importance than how to develop. Okay, the first priority is communication and what to be developed. Okay, rather than how to develop. The importance in the behavior driven development is, unlike traditional development process, the first difference is what to be developed need to be communicated well. Okay, rather later how to develop is coming next. Okay, how to develop is coming next. So in this case, what happens in this case, in the behavior driven development process, how this kind of how the focus will be given to more of the communication and and how the understanding of the requirements will be given more in a more better way. I'm going to explain. Okay, so it all starts with the product owner, guys. The product owner will create the user stories, which are nothing but the small chunks of requirements. Okay, you see here in the traditional development, you'll have a here also user stories may be there, but no one is communicating on the user stories. Everyone is focusing on how to develop in traditional development. But in behavior driven development, the product owner uh, generally in here product owner job is same, right? He'll create the requirements here. Okay, requirement one requirement. Let's say the product owner has created the requirements. So how the focus is given to the communication here, I'll explain that. Okay, so immediately what happens after the product owner creates this user stories is the small chunks of requirements is immediately the testing team will whatever the stories that are assigned to be completed by the team for a particular sprint or something, that particular user story will be taken by the project testers, software testers. Okay, software testers, what they will do is they will pick this particular story and they will create something known as feature files. Okay, what are they? Feature files they will create. So here feature files will not be created, guys. Okay, in case of traditional development process, feature files will not be created. In case of behavior driven development, okay, when the product owner supplies the stories for each and every story, the software testing team will create the feature files first. So how the stories will be like, how the files will be like, let me show you. Okay, let me show you the process here. First, product owner will come up with a story. Let's say this is one of the example user story. Okay, that the product owner has created. What is the user story? Let's see. Let me show you the user story that product owner has created, guys. It is a requirement, guys. User story is nothing but a requirement. So how does it look? Let's see. So hope you are able to see user story as a guest user. Okay, as a guest user, I need to search for a product from a specific category so that I can find products I'm looking for. This is what is the user story. Let's say, let's take an example of Amazon, guys. Okay, Amazon.com or something. Let's go with Amazon.com e-commerce application. Let's say this is the application. The project is all about, assume that for a while. Okay, so user story has been created by the product owner, stating that as a guest user. Okay, as a guest user means I don't have to sign in. Okay, as a guest user I need to search for a product. I need to search for a product here from a specific category. Okay, instead of searching directly here, I have to select the category. You see here there is a drop down having different like baby category, books category, computers category, electronics category, and so on, right? So here the story says, as a guest user I need to search for a product from a specific category so that I can find products I am looking for. This is what is a requirement, okay, which is created in the form of story by the product owner in the project. For that, the product owner also has given some extra additional information in the form of acceptance criteria. That is, ensure that the guest user is able to open the application in any browser. Yes, the guest user is able to open the application in any browser. Select any specific category to search, say books. Okay, select any specific category. Let's say books. Let's search. Uh, it can be books, it can be baby, it can be electronics and different items, category items. The product owner will provide here whatever the requirement expectations are there. All the product list will be provided here. Okay, using which category list will be provided, and find the products and search for the products and see whether we are able to find the related products. Okay, so search products from the category we are looking or not. That's what is the story all about, guys. It's a requirement, guys. Okay, just to make just to help you in understanding this requirement, I showed you this example. Okay, fine. Now you understood this requirement, right? This is what is the requirement given by the product owner in the form of a user story in the agile project. Okay, agile scrum project or whatever it is. Then what happened is immediately the testing team will look into this story. Okay, the next step is once the user story is assigned to the project team, then what the testing team will do. Okay, the testing team will create the acceptance test. Okay, the testing team will create the acceptance test as part of BDD. This is the approach, guys. Okay, in case of traditional development process, this process is not followed. Okay, after the user story is created, okay, testing team will not involve here. Okay, but in case of BDD, after the user story is created by the product owner, testing team will come into picture and immediately they will write what acceptance test they will write. What the acceptance test they will write, they look like this. Okay, this kind of acceptance test the testing team will write. For this particular user story requirement, the testing team will write this particular acceptance. Whatever I am showing you is a feature file, guys. The form of a feature file, the testing team will create this kind of acceptance tests. Okay, so here 1 2 3 4 scenarios, even more scenarios can be possible in this feature file. Okay, so they will create something like this based on this user story, based on this requirement. Testing team will create this feature file, and these are all the acceptance tests. Okay, So searching of various categories should be possible along with product search. Okay, searching of various. Okay, how the application should behave. Okay, based on the requirements, the testing team has come up with a kind of scenarios which describe how the user has to use the application in the real time, how the user is going to use the application in the real time. A behavior point of view, he is writing the scenarios. Okay, so these are all the acceptance test case, nothing but. Okay, so what user is expecting in the form of acceptances, the tester, software tester is writing like this. Searching of various categories should be possible along with product search. Like this, a feature will be written. Okay. So this is what is a story related requirement, right? And that scenario is search for the products under books category. One of the scenario. It's like test cases only. Okay. I visit the web store as a guest user. I select the books option from the drop down. I click on search icon. I should see the books page loaded. I should see books at Amazon as heading. I should not see other category products. Similarly, another test case will be like another acceptance test will be like search for products under baby category. The third one is search for the products under computers category, electronics category, and many more categories. Okay. Like that, who will create this feature file? Software tester will create this feature file. So this is not finalized yet. Okay. Though the software tester has created this feature file, this particular feature file is not confirmed yet. What the software tester will do is software tester will share this feature file with the product owner again. Okay. The software tester, okay, the feature file will be created by the software tester here. Okay. Software tester will be creating the testers will be creating these feature files, and once created, these feature files will be shared again to the product owner. Okay, product owner, why? Because these feature files written by the software testers has to be reviewed and confirmed by the product owner, because product owner is the one who knows the business well. Okay, here with this approach, guys, where the feature files are being shared to product owner for their review, with this approach we are giving more importance to what to be developed. Okay, here development is not directly started. So first, once product owner has created the user stories, development team has not started working on the user stories here. What's happening? Instead, software testers came into picture before the development team implemented this user stories or requirements, and they have created the feature files like this. Based on the user story, they have created a feature file containing the acceptance tests like this, and these acceptances are shared to the product owner again for their review. Product owner will, okay, review this according to the business requirements, whether the software testers have written the feature files well or not. You will check. If all is good, you will approve, guys. Okay, otherwise you will give the feedback. Based on the feedback, we have to update, software testers have to update and share it back to the product owner again until the feature files are approved. You see, here more importance is given to what? Communication. But here it's not like that. Directly the user story will be taken, development team will start developing, testing team will test it. Okay, there's no proper channel where the product owner, the software tester, and developer are communicating. Here, no one is communicating well. Only focus is on completing the task here in traditional development. But here, in behavior driven development, there is a process where product owner will create the user stories, and those user stories, software testing team will create the feature files. Here, product owner and software testers will discuss whether the on the validity of this and the correctness of these feature files, because product owner is the one who actually knows the business. What to be developed, product owner knows well. Okay, so after getting the feedback and after the feature files are approved, then only the developers will start working on this. Okay, developers, okay, developers will start working on this. Developers will start working on this only after, okay, developers will start working only after these feature files are approved. Here there is no need of approval from the product owner, right? Directly they are starting developing and testing. Okay, that's why communication is given less importance in traditional development, whereas in behavior driven development, communication is given more importance here. Okay, rather than how you are going to develop or how you are going to test, it doesn't matter. Here the more importance is communication, where product owner, software testers, and developers are communicating like anything until the feature files are approved. Then only the based on the approved feature files only developers are starting working, and then testers are testing it. Okay, according to the accepted feature files, software testers are testing it, and then the features will be deployed. Okay, deployed into the production or something. So this is what is the difference between the behavior driven development and traditional development process, guys. Here less importance to the communication, less focus to the communication. In more, first priority or first focus is communication part, later comes the how to develop. Okay, what to develop is more important than how to develop here in this case of behavior driven development. Okay, so I told you right here what's happening, guys. So not only that, guys, here not only develops, one more thing that is missing here, I didn't explain. Here, after the feature files are uploaded, while the developers are implementing the software application code, testers also, okay, based on this approved feature files, testers will start writing the automation code. Okay, testers will use these feature files for writing the according to the feature files only. Software testers will write the automation code. Okay, before these feature files are approved, developers will not start implementing the code for the functionality that has to be developed. And also software testers will not also write the automation scripts. Okay, will not write the automation scripts until these feature files are approved. Feature files need to be approved, guys. Okay, acceptances need to be approved. What to be developed should be approved here, and more importance is given to the communication. That's what is BDD all about, guys. Okay, so here all about collaboration between the business and technical teams means developers and testers. Okay, business team means product owner in this case of agile. So here more importance is for the communication collaboration, where what to be developed is important than how it has to be developed. Okay, more importance, more focus is for the what to be developed. So because communication is happening, approvals process is there, it builds a common understanding on the behavior of the application, right? Now developer, tester, and business means product owner, everyone is on the same page. They understand the application in the same page. They are everyone, okay, is on the same page, guys. Okay, so what is the behavior of the application? Everyone is on the same page. So that's what is the importance of BDD, guys. Okay, behavior driven development approach or process. So you see here, a common document is getting created, right? That is nothing but the feature file in this case of the example. Feature file has been, this is nothing but a common document, guys. Okay, it is a common document that everyone has to approve and proceed. Everyone has to work on the basis of this common understanding by creating this common document known as feature file. Okay, feature file is a common generates common documentation that can be understood by all the teams and stakeholders. So if you see this documentation, guys, you may not understand this documentation. You see, there are some keywords here. Feature is one keyword, scenario is another keyword, given is another keyword, when is another keyword, and then, and, but. A lot of keywords are there. What are, it's not a like you are not writing the you are not describing this requirement or user story requirement in a form of paragraph, right? Here there is some process, right? Some structure is there. What is this structure? Here we are using some keywords to create the English structure. Instead of writing this in explaining this acceptance test in a vague manner in a paragraph way or something, we are using some keywords here. To whom these keywords belong? These keywords belong to the Gherkin language. Okay, there's something known as Gherkin language, guys. Okay, so feature, scenario, given, when. Okay, which define the structure how you have to write the acceptances. Okay, based on these keywords only, you are writing the acceptances. So these keywords or words belong to the Gherkin language. Okay, Gherkin language. Fine. So here, guys, coming to the, I told you, right? Once this common documentation is approved, that is feature file is approved. Okay, the acceptance is created by the testers, is approved by the product owner. Okay, or the business. Then developers will start implementing or writing the code for the application functionality, whatever that is mentioned in the requirement. Similarly, at the same time, automation engineers, okay, also will start writing the automation code. Okay, at what level that is possible, they will write the automation code according to this. Okay, they will create this feature file, and for this feature file steps only, they will write the automation code in the background. Okay, for each and every step here, they will write the automation code in the background. Okay, they will use the same feature file as a front end. In the background, they will write the automation code. Okay, so when you run the feature file, the code that is written is behind each and every step here mentioned in this particular feature file will be running. So this is all possible with the help of the tools, guys. Okay, software testers have to use some tools here. The tools are known as Cucumber and Gherkin. Okay, Gherkin I told you, right? Gherkin is nothing but these keywords that are used in the feature file. Okay, Gherkin language. And other one is a Cucumber. Cucumber is a tool, guys, that automation test engineers will use. Okay, while creating a project, automation projects, right? They'll use this tool known as Cucumber along with Selenium or another automation tool. So with the help of Cucumber, we can write scripts in a fashion where the front end, this feature file will be there. In the background, when you run the feature file, this feature file will invoke some, you see, for each and every step here, for each and every line here, there will be some method. Okay, some kind of method created using some Java programming or something. That method will be invoked, and that is possible with the help of Cucumber, guys. Okay, let's not go deep there. Okay, just understand at a high level that automation test engineers to support this BDD in their automation scripts will use the tools like Cucumber and Gherkin. Okay, Cucumber can understand the Gherkin language. Okay, Cucumber can understand the Gherkin keywords, and accordingly it will run the scripts. Fine. So at a high level, guys, what is BDD? Hope everyone has understood. Okay, in BDD, the more importance is given to the communication. That is, what to be developed is more given more importance than how it has to be developed. Okay, technical stuff comes later in the BDD, whereas in traditional development process, less importance is given to the communication and more importance is given to the technical stuff like how the software has to be developed is given more importance. How the software has to be tested is given more importance. Okay. So here, because of miscommunication gap, there is a possibility that the client may be asking something and you may deliver something. But here, there is no way that you will miss okay understanding, because product owner, once the product owner, tester and developer are on the same page, then only the feature file will be approved. Till then feature file will not be approved. On the approved feature files only, the developers are writing the implementing the code. On the approved feature files only, the automation scripts are written by the software testers. Okay. So here importance is given to communication, and there is less chances for a very less chances for the miscommunication to happen and wrong product to be developed in case of behavior driven development. So hope guys you understood what exactly is BDD now, that is behavior driven development now. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 50, that is, what is acceptance testing? Let me answer. Acceptance testing is one of the levels of software testing. Software testing has 4 levels. They are unit testing, followed by unit testing, we perform integration testing. Followed by integration testing, we perform system testing, and followed by system testing, we perform acceptance testing, which is the last level of software testing. And it is also known or called as user acceptance testing, UAT. Okay, either we can call that as acceptance testing or we can call that as UAT, that is user acceptance testing. To understand acceptance testing better, we need to compare the acceptance testing with the system testing. Okay. So in system testing, as I already explained this in the while answering the other software interview questions, software testing interview questions in the previous sessions. Okay. In system testing, we'll be performing the testing of the application as a whole. Okay. Complete system will perform testing as part of system. But in case of unit testing, integration testing, complete system or whole system will not be tested. And also this unit testing, integration testing is generally performed by developers. Okay. They fall into the white box testing category. But in system testing, software testers will be performing the testing of the application. But here they will be testing the application or software as a whole, as a complete thing they will test. But they will be testing only against the client specified requirements. Okay. So software testers will perform testing of the given application or software in a complete manner. Okay. As a whole, they will test, but they will only check whether the developed software is working according to the client specified requirements or not. The main focus is on the client specified requirements are satisfied or not in the developed software, they will check. But the less importance or less focus is given to the user needs and expectations, what the users are wanting in the software. Okay. How the users will like the software to work, that is missing in the system testing. Okay. That's not performed or not focused well on the system testing part. So that's why after the system testing is completed, that is after software testers confirm that the developed software is working properly against the or properly according to the client specified requirements, once the system testing is done, then acceptance testing will be started. Okay, acceptance testing will be started. Acceptance testing or user acceptance testing, UAT, okay, will be started. As part of acceptance testing, we'll first perform, okay, we'll first perform the alpha testing followed by the beta testing. As I already mentioned, acceptance testing is all about the main focus while performing the acceptance testing is we'll make sure the developed software is according to the user needs and expectations or not. That is main intention of performing the acceptance testing. Okay. After system testing is done, which is making sure that the developed software developed by the developers is according to the client specified requirements or not. Now in the acceptance testing, we are focusing more on whether the developed software is developed according to the user needs and expectations or not, is matching the user needs and expectations or not, is the main criteria here. And as part of that, I mentioned, as part of acceptance testing, we'll perform alpha testing and beta testing. First, we'll perform alpha testing, followed by we'll perform beta testing. In alpha testing, what will happen? Let me explain. Okay. In alpha testing, okay. So let's say to understand alpha testing, guys, just go through my okay explanation here that I'm trying to do. Let's say there is a company like ABC company is there here. Okay. Let's say there is a company ABC. On the other side, there is another company XYZ. Okay. XYZ. So ABC company, okay, want a software to be developed. Okay, they got some requirements. Okay, so they created some requirements. So they have some, they got an idea, and to implement that idea, they have created some requirements. Okay, so this is what software I want, like that. Now this ABC company has outsourced this software development and testing requirement to the another company, say XYZ. In this XYZ company, we have the developers and testers available, and they are ready to develop this software according to the ABC client specified requirements. Okay, and also test according to the ABC client requirement specified wise they want to test, and finally they want to deliver this software to the client so that client can release the software into the market. Fine. So here XYZ company is simply providing the development and testing services, and it's getting the projects from this ABC company. Okay, and fine. So what will happen here is, let's assume that XYZ company, developers and testers of the XYZ company have completed unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and finally the time came where they have to perform user acceptance testing, and they started performing the alpha testing. Okay, they have to perform alpha testing now. Okay, as part of acceptance testing, they have to perform alpha testing. What will happen is, so here the testers will not directly perform the alpha testing. Okay, so what happens is ABC company has some people. Okay, ABC company will have some professionals or people, you can call employees or whatever it is, who knows the business well. Okay, who know the business well. Some people from ABC company who know the business well, who are talking to the customers and all those people. Okay, so for collecting the feedback from the customer, right? Such kind of team will come up with a checklist. Okay, they'll come up with a checklist of what are the user needs and expectations kind of checklist, and they'll create this kind of checklist. Okay, they'll create this kind of checklist. This business, some business team from the ABC company who knows the business well about this, how the software needs and expectations are in the market. Such kind of team, okay, technical team or business team, you can call, they will be coming with a checklist, guys. Okay, so this checklist, this team will use to check whether the system tested. Okay, to check whether the system tested software is according to the user needs and expectations or not. They will check. Who will check this? People will check. The people from the ABC company who know the business well will check. So for checking this, they either check it from their ABC company, or they will travel to this business team or technical team who know the business well. Team will travel to the developer side where the developers are available. Developers are available here. Okay, they'll travel to the developer side. Okay, here are the developers. Wherever the developers are there, they'll travel, and they will cross check this application according to this checklist, business needs and expectations checklist, to see whether the developed software is according to the user needs and expectations or not. They will check. So if anything is not matching, okay, if a particular functionality in the software is not according to the user needs and expectations created by this, okay, this business team of the ABC company, then this particular team will give the feedback to the team. Okay, they will give the feedback to the team. Once the developers and testers receive this feedback, okay, developers and testers are going to support this team. Okay, support these people in by making that possible. Developers will, according to the feedback, they'll do the code changes in the application software. Okay, to make it according to the user needs and expectation. Developers will change the code here, while testers also will support this team by testing whether developers have properly tested according to the this team specified feedback or not. Testers will perform testing. So this is what will happen in alpha testing. Okay, this is what will happen in case of alpha testing, which is the first level in user acceptance testing. Okay, first type of testing performed as part of user acceptance testing or acceptance testing is alpha testing. So this is what is a process that happens, guys. Okay, so as I mentioned here in alpha testing, guys, the team from the client company who knows the business well will move to the developer side where the developers are available. So after moving to the developer side, they will provide the feedback after cross-checking with the user needs and expectations. After cross-checking the software against the user needs and expectations, they will provide the feedback to by coming to the developer side. They will provide the feedback, and developers have to do the code changes and make the changes to the application code as per the given feedback. While testing team has to test whether developers have really right, modified the code according to the feedback given by the team from the company. Okay, business team from the company. That's what happens, and it is an internal team, guys. Okay, no external person is involved. It's all about the internal company only. Okay, the people from either ABC company or XYZ company are working here. Okay, ABC company XYZ people are working here as part of the alpha testing. But now, once the alpha testing is done, okay, once the alpha testing is done, still the process is not done, guys. Okay, still the process is not. Once the alpha testing is done, still the process is there. Acceptance testing process is still there, where we are going to perform the next type of testing. Alpha, after the alpha testing is beta testing. We are going to perform. Okay, what is beta testing? How it is going to perform? Here also the intention is same, guys. Okay, here also the intention of performing the beta testing is same, where the ultimate focus is on checking whether the developed software is according to the user needs and expectations. To overcome that problem, so here we'll choose a limited end customer. End users are real customers of the software, right? Okay, we'll choose a limited number of real software end customers or clients or whatever you can call. Okay, so let me give an example here how this happens in real time, how beta testing happens in real time. Everyone knows about the company known as Microsoft, right? Everyone knows the company Microsoft. Let's say there is a company. Let's say we'll take an example of the Microsoft company. Microsoft company releases a lot of softwares into the market, right? It's a product-based company and it releases a lot of softwares into the market like MS Office, Windows operating system, and so on. Let's take an example of Windows OS. Okay, so Windows operating system has been released into the market in several versions so far, right? The latest version as per today's date I am using is Windows 11 in my machine, right? So so Windows operating system has been released into the market by Microsoft in several versions so far. Like Windows 7 got released, after that Windows 8 got released, 8.1 got released, 10 got released, now 11 got released. They are planning for 12 as per today's date. Okay, it has not been released as per today's date, and we are going to expect Windows 12 also soon. So anyhow, so here one thing you have to understand is Microsoft company will not release this Windows operating systems versions directly into the public. Okay, it will not release the without performing the without performing the beta testing. Microsoft company is not going to release this Windows operating system versions into the market directly, guys. Rather, what Microsoft company will do is after the alpha testing is done, after this alpha testing is done, then this kind of companies what they will do is they will release. For example, Windows 12 has to be released tomorrow. Let's say assume that Microsoft company is planning to release Windows 12 operating system into the market, Windows 12, which is not released yet. Let's say it's planning. So it will not release the final version of the software into the market directly. Instead, they will release a beta version of the Windows 12 first. Into the market, it will release Windows 12 beta. Into the market, they will release, guys, but it's not the final version. It is a beta version they will release. And this beta version will not be given to all the public. All the public, it will not be released. It will be only released to the limited, okay, limited number of users, okay, limited end users it will release. Okay, limited end users who are going to use the Windows operating system, right? To those limited people only it will release this particular Windows 12 tomorrow. So what this limited end users will do, they will upgrade their operating system to this Windows 12 beta version, and they keep using the application. Okay, they'll keep using the operating system to see the benefits and all, whether they are liking or not. Okay, they will check. And if any of the end users face any problem or they have a problem with that, what these end users are going to do is they are going to feedback. Okay, on the latest Windows operating system, they are going to provide the feedback. Okay, based on the feedback, Microsoft company it will do is it will go through the feedback and see whatever they can do, and they will again the developers will do the code changes if the feedback is approved by the Microsoft company, and testers will perform testing to cross check whether according to the approved feedback the developers have developed the software, did the changes in the software or not. Testers will perform testing. Okay, so once this test development and testing according to the feedback given by the limited and number of end users or end customers is done, then finally Microsoft will plan to release a final version of the software. After the beta testing is done, the final version of the Windows 12 operating system will be released into the market. So hope guys you understood what is beta testing. In case of beta testing, who is performing the testing? It's not the internal team. Okay, it's not the internal team, guys. In case of beta testing, the real end users are performing the testing, but not all the people across the world. Instead, limited end customers or end users are selected for this program, and those people are going to perform the beta testing. After the beta testing is done, and once the alpha testing and beta testing are successful and approved, where nothing is left out, no more feedback is left out, then the companies will decide to release the final version of the software into the market. And this is what is called as acceptance testing, where the ultimate focus is on the user needs and expectations, guys. Okay, the ultimate focus in the acceptance testing or user acceptance testing is on the user needs and expectations. So hope guys you got the answer for this interview question. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye.